probably after our introduction. All right, everybody, are you ready for some global time attack action on a Sunday? We got global time attack, we got SCCA, we got time attack galore. It's going to be an awesome day. The weather's a little warmer, we got a little bit more wind, but guess what? Guys are going out on track. We are getting let out by none other than Bailey Woods, followed by Ryan Passy and Jay Pan. It is going to be an absolutely stellar day of time attack. I will say this, though. I'm looking at these windmills right in front of me, and I'm interested to see what that is going to do to our time attackers out there. We have guys like Max out there. He's running a shark fin. So those type of aerodynamic pieces do get affected more by things like crosswinds. So I'll be super interested to see how that affects them. I can see the American flag blowing in the breeze up on the crow's nest. We do have our drivers out there on their fucking warm-up laps. It is going to be an absolutely stellar time for them to go out. And guess what, guys? We do have myself, Mark Yeager, and Mark Kilgore on the stream. We're gonna have some guests too. We're gonna talk to some people throughout the day, get some impressions from drivers. And guess what, guys? We got Bailey Woods coming down the front straightaway to start his hot lap. This is going to be the session, guys. This is the pinnacle of time attack. This is session number 1, and here comes Mr. Woods. He is hugging close to that wall as he goes out and he gets that first corner in. Turn 1 is looking exceptionally good for him and for Ryan Passy. Those sparks flying up in the breeze. Through turn 2, everything's looking really solid. He's going to be on these brand new Hoosier Time Attack Pros. So he's going to have the sticker set ready for this morning. As we go into turns 3, 4, 5, and now we're into 6. Bailey is pushing hard. We're hoping to see some amazing lap time from Bailey as he gets there. We can see Hyper Miata hot on his trail right now. I think Passy is picking up some time. This is going to be really interesting. He is not pulling away from Passy as I would have expected based off the lap time deltas. Just keeping in mind, guys, currently Bailey Woods is 3.5 seconds up on Passy. So with Passy catching him as he is, that is definitely not looking like the delta we expected. So either Mr. Woods is slowing a little bit and going to be on a preparation lap for the next one, or Passy is just on an incredible flying lap. So this is going to be really exciting to see what lap times are produced. We got George Zhao coming there too as well. He's looking pretty good, and Jay Pan. Here we go at a 14 and 15. We're coming down the front straightaway, and what do we got? Yeah, that's what I expected. So Woods is on a slower lap with a 151.4. Passy on a pretty good lap with a 147.7, although that is not better than his lap from the day before. Jay Pan also, that was a slower lap than what we saw yesterday. George Zhao, again, slower lap, so that's not quite what we anticipated out of the first lap. We got Isaac Torres Jr. with a 151. That does better his time from yesterday, so that is the current leader in street class with a 151.3. That's almost a whole second pickup from him. That is absolutely astounding from him. I'm hoping he can drop that down into the 150s. Looks like Brian with that Miata, he picked up some time too. He was at a 152.9. Now he's at a 152.0. That is a huge pickup of hit for him of almost a second. Chris Watson, he is off the pace from what he was previously at. His best lap time is currently a 153, so maybe we're going to see some more pickups from him. Again, we're seeing Hyper Miata and Mr. Woods. He's they're holding tight together, guys. They're holding really, really tight. So I'll be interested to see what comes of this. On the back.
It's an animal enjoying the right above the H.
As you can see, guys, on the backstretch, we even have animals enjoying time attack. That's not a fast-paced session there. It looks like, oh, there we go. Now we got Hyper Miata coming in. Looks like Hyper Miata is going to be catching Bailey on turn 2. Let's see. We're going to see Bailey probably let him go by. Just doesn't look. Yeah, we see a pass right there from Bailey, from Passy on Bailey. That did sacrifice Passy a little bit in that corner. He wasn't able to track out like I think he would have expected, so that's probably not going to be optimal. We might see cooldown laps from both of these guys, but it all depends. I mean, one thing I've seen from Passy from previous is he's definitely been able to essentially build laps. Now, I will say this. I did miss this. Sorry, guys. Ryan Passy did just lay down a 1:46.3, which his best lap time by over a second. So that was a 1:47.5, and now he is at a 1:46.3. Man, that is a huge pickup from Passy, and that puts him much closer to Bailey Woods. Although Bailey's still sitting on the time from yesterday, the 1:44.0. It does seem like he's struggling a little bit this morning. That 1:45.7 is just not quite optimal, and he's just not able to pick up the time that we were expecting. Now, I will say, Isaac Torres, though, that just picked up to a 1:50.8. He is looking good. That is a solid pickup from his 1:52.0, and that puts him astoundingly ahead in street class. Let's look down the order a little bit more. So we got Charles. He is rocking a 1:52.8. His time yesterday was a 1:53, so he was able to pick up almost a second. So that is a solid pickup from him. Mike Reyes as well. That is a good pickup for him. He was able to drop about a half a second. He is now at a 1:53.7. So good pickups across the board. We were expecting this. That is something that we were expecting as people go on to fresh tires and just start moving a little bit quicker. The weather is looking really good, so that is something that we were vastly expecting. The 350Z of Connor Hoovler, he's not picking up what we would expect. I only see a 1:56 from him, so I'll be interested to see if he's able to get a good lap in. Maybe something just happened with the shakeup and he's just working. Sky Chan, I don't know if he had yesterday when we saw times like this out of him, which is usually meaning that he went out and did a lap and then pulled in, he lost his charge pipe. So hopefully he did not lose his charge pipe again, and we'll be able to see some better laps out of him. George Zhao, he's just not quite where he was yesterday. He's about 0.3 off with that 1:49.0. And same with Jay Pan. Jay Pan is a solid couple seconds off from his 1:47 from yesterday morning. Again, Brian in that Miata. Oh, if I could say his last name well, I would try, but every time I try, it sucks. But I'm going to try it. It's going to be Kasasai. Yep, that was wrong. I said it yesterday. I did an interview with him. He even taught me how to say it, and I still can't say it. But he is ripping with a 1:51.2, breaking it down again from his 1:52.9. He is seeing some solid pickups there. Jared Floyd, just a little bit off the pace from what he was yesterday. He was at a 1:53.5, and now he is at a 1:54.0. The session is moving along rather rapidly, guys, so this is going to be probably the most optimum session. It is going to heat up, but guess what? Sometimes you need the temperatures to heat up to ratchet up the pressure to make people drive a little bit faster and take more risks. Those risks can pay off with some solid lap time, so it'll be interesting to see what guys get out of this session and how they can improve in that second session.
Jaeger, I hope you didn't have too much fun without me.
Oh, you know how it goes around these parts. We're time attacking, we're loving, we're having a great old time, and guess what? Some guys are going way faster.
Looks like we got some good times on the board. Pretty solid session out there.
It is. Now, I will say, I know you're hanging out in Tennessee having a good old time, and I'm sitting here at Thunderhill. So yesterday, the windmills that are directly in front of me, they were never moving, not once. Today, those things, we got 2 of them blowing full steam. So the wind is definitely going to be a huge factor. And the heat is also on, where today we see this heat that we're seeing right now. We saw this in like the second or third session, and we're seeing it in the first. So there's definitely some conditions that are vastly against the drivers today versus yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And that means that, I mean, you know, this is the session. This is the session that you got to hit because it's only going to get worse out there. So, you know, I'm not seeing Bailey Woods go any faster, but at least some of these other guys are picking up some time. You know, maybe some of these other podium positions, we'll see some shuffling for sure.
Yeah, Ryan Passey has really picked up the pace from yesterday. Now the question is it too little, too late per se? Is it one of those situations at the time that you needed to lay down was in that first session on that very first day? And that'd be the interesting bit if that was going to be the time that needed to happen.
Yeah, very much so. So good to see. Oh, we got a car on fire. That is never good.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, we got a fire. It looks like the driver is out. The driver is safe. That is what matters. Cars are replaceable, guys.
Got a fire extinguisher, so that is always important to have that on board in an event like this.
We will try to get you the name of the driver as soon as possible, but got some extensive fire extinguishing going on right now.
Yeah, not clear what is going on. I could see cars moving in the background. There should be a red flag out, so all the cars should be stopped. They're
There
not
is a
sure if
red
maybe
flag.
that's a safety vehicle or not.
Yeah, there's red flag. They're coming. It looks like they came up to like the flag station, and then once they got to the flag station, they started slowing down and stopping.
Not all the flag stations are. So
Okay. Yeah, I just can't quite tell what car that is. So unfortunate, but you know.
This is part of motor racing. This is part of the risk when we're building these super high horsepower cars. Guess what? High horsepower breeds high heat, breeds into things that can catch on fire.
Yep. So we've got safety trucks going out there. They're going to have to recover this vehicle. So maybe we'll take a little bit of time and talk about, you know, where the standings are and who has improved. Obviously, Bailey Woods, well, we'll start with unlimited class. Tony Zerka at a 154.2, but he is unfortunately not going to be able to participate anymore this weekend. Rather unfortunate for him.
Yeah, and also we got a guy that experienced his own failure. We got Jeff Pesner in here, and we're going to be talking to him and understand what happened to his BMW. So, you know, I figured the two BMW fanboys could talk to each other, and they could probably understand what's going on together.
Good to be here.
We'll commiserate.
All right, guys. So, Jeff, give us a little bit of background, kind of give us an idea of what happened to the car and how your experience was yesterday at Thunderhill.
First off, let me just say, what a session one. I mean, really, especially those laps from Isaac and Bailey and Charles. That was epic to watch. I hope
It was.
I hope if they're out there having a problem, it's okay. Our weekend just went from bad to worse. So we started calling ourselves Team Lemonade because we kept getting handed lemons and we were making lemonade. You know, starting on Friday with our splitter breaking. We made a wood one. We had a boost leak that we thought we fixed. My rear bumper fell off in practice on Friday. And it was just we couldn't get ahead of mechanical problems. And Saturday we went out still with only one hot lap ever in the car on this track, having tried to practice on Friday. And we were down on boost, and we were trying to chase the problem around. It turned out we had an exhaust leak that melted some stuff inside of the engine bay, and so we went to Ace Hardware. You know, shout out to Ace Hardware in Willows. We're friends with everybody there. We went there 6 times this weekend. Shout out to Red 88 for keeping us fed in Willows. We love this town. The whole town was behind us. but yeah, that's it. I mean, that's racing. That's how it goes, and it's unfortunate to come out here and with high hopes and high expectations and really want to showcase something that we can do. I think we brought a really, really good car out. I think our biggest struggle is going to be driver this weekend and not the car, but it ended up being the other way around.
Well, I was really impressed. You did I love how you did a quick 2-minute video of this is what the car is, and these are all the mods of the car. Really informative. It's kind of funny because one thing that I keyed in on was, oh man, he's got this really awesome Zebulon front splitter, and then he comes out and Jeff just says, guess what? Let's take this splitter and grind it into the ground and then ruin it completely.
Yeah, we made a wood one. We called it Jeff Bulon, aptly named.
And by the way, guys, he didn't just name it that. He actually wrote it on the splitter in Sharpie.
That's right. That's right. And shout out to my fiance. Her, and my friends at Striker Performance, Sam and Jake. They cut it. We got them to work. And shout out to my friends at Striker Performance. They worked their asses off. Their butts off. Whatever I'm allowed to say on the stream this weekend. And we made the best of it. We really. I gotta say, we had so much fun this weekend. Despite having absolutely nothing to showcase for our time and money spent here, we had so much fun just working together and trying to get this thing to work.
Well, what was your impressions? You said this is the first time you've been at Thunderhill. What was your impressions of the track itself?
I love this track. I mean, it's a track that immediately I realized that having confidence and time here would help with, especially in some of the higher speed blind corners. Talking about bypass, turn one, whatever that turn back there is. I think it's a track that having confidence that pays off. And we just couldn't find confidence,
It is hard to find confidence if you don't have a lot of time on the track. You got to get that time. You have to have that understanding. You have to have the visual points that you can identify to understand, especially when all the blind turns and crests and stuff like that. All the off camber really make it into a situation that requires you as a driver to gain confidence.
Yeah, I agree. And I wasn't too worried about the pavement. I'm used to button willow, as you know, so I was totally fine with the pavement as it is. But I think this is a really beautiful track, really beautiful town, really great facilities. I mean, come on, like the food, the bathrooms, like we had it all here.
I agree with you. The facility itself is absolutely stupendous. Like just having shade in places and just having hookups and all these different garages and stuff like that is hugely beneficial to the racers.
Oh my god, and just the awnings in the
Yeah.
paddock. I mean, save my butt all
Yeah.
weekend. So shout out to Thunderhill. Really, really epic facilities here.
Absolutely, man. So tell me one thing. Obviously, what were you looking at? What was something that you were going to strive to get to lap time wise?
I don't know. I really didn't know what to expect.
Okay.
I would have been happy to put down something at 53. I don't think I would have been able to beat Isaac at a 50.8.
That's so
that's
epic.
flying.
Time, dude. Epic
That's
time.
flying. I would have been really happy to get in the 53s. But I really kind of came out with pretty low expectations as far as what exactly our lap time was going to be. I think low 50s was a good target. But we just wanted to drive. I had very little seat time in the car the past couple of years since the last time we broke down, and I just wanted to come out and see what we could do. So we did a 56 on Friday, a 57 yesterday with our problems. I don't think it's too terrible.
No.
I think we had a lot on the table. So to be determined next time we come back.
All right. Well, give us a little bit of detail. Like you gave it the 2-minute spiel online, which everyone can go find you on your Instagram. What your Instagram handle is?
333 M2C.
Heck yeah. So give us that 2-minute spiel here now.
2 minutes, one take, no edits. Let's go. What do you want? What we've done to the car?
Yeah, give us some horsepower
yeah.
figures and what kind of stuff that's on it.
You got to start with the wood splitter.
Yeah, we'll
from
start
front
with
to
the
back.
wood
There you
flitter.
go.
2 minutes, one take, one edit. Here we go. We have our wood Jeff Bulon splitter, our real Zebulon rear wing. Our aero package is really good. TAR aero came out but made me custom canards. We put in some singular hood vents this weekend to try and really get the front downforce working. The biggest problem with this package has been getting the front end to work above about 110 miles an hour. So we put a lot of effort into getting the front end to work, especially with setup, adding rake to the car, tow out to the car. We've put everything we can in the front of this car, and I prefer a car that rotates going into the corner, so I want it to slide a little bit into the corner. And I really think we nailed that. Horsepower wise, we were at 678 to the wheels, which is a lot. This is my first time actually running on 275 tires to this rule change whenever it happened. So that was fun to
How
figure
much fun is it to run a car that makes that much horsepower with that much weight and that little of a tire?
It's wild. It's actually really fun. I really do love it. You are engaged. There's no
Oh,
point
I
where
bet.
you disengage, you know. And I love being in the seat of it. The our weight is 3,400 pounds with me in the car. We've done a lot with everything that we can in street class. I think there's probably some more pounds to find with, vastly more income spent on it. But from what we can do, we're at 3,400 pounds with me in the car, which I think is pretty good for a street class weight.
Yeah, I'd be interested to understand some of the other guys' weights out there. I know Charles, so I talked to Charles from STC, and one of the things that he talked about with this 275 tires was simply that you could really only go out and push like one heater of a lap before the tires really kind of just got to the unworking window aspect of it. And then he said then he would have to come in, hot pit, or take a lot of cool down laps or something. Is that kind of the same experience that you had?
Yeah, that was. I mean, I don't have enough seat time on the tire to tell, but that happened definitely to me session one yesterday when we had to come in and stuff, and I got my tires out a window, and I wasn't really accounting for that as well as I probably should have been. But it's definitely the case with the 275 tire compared to the 295, that they don't hold the heat as well on the 200 tread wear for sure. So it's something you got to watch out. It's another thing as a driver you got to be thinking about: am I in the window for the temperature of this tire as well as the tire pressure?
It goes back to the strategy.
Yeah.
Right? Like you have to really build a realistic strategy of how you can accomplish your fastest lap time. And that doesn't just mean run out and just run as many laps as feasibly possible.
No.
You have to actually look at it and go, when is the weather going to be appropriate? How am I going to get there in terms of how's the warm-up cycle look? How's my warm-up lap look? And I do know we have a lot of requirements. I'm going to air quote this requirements from the organization to stay within certain car lengths of people. But it really comes down to that first car. And we have these weird deltas. Like if you were in group one and you're trying to keep up with guys who are on slicks and they're doing a hot lap, warm-up lap, it's a very different cycle of how the 200 treadwear guys versus the slick guys are going to be warming up. And me and Kilgore noticed this from some of the videos and some of the events with Grid Life, how the different people warm up the tires are in such a varying window of expectation. And it does make it very, very difficult for us to be able to do that.
Well, I think that's the thing about time attack that's so interesting, right? You have to go out with a strategy. You only get one or two hot laps. It's not a race event to keep somebody behind you, right? So people all the time ask me how to improve their lap times, and I always say run less laps. Just run less laps and really put your effort into your first two laps and go off track. You're not going faster at lap 3 or 4 anyways. Your tires are too hot, right? So for us in time attack, we really have to work really hard on the out lap, looking at temperatures, looking at ambient temps, looking at air pressure, right? Like how much can I get my tire pressures in the window? And then taking notes as far as your tire pressure goes. I go out at 4 different tire pressures on my tires. I know my outside front right is going to get the hottest. My outside front rear is going to get a little bit less hot than that. My inside front left is going to get the least hot. I know these things just from data and writing notes down. So I go out on fully staggered tire pressures, and I try to come in, and they all come in at exactly what we want them to be.
And you can only do that by doing exactly what you just said. Gathering the data, writing it down, and having that information. So now when you come to this track the next time, you're actually already set up, you're ahead of the game.
Exactly.
And every time you end, you're comparing the data to previous events and how you can utilize that data to set up your car in appropriate windows so that you're ahead of the game and ahead of the game, right?
And especially, laps wasted and time attack is because now, you try to go back out an hour later and it's hotter, right? And the track's slower and you're trying to catch up to something that you may have lost, right? So there really is a sense of urgency in time attack that's really fun, right? Where you're like, we have to hit it now. And it may seem like, okay, we have 2 days to hit this event, but yesterday was cooler than today. So the track was probably a little bit faster yesterday, right? So you have your windows that you got to hit and the pressure's on,
Yep.
and you really have to be strategic and you really have to have your data and have your notes and have your everything in a row to just get that tire window.
So, Jeff, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You see all these drivers sitting on hot pit right now with that black flag. Where does your mindset go as a driver if you're in that position? If you're sitting in that car and you're waiting to be able to go back out and do maybe one flying lap in the best session of the day?
The empathetic part of me is always going to be thinking about the person that broke down first and foremost, hoping that they're okay. And the other side of me is really once the visor goes down. I grew up racing go-karts, and there's something trained in me that once the visor goes down, I lock in. And I'm focusing on my breathing. sometimes I'm singing "For the Love of the Money" by the OJ's in my head. Shout out to the movie Driven or whatever with Sylvester Stallone. I'll be bumping that in my head, and I'll just trying to stay in my zone and just keep my breathing in lock. And really, once the flag goes, it's game on. And I love that moment. I think that moment is something that's so sacred as a driver, to just be in your element. There's not a care in the world. There's not another problem in the world. There's nothing else to think about but right now, and I think that's really beautiful.
So the question is, and I don't know, so I'm not going to speculate too much, but it does look like they ended session
They did.
one.
Yeah, session one's over.
And so we will be going to the group 2.
Do we know if the driver's okay? Do we know?
Driver is
Okay,
okay.
that's good.
Yeah, driver is okay. He was actually the initial person with the fire extinguisher putting it out, so he was out helping put out. So now we have group 2, session 1, going out right now. Kilgore, do me a favor, man. Give us an
Sir.
introduction into group 2 and what the drivers are and who they are.
Yeah, so for group 2, we're going to have the one big one to really watch is going to be the enthusiast class. So we got Bruno Rivera and his Nissan 370Z going out. He is leading enthusiast class with a 159.5. Hot on his heels is Teddy Choka and a Honda Civic Type R. Less than 1 second behind him at a 2 minutes, 0.3. And then just behind him is Stephen Ellis. We got the Toyota GR86 is Stephen Ellis and Tongi G, both into GR86s. They are sitting at a 2 minute 0.9 for Stephen Ellis and a 201.6 for Tongi. So it is really going to be interesting to see how far further below the 2 minute mark Bruno is going to be able to push his 370Z, or is Teddy going to be able to catch him on the Honda Civic Type R and surpass him? But otherwise, we also have the battle in street of the front-wheel drive cars as well. We've got 3 Honda Civic Type Rs in street that are all battling for the street front-wheel drive record. We got Jason Lewis, who is leading that at a 155.1. Then we got Johnny Hernandez at a 56.6, and then just behind him is Joel Renteria at a 56.9. That is actually a 2-driver car. There's Joel and Mark Tejada. I cannot remember which one is driving currently. Let's see if that shows up. No, we got both Joel and Mark on the ticker on the screen. So we'll try and figure out which one of those. But that'll be interesting to see how the front-wheel drive record goes in street and who is able to take that home, which, again, as we've been saying, this seems to be prime session for today. So will anybody be able to drop their times further? We got Jason Lewis leading them out, followed by Marcus Estrada and the Hyundai Elantra Type N.
I will say that the Type R battle is just absolutely astounding. I am super excited to watch that battle play out here today. Also super excited when I talked to the 370Z Bruno. When I talked to Bruno yesterday, he was fighting a lot of battles yesterday, so I'll be interested to see if he can go out and just drive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many times, and obviously, as Jeff was just sort of talking about, look, we like these high-strung, fast cars, but at the same time, there's nothing better than just getting seat time around the track. That can be most important. And so when you're fighting the car, when you're fighting the track, that just really puts you behind the 8 ball to set your best time for the weekend. So it's really important that you're able to get some time in up there. As we see Alex Tanaka coming through there, and then followed right behind him is Johnny Hernandez through turns 4 and up through turn 5.
Yeah, one thing to know, obviously, guys, this is going to be many of our street and enthusiast class competitors. We do have some limited and unlimited class competitors in Group 2, but for the most part, this is our street and enthusiast class competitors. And again, just to kind of give you guys an understanding, so enthusiast class, this is more of like a basic build that you would have. Minimal aero and horsepower is kind of, I don't want to say capped, but kind of restricted in a sense. You're not able to do all the things that you would want to do. Street class, we start bumping power up. We get to 200 tread wear tires, as enthusiast is capped at 220. Street class has 200 tread wear tires, the super 200s as we like to call them, and then you end up with bigger aero, a 5-inch splitter up front, bigger wings in the rear, staying below the roof line. Then we get to limited, where you can now raise that aero up and out, and then put faster tires on. 60 tread wear tires are available to you, and you're able to make unlimited horsepower. You can do things like dog boxes, sequential transmissions, so on and so forth. Then we go to unlimited, which is just basically you can do whatever you want and run whatever you want and run as fast as possible. One thing to note, guys, you're going to be catching all of this action today, not only on Global Time Attack's YouTube live stream, but also on the SCCA's YouTube live stream, as we are broadcasting both GTA and SCCA. So make sure to stay up with both on SCCA and Global Time Attack as we time attack the world today at Thunderhill Raceway.
We got some times coming in. Jason Lewis just sitting 2/10 off of his personal best from yesterday. He's at a 155.3. His best yesterday was a 155.1. So he is absolutely knocking on the door. And then Alex Tanaka, he has looks like he has reset his best just by a little bit at a 155.6. So we are seeing some good times here. We'll see how things go. Bruno Ribera, he takes his time even deeper from a 155.5 to a 159.2. He picks up 3/10 first lap out. I think we're going to be able to see him push. I think he's going even deeper.
Oh, man, he is pushing, and guess what? I think it's going to be one of those situations where we end up just going faster and faster throughout the session. I will say that's kind of what we saw in the first session with the first guys is, man, they were just picking up speed as it ticked away. I think we end up with a little bit of situation. You're going out there with unscrubbed freshies, and sometimes you have to get that, first initial lap dust off them.
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on the tire, depending on the compound, sometimes they do like to have an initial scrub into them, get that shine off of them. So that is definitely something to consider, just sort of dependent on the tire that you're working with. So as we see Johnny Hernandez coming in to turn 14, 15, crisp turn in. He hits that apex at 14, puts the car out wide, and then cuts back down for 15 onto the front straight. Get that power going. Oh, this was quick session. Checker flag already out. Let's see if Johnny Hernandez is able to increase his time at all. He goes to a 156.2.
That is
his fast session of the day, and that is an improvement over yesterday by 4/10. So he gets a little bit closer to Jason Lewis, but not quite able to take first place for the front wheel drive record.
Yeah, that front wheel drive run from Jason Lewis is just incredible. I will give him a ton of credit. The only credit I don't give him is the fact that I don't see anything on that car but a gray car. I need a livery on that car ASAP, Jason. You can't be that fast and have a car look that boring.
That's right. Yeah, I do want to note this. Joel Renteria, he was able to snag the spot away from Johnny Hernandez. Joel going a 156.0. Just under 2/10 in front of Johnny Hernandez. Great job by Joel. And Bruno Ribera there sitting in 5th place on the timing stack there in enthusiast. 159.2. Great job from him.
Yeah, and that's a pickup from yesterday of 3/10. So that's a solid pickup from him. Like I said, he was kind of going through some struggles yesterday with the car. He had to build a new splitter. He had to fix a bunch of things on the car. So he was struggling all day yesterday. So just being able to just go out and drive can have quite the impact on your lap times.
Yeah, absolutely. So Stephen Ellis, also want to give a shout out to him. Stephen Ellis, he was able to nearly take off a full second. He is just on the cusp of breaking that 2-minute barrier, a 2:071. He was sitting yesterday at a 2:09, so he was able to pick up 9/10. So he is just knocking on the door of getting to that 159 and taking the fight to Breno. So that enthusiast class, man, it is tight. Just a few tenths to a second is going to move you in the podium positions.
How frustrating must that have been for Stephen Ellis? When he looks back at that lap, he's going to be struggling to understand, like, what did I not do for that literal, what is it, like less than a tenth, a couple of 100ths of a second to get to that sub 2-minute lap?
Yeah, absolutely. He a gust of wind that just slowed him down a little bit on the straight could have made up for that less than 10th of a second there. But still, it's a great pickup. So I'm not sure exactly what his goals were for the weekend, but he is knocking on the door. So great to see.
Did that put him in second place though? I believe that
It did. Yep.
Yeah. So that is
Yep.
a good pickup, though. I will say that. I mean, now you just moved yourself from third place to second place. So, but I will say Teddy still's going to hold, like you said, going to hold that front wheel drive record in enthusiast class. But right now, Bruno, he is holding that rear wheel drive record solidly. And just something to note here, guys, just an obvious. Basically, if you're the top dog in your class for your drivetrain, you are going to get a record because the records here are brand new. We're not taking anything away from records, but I'm just saying every record will be set today. If there's a person in the class, a record will be set.
Looking forward to it. So that's going to wrap up the Global Time Attack sessions for day 2, session 1 for day 2. This is session 5 overall. There will be 8 sessions throughout the weekend. We've got 4 sessions total today for Global Time Attack for day 2. So that'll be sessions 5, 6, 7, and 8. So excited to kind of see if anybody's going to pick up more time. So it'll be, let's see what the schedule is, if I can get that up. Session 6 for Global Time Attack will take place today about 10:40. So be sure and come back if you want to see those sessions.
2.
All right, we're back, guys, and this time we got SCCA Time Attack Challenge coming at you from Thunderhill Raceway, and you got myself, Mark Yeager, and Mark Kilgore. So you got the Yeager and Kilgore team talking to you about SCCA Time Attack. We're excited to see the Time Attack group of SCCA go at it. So we're going to be kind of trying to work ourselves in and understand what the SCCA has got going out. And let me see. The first thing that I see immediately is apparently the SCCA really loves Corvettes, because I got 3 Corvettes leading the pack as they all go out. Then I got a couple of BMWs and then another Corvette. So I see a lot of Corvette love out of there in the SCCA group. Kilgore, what do you think, man? How are we going to be looking?
I think this is going to be good. So yesterday, the SCCA was on the West course, and then today they are doing the East course. And how that works is that the times are combined. So it's not just a single time today, but it's actually a combined time over the weekend. But yes, Corvettes for the Sport 1 class are much beloved and really, probably one of the better cars for that class. And so, we're really seeing the Corvettes had not really done a whole lot in Time Attack up until the last 4 or 5 years, but we have really seen them explode, come onto the scene. Even though they've been very popular in wheel-to-wheel racing, never really seen them a lot in Time Attack, so it's great to see them out here. Although I will admit they're not my favorite car, but that is purely from a competitive standpoint because I have had to compete against them so much. They are so fast out of the box, one of the best bang for the buck. So I see why they're popular, but man, they are hard to compete against.
Well, I will say this. In initial Time Attack rules, the pushrod V8 was excluded. You were not allowed to use a pushrod V8 in Time Attack, kind of for that reason. I think the founding fathers of Time Attack recognized that items like the Corvette were just going to be a huge, almost, I don't want to say insurmountable, but an almost insurmountable task for others in things like flat fours or straight inline fours to be able to compete against. Now, granted,
Yeah.
I think nowadays the technology of turbos and so on and so forth are so much better that the ability for them to kind of compete against that is so much easier. But yeah, what do you think about? So I'm seeing this right here. These are all TA2 cars. I can't exactly confirm or deny if that is correct, but on our screen, that's what we're seeing is they're all the TA2. So this is the tuner category T2 cars. So let's talk a little bit about what that means and how they're competing in this group. So kind of, let's test Kilgore's knowledge of SCCA because I know my knowledge is weak at best, but we're going to test the knowledge and see what the tuner category is and how it can be utilized. So do you have any clue?
Yeah, so I will say I think we may be at least a little off because in tuner class that generally does not allow for aftermarket aero. I'm definitely seeing some big wings on some of these cars. So for SCCA, we normally have a sport category and then tuner and then max and then unlimited. Aftermarket aero being allowed in the max and unlimited classes. It has to be OEM aero allowed in either sport or tuner. So sport is basically, you could almost consider it a showroom type, very restrictive rule set class. Tuner allows for a little bit more modification, mostly modification to the suspension. You really can't do much, some bolt-on modifications to the engine, but really that is about it. And so then when you get to see some of these bigger cars or some of the cars with the bigger aero, like the BMW that just went through the shot there, that is where we start to see max class. So I see we've got a C8 out on track. That's likely going to be either a sport or a tuner car. And then behind him, it looks like that is a C6 or C7. So likely also, but we'll start to figure this out very quickly. So we've already got some times coming in with Cody Buckley coming in at a 1:53 flat. So a very quick time there for him. And so I think it does show him as a actually, I'm still not entirely sure. We're still getting this classing sort of sorted out and figured out as we get this on the ticker for everybody. And then we got Nick Melnikoff at 158.4 as these cars start to click off their fastest times of the day.
Yeah, one thing to note here. So, I want to kind of relay to the audience. Obviously, you're watching this on both SCCA's YouTube page as well as Global Time Attack's page. We're airing this on both, simulcasting per se. So, guess what, guys? If you're trying to understand, if you're a Global Time Attack fan and you're trying to understand what the difference is between SCCA and Global Time Attack, you can kind of, I'm going to say this from a very kind of aspect. So they have sport rules, which is more inherently grouped around the thought of enthusiast class. Then you have the tuner rules, which is more engulfed around street class. Then you have max, which is more around limited class. And unlimited, well, guess what? Unlimited is unlimited. So that's always an easy class to understand. Again, as we kind of understand which group, we're going to get a list. So John Hunter's going to provide us a sweet list to understand which group each of these cars are in. We have cool things, like I'm looking out the window right now and I'm seeing basically a road course NASCAR style, like a TA car out there competing against all these other cars as well. We do have some familiar names, people like Jonathan Lugod. I do recognize the James Avellina, as well as some others out there. So I know Jonathan Lugod is running an 8.6 this weekend. So I'll be interested to see. John is he is a masterful wheel man. He is able to do some amazing things with the car. He is currently putting down a 2-minute 6-second lap in that 8.6. So I'll be interested to see how he can improve. Also, just a shout out to him. He has a company that can make sure that your shocks, coilovers, whatever you want to call them in the moment, they are absolutely in the perfect working window and making sure that they work perfectly. So if you want to know anything about that, go hit up him. He is working with Shaftworks USA, and he can check you out and help you get going faster on your time attack laps.
Yeah, so let me jump in here real quick. We're starting to get some better information here. So we got Cody Bulkley, who's in a 2007 Chevrolet Corvette in the Max 1 class, car number 69. Got Nick Melnikoff also in a 2007 Chevrolet Corvette, also in the M1 class. So these two guys are battling out. They are currently first and second, number 69 and number 22. And so, again, as we said, Cody at a 153.0, Nick at a 156.9. And then behind them, we had the 2003 BMW E46 M3. That was Pratt Bahat. He is in the unlimited class, so I bet that car has big aero and is likely completely stripped out. And that is usually what sort of will push you into the unlimited class. Even in Max, you still have to have some interior components left. You can't really go to just a fully stripped out caged race car. If you go full race car, that basically puts you into unlimited in the SCCA time attack rule book. And behind him, in James Avellina, which you mentioned, 2023 Honda Civic, obviously getting to be much more popular cars. He is in Tuner 2, and he is currently sitting at a 203.1. And then we have Jonathan Lugod in the 2023 Subaru BRZ. You often see Lugod in his Honda Civic or Del Sol. That is more of a wheel-to-wheel car. But he's here this weekend in a 2023 Subaru BRZ. He is running in Tuner 3, currently sitting at a 204.3. So you're definitely going to see some variation in the times between Global Time Attack and SCCA, but a lot of that is going to be down to the fact that Global Time Attack was on the East Course yesterday, so they are staying on the East Course Saturday and Sunday. And as we mentioned, the SCCA on the West Course yesterday. So these are really some of these guys' first laps on the East Course. So they're going to take some time to get acquainted with the track, with the nuances, and I will expect to see those times drop throughout the week, throughout the day today.
Yeah, I will say, like you just pointed out, these guys, being the fact that they ran the other course all day yesterday. So when you think about this, how much more preparation and understanding these guys had to do for this weekend? You're not just prepping one course, you're prepping 2 courses. So that's where those guys were having to sim 2 courses, prepare their cars for 2 courses. It's that much more important. You can't just put down the time on Saturday. So now your tires and your preparation have to be understanding concept that I need to have a good set of perfect tires for one day and then another good set for the next day. So that's going to be one of the big caveats here is guys are really trying to make sure that they have all the capability to run those fastest times. And you can't maybe you can't throw a set of stickers on for today in the morning because you don't even maybe this is your first time at this track. Maybe it's the first time at this between west and east, right? Maybe it's the first time on one side, or maybe it's the first time on the other side. So you're going to have to be in a situation where you kind of work out when is that strategy going to play and say, I need to have my set of stickers for this timeline. I think that's a really interesting way to do it from a SCCA perspective and how they're organizing is running it. How do you think that you would approach that, Kogor?
Yeah, so we'll need to get some clarification from John Hunter, who runs the SCCA time trial track attack time SCCA time attack challenge program. We will get it eventually. We've got a number of different organizations here, all with
Time
similar names.
attack
So the
tongue
SCCA
twister.
Time Attack Challenge, John Hunter. But I do know that at some events, I think that at least at the national championship, they only allow one tire per weekend. I do not know if they are running that rule here today or not. But that in many ways that makes it much easier just from a standpoint, right? Of you've only got one set of tires and that's just it. There's no concern. There's no question as to am I going to switch to a different set of tires? When should I do that? When should I throw the stickers on, etc. So, but if I do have a set of tires, I mean, that is a real conundrum, a real change in strategy, because even though the morning session is likely going to be the best for the conditions today, if I'm not familiar with the track, the improvement just in my understanding is going to far outweigh any improvement from the tires. So I think if it were me, even though the afternoon will be hotter, I think that I'm going to use a scrub set for the first or at least second session, and then kind of see where am I at after that second session, and then do the weather. Do I put on a new set for the third or fourth session of the day, so that I, as a driver, am likely at my best, and then I try and match that with the tire strategy? Because I think if you throw them on first thing this morning, it's not really going to do you a whole lot of good. You're just sort of wasting that first those magic laps on the tires of those first laps.
Yeah, and I will say if you're running one tire for the entire weekend, ooh man, that is a brutal task for those tires. Even choosing a tire, depending on the weight of your vehicle and how much tire degradation and how much tire wear that you have, that's going to be a huge task to try to figure that out. So I'll be interested as we get John Hunter up here to talk to him a little bit to understand what that actually is. Like you said, I know that they do it at some events. I'm not sure if they do it at all events, so it'll be interesting to understand if that's at this case. I do recognize a name out there right now, Peter Bollenbecker, and I believe he just picked up this ugly Subaru. I'm going to call it that because he called it that.
Man.
It is a bit on the ugly side, and it's the ugly duckling of Subarus, and he's going down start finish right now, going into turn 2. Well, we're going to follow him around on a lap to see how this thing has changed hands a few times, and it's been through a lot. Let's just put it that way. And he's got this thing. He's got another Subaru that he's running a lot of SEC events. He is an amazing driver. He does a lot of autocross, and he's kind of started merging into the road racing aspects. And man, it is amazing to see him take this Subaru. I'll be interested to see what he can do. It's a primer black Subaru that's very interesting. He is currently coming up to not the Crow's Nest, but the bypass as we come through here. It
looks like we got Peter Bollenbecker and then Robert Luis.
Yeah.
Nose to tail.
I'm just going to say, when you're going nose to tail in time attack, that's probably never a good sight, because at the end of the day, you're not going to throw down the fastest lap time in that session if you're running nose to tail. I do know Peter and his wife do also do some driver sharing. So I'll be interested to know if they're driver sharing this weekend or if they're not. But it'll be interesting to see if they're kind of bebopping back and forth and letting each other take a session or two.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good. There definitely could be, especially if you're out there for your first session. If someone is in front of you that is familiar with the track, you might. I don't know if I'd be that close to them as we see some of the cars, but at least follow them, see their line. That is a very good way to get familiar with the track, and can maybe shortcut some of your learning. You can kind of figure out, okay, where are some of these breaking points? What's the line? Where do I let the car float out? Where do I keep it tight, etc. So definitely could be something to think about for some of these first sessions or two.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see, again, like we talked about, the amount of lap time progression that we should see on the SCCA side should probably be pretty immense. Again, sad for these SCCA guys. They're not going to get to see the amazing temperature that we saw and the amazing lack of winds that we saw yesterday. So they're kind of getting the crap end of the stick when it comes to it for today versus yesterday in terms of the lap time deltas that we were going to see versus the different time attack groups. So they're going to have to be trying to make it work per se. But we are seeing time start to tumble a little bit. They definitely are working their way in. I'll be really, really interested to get a couple of these guys up in the booth to understand how many of these guys have spent time at this track, if this is their local home track or if this is something that they're traveling to, and what kind of travel distances we have from some of these guys. Because I love the diversity, though. This is something I'm going to touch on because we kind of see, within Time Attack in the last few years, me and Kilgore kind of, I'm going to say we complain. We're a little bit of complainers. We complain a little bit about the lack of diversity within the groups, with the kind of the BMW-esque, the super love that's kind of been going on in Time Attack. And one thing that's very apparent within the SCCA right now is it appears that the diversity of car is amazing, and I absolutely love it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that is something that John Hunter and the guys at SCCA have really done a very good job with. Is especially if we look at if we sort of compare the quote entry level class of Global Time Attack, which is enthusiast class. You can still run a lot of aero. You can still do quite a bit of modification to the engine, and that almost basically puts you at a max level preparation in the SCCA, right? Versus, with the SCCA, you've still got a more restrictive set with tuner, and then an even more restrictive set of rules with stock. So, or sport, excuse me. So, the SCCA has a really good set of rules that brings people in at a very reasonable entry level in terms of cost, preparation, and so you can take your car out on track and learn and be able to compete in the Time Attack Challenge, but you don't need a lot of money put into the car. It's really more about getting time and driver development. So continuing to see times come in. We've got Tyler Packard, who's in a 2006 Lotus Elise. Actually, the top three cars of this session, we've got Tyler, Mark, and Joe all in Lotus Elises. But Tyler Packard is running in Tuner 2, is at a 201.3. We've got Mark Shrivastava. Sorry if I butchered your name, Mark.
Dude, I am so excited that you were able to say that.
We at least like your first name. I mean, we're in good company with your first name, Mark. So he's in a 2005 Lotus Elise. He is running in Max 5. He is at a 202.2. And then we got Joe Funky. He is also in a 2005 Lotus Elise. He is competing against Tyler in Tuner 2. So Tyler and Joe competing against each other. Tyler's currently got the lead at a 201.3. Joe's got some ground to make up at a 204.2. Behind them, we got Robert Luis, who is in the 2019 Chevrolet Camaro. We saw him nose to tail with Peter Ballenbecker in the 2007 Subaru Impreza. Robert running also in Tuner 2. So that's pretty cool to be able to see. And this is not something that you would really see a lot in Global Time Attack. But in Tuner 2, you have a 2019 Chevrolet Camaro and then a 2006 and 2005 Lotus Elise competing in the same class. I'm pretty sure that you could fit that Lotus Elise in the Camaro's interior.
Probably. Like you just said, though, I get so excited when I see the fact that I literally see 3 Lotus Elises on track. This is their environment. This is where these cars are meant to be. And honestly, we just don't see enough of them in Time Attack in general. So I love that there's 3 of them all competing. Now, granted, in multiple classes, but I do love to see these cars coming out and running. Obviously, it's very easy to note that the yellow Lotus Elise, that is Mark's car because it's got a big old wing on it. So that
Absolutely.
makes it really easy to identify him. And again, me and Brian talked about this earlier. Dude, you got a bright yellow car. It is exponentially easy for us to understand and see. So I would
Yep.
love bright, fashionable colors. Got to pick those amazing colors so we can point out your car really, really easy. And, I'm just saying big wings help too.
Yep. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's also call out Eric Liu in the number 99, 2019 Porsche Cayman. Let's show some Porsche love out there. He is in Sport One. If anyone keeps up with Mark Yeager, you know that he has gone down the rabbit hole of the Porsche Cayman Club. So yeah, maybe you can give us a little bit of an idea of that Cayman, and you've obviously had yours out on track. So what are your thoughts there?
Well, I really love that he's out using this Cayman in the wild like it's supposed to be because these cars are meant to be driven. Like I can't state that enough. I'm watching him literally go around turn 2 here at the moment, and he's coming into turn 3. This car again, it's a sport category car. So from an outside perspective looking in, it just looks like your standard run of the mill Cayman. But again, this allows him to do things like an OBD-based ECU flash. So he could throw a Cobb access port on this thing. He could throw new wheels, which is going to be huge, so he can put a bigger tire on this. I will say that the Cayman as a whole, you don't have to, really, honestly, you don't have to touch the suspension. Let that thing be. That thing is a really, really good car. You might throw a set of like H&R lowering springs on it to make it, a little bit lower, a little bit more fashionable. Maybe I'm not so fashionable because I haven't done that, but that's okay. It allows you to do some camber allowances. That is going to be the biggest thing in the sport category for this Cayman. To be able to drive effectively, he's going to need to be able to dump that car into the most amount of negative camber in the front. Now, with that said, you can also do a few things like sway bars. Honestly, with that Cayman, I wouldn't even do it. I wouldn't touch it. You don't do a cold air intake. Maybe you do an exhaust because let me tell you, these cars are way too quiet. You need to be able to make that car sing a little bit to make it, feel like a race car as you're out on track. But overall, the biggest thing that's probably going to be the crux of this car in this event is going to be the heat aspect. So hopefully this is either a GTS or he's added the GTS front radiator to allow this car to be able to stay cool because it has tremendous problems with overheating on the turbo aspects. So they sell some things to fix that, but it does have some overheating issues, which then starts pulling timing, which then pulls your power, which then allows you to not run your lap times. So we're going to be able to kind of tell that just simply based on how long he stays out on track, and then from how long he stays out on track, if his times are increasing or decreasing. Because obviously, guys, he's not going to be able to put down the fastest lap time possible if the car has pulled the timing.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the sort of unique aspects in terms of the sport category, which we were talking there about Eric's car, the 2019 Porsche Cayman. He is running in Sport One, so it can be. They only recently started allowing camber plates or some sort of camber adjustment in that class, and a lot of that was exactly what you were talking about there, Jaeger, which was many cars coming from the factory are so camber limited, especially when you start to get them out on track. So, that should at least allow him to get some camber at the front end of that car, which you said, really can be a big difference maker. Really any car on track, some of the first things you need to do is a more track oriented alignment that can really make a huge difference. Even if you're running just the stock suspension, just being able to actually adjust the alignment to a proper, more track alignment, and that may be with, maxing out the camber, maybe adjusting the toe a little bit. That can really make a big difference. But I want to jump back here. So we had a real battle here at the top of the timesheets. We did have Mark Shrivastava. That's how I'm going to pronounce it. I may be putting
It
the
sounds
wrong
good.
wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, but that's what we're going to go with. He led the session in his 2005 Max 5 Lotus Elise. He was the only one to break the 2-minute barrier, and he just did it by 0.004 of a second at a 159.996. So good on Mark for being able to get below that 2-minute barrier. And then for places 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the session, we have Tyler Packard, Joe Funk, Robert Luis, and Panos Trevidoros. All of them battling it out in Tuner 2, with Tyler Packard coming out on top currently. He's in his 2006 Lotus Elise. He ran a 2-minute .4. Joe Funk running a 2:03.0. Robert Luis running at 2:05.9, and Panos in the 2021 Honda Civic at a 2:06. So all of those drivers there in T2 battling it out. Great to see that. So just as we wrap up Group 2, we now have Group 3 going out. We're bringing it fast and furious to you.
Yes, we are. Woo. Looks like we got a couple of guys that we've actually had a conversation with on the Perfect Lap podcast. So, oh man, well, I'm excited to see this session roll. So, who do we got here? So let's just quickly talk. We talked to Nazar here a couple weeks ago. He I won't lie, the episode was a little rough because his sim rig, something with his audio was a little off, so it was a little tough. But we'll give him some credit. He drives a Honda Fit, so life's tough for him. At the end of the day, Nazar's going to be going out here. He had a great day yesterday. I was talking to him a little bit in the paddock, and man, he was able to really pull it out yesterday. He said the car was giving him some snap oversteer too, so that could get some really good excitement going for us as we go into this session, because this track, it is high and fast, man. And so if it's doing some interesting stuff, we might see some interesting action come out from Nazar. He's a great driver, though, so he's going to be able to wrangle that puppy in at any given moment. But it'll be fun to watch him and see what he can do as he takes on Thunderhill.
Yeah, that is going to be really interesting. When you're talking about a Honda Fit that maybe it might have over 100 horsepower, maybe. And so I imagine that there are going to be a number of places on this track where he just stays flat in the accelerator pedal. Many people may be braking or lifting, but I have a feeling that those fits are going to be just flat out, and that makes it that is definitely one of the difficult things with those Honda Fits is they are such momentum cars that any loss in that momentum, if you breathe the throttle, you can then be losing a couple of tenths or half a second all the way down the next straight, etc. So definitely be interesting to kind of see how they throw those cars around. But we have the cars coming around down the back straight between 13 and 14. They will be hitting turns 14, 15 onto the front straight. We got a BMW followed by a Honda Fit. Who do we have here coming through? Yep, there's the BMW M2, followed by that. I believe that is Nazar there in the Honda Fit. So really be fun to see how this goes, and looking forward to it. Looks like these are looking to be again mostly more of sport or tuner cars. Again, a little bit less modified as compared to what we saw in the first two groups so far.
I want to give a huge shout out to Jeremy Williams and bringing out this 1969 Plymouth Barracuda. Again, I love when I see cars that you just normally don't see out on track. So it's just one of those amazing cars that he's bringing out and driving the wheels off of, having the most fun that he could possibly have ever in his life. I bet you couldn't wipe the smile off his face if you give him two fistful of fun. I mean, I'm just saying, this is going to be such a cool car to see out on track, having a good time. I'm going to guess there's going to be quite a bit of body roll, but I could be wrong. But man, it's just awesome to see cars like that. I have a friend right now that's actually in the middle of building a CUDA, and he wants to do this same thing. He's actually going to go out to the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge that's actually in my hometown of Willow Springs Raceway this weekend. He's actually going out there to check that out because that's something that he was interested in doing. And one thing I just want to state, like, as we obviously talk about SCCA time attack and we talk about global time attack, this is something that we as automotive enthusiasts, we just need to celebrate people going out and driving these cars effectively. I don't care where you do it or what organization you do it with. Just get out and drive these cars and be a part of this thing that we call an automotive obsession, right? Like, this is what this is. This is beauty in the making. It is absolutely super fun to see everybody out here driving these cars and having a good time doing it.
Oh, you're absolutely right about that. First and foremost, anybody who's out at the track, that they deserve a round of applause because they are actually getting out and doing it. There are so many people who there may be some people watching this broadcast and saying, man, I would love to be out. I would love to be able to do that, but I don't have the car. My car needs this or that. It doesn't. It doesn't. You know what? You can have a Barracuda and you can bring it out. And the SCCA is such a great organization to get started with because they do have, they definitely will have a class that you will be able to fit into. They are they have a very good starter program in terms of getting you hooked up with a coach, getting you hooked up with other drivers, and teaching you how to get out on track. They have both the SCCA Time Attack Challenge, which is very good if you want to get into the competition aspect. Then they also have the SCCA Track Night in America, which is a very low cost, easy way to get into getting out on track. So definitely check out both of those programs if you're interested in getting out on track. We do have some time starting to come in. Wilson Valendia is leading the way at a 2:11.1, and we're still waiting on some information to populate so we can give you some more information. But then behind him we have so he is in a Tuner 3 car. Behind him we have Robert Finkbiner in a Max 5 car, number 88, who is at a 2:12.3. So it'll be interesting to see, do we, as this group progresses, are we going to start to see some of these cars get below a 2:10? I think that probably would be a pretty good start for them. Taylor Wargo, he is in a Tuner 5 car. He is number 1 on the side of the car. So he is at a 2:19.1. So again, starting to see some more cars finishing their kind of second laps, and I can imagine with some of these a bit lower horsepower, a bit lighter cars that they probably can run the whole session. Oh, there we go. There's that Barracuda coming down.
He's
past,
a little smoky. He's a little smoky.
Yeah, that's just what those cars do. So chasing down, we got a Porsche. I believe that is a Porsche Cayman. Being
that's Wilson.
Chased by the Barracuda. That is what we love to see. That is not something you see every day at Time Attack.
Yeah, and that's something I absolutely love. Again, like, you have this Barracuda barreling down, trying to catch this Cayman. He's got, a target to chase, a little rabbit to chase in front of him, although that rabbit is quick. But it's just super awesome to see these guys be able to go out and be on the same track at the same time and have a good time doing it. Wilson, obviously, with that 2009 Porsche Cayman. I wonder if that Cayman, so that's kind of I'm making assumptions. Wilson's probably a driver's driver. I'm betting this is a H pattern Cayman. Not a cheater like me with the PDK. I'm just making assumptions, but I'm just betting, right? Like, he's driving this thing, having a great time, and the Cayman is such a great driver's car. I'm gonna harp on the Cayman just because after picking one up, I've driven GT3s, and the Cayman is such an amazing car to kind of have a lower price point to allow you to get out to the track and not feel like you're gonna wreck something that is more expensive than my house.
And the SCCA did a poll for their club spec classes, and the first one they picked was the Miata. That was the number one that was voted. The second one was the Mustang. So those were the first two club specs. They're just introducing club spec Cayman this year. So it was chosen by the membership as the next best club spec platform. To your point of how good it is to kind of get yourself in at a relatively inexpensive Porsche. In Porsche money, it's relatively inexpensive way to go racing.
Yeah, that was Brian. Brian's bringing the details there for the Porsche Club Spec class. I did notice that class when it popped up and they were talking about that. It kind of had me interested from a Cayman perspective, although I am if I wasn't such a complete sucker for wings and things, it'd be a lot easier. But I mean, hey, things are removable. You can always take things off and go have fun. At the end of the day, I'm much more of a leave it on and just go have fun and place where I place, and I'm okay with that. I don't need to be uber competitive. And but yeah, it's one of those situations where these guys in the Caymans are able to come out here, have a good time, and depending on the class that they're in, it just makes it so much fun for them to go out and drive. And then you have, things like the Corvette, the Honda Civic. Again, we talk about the diversity within the classes, the couple of Honda Fits from Nazar to Taylor that they're out there battling it out. And you also have Thomas as well. So you got 3 different Honda Fits all battling in Tuner 5, all having a good old time, just running around, putting down lap times. Because who do we have on the top of that for this side?
We currently have Taylor Wargo in Tuner 5 in his 2012 Honda Fit, sitting at a 216.3. And then just behind him is Thomas at a 217.5, so just 1.2 seconds back. And then Nazar is sitting third behind them at a 218.2. So all within less than 2 seconds. So those guys are, that is a close, tight battle. So that's great to see. And I kind of want to go back and quickly add something to what Brian talked about with the club spec. I mean, I think that is such a cool idea that SCCA put together, because you really can choose, your path, right? You can either go with a, sort of the light car, low horsepower pathway with the Miata, or if you want to do the big V8 power kind of American muscle, you can go with the Mustang. Or if you want something that's a little, got the German flair, a little bit higher cost in terms of the Cayman, but something that, out of the box has quite a bit of performance, you can choose to go with the Porsche Cayman. So it really kind of gives you a tiered approach, but yet still very good way to get involved, because it is a spec class. It's just, I really like the way that they've introduced that, and I think that is something that will continue to get people involved. And even with that being said, though, I mean, I do think for traditional time attack has never really had these spec classes, right? That sort of goes against a little bit of what the traditional ethos of time attack is. Really, that should be all about you pick your car and you do whatever you want with it. But these spec classes really have found their place with SCCA, and they've really been able to implement them in a very positive way to get people out on track.
So I just had Bailey Woods walk up into the booth, and I figured we could have a quick chat with him as we, don't want to waste his time. He's got to prepare for the session coming up. So let's talk to Bailey Woods and see what happened in that session number 1 from Global Time Attack.
I think you should know better by now that I usually don't go out for a second session on Sunday.
Oh, man. So Bailey doesn't have to prepare for nothing, because he is. Are you going to tell me you're done for the weekend?
I am. I wanted to come out just for this first session this morning and put together a cleaner lap, and I did that, but you saw me loading up that new tune this morning, and it happened to be a little too spicy, so the car got a little too hot, went into limp mode coming into the back straight in the final turn, and my better lap was unfortunately aborted, but that's how it goes, and we're still, learning this car, and still a good result for the first time on track with a new system, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, we were noticing quickly that we expected to see the gap between yourself and Ryan Passy kind of expand, and then we saw it started to retract. So we kind of had an assumption that either you had aborted or something had happened, so we were kind of expecting that.
Yeah, I aborted the first lap. Tires didn't feel good coming onto the front straight.
Okay.
And so I lost a little bit of time coming on the front straight, and then going into 2, I made a mistake, and going into 3, I just decided I would do another kind of build lap, and went into my second flyer, which worked out really well, and was on track for a mid 43, but just car, I requested too much of it this morning, so we'll have to make some adjustments and come back for the next GTA.
Hey man, you're not sitting in a bad spot. I mean,
It's a solid shakedown.
yeah, shakedown.
Yeah. Bailey, Kilgore here. Good to see you out on track. And obviously, you've been posting some stuff on your social media. You've been working a lot with Strom Motorsports, and those guys really are pushing this B48 platform. I mean, the fact that, you're pushing a turbo 4-cylinder and you've set the fastest time this weekend is pretty incredible. Talk to us a little bit about the work that you guys did leading up to this event, but then also how you've sort of worked through this weekend in terms of making sure all the systems are running properly. And I'm sure you had the Strom guys on call this weekend, kind of sending them data, talking about how the car's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Brett Strom has been instrumental in this build, and utilizing the B48 and taking it to a level that no one has before has been a journey for sure. But Brett is an extremely smart guy, and I like to think that I put together a pretty good team with Riley at RS Motorsports doing all the fab work and the engineering and the design, and Jarek at JMP taking care of the car and taking care of the odds and ends and making sure it's ready to go with Brett on the computer from his home every weekend, just kind of looking at my logs after every session and making adjustments. But yeah, the new turbo system is making pretty good power. The engine delivers power quite a bit differently than it used to. With it's not like we went much larger on the turbo, but the way the system is set up, it just kind of builds up top. So we have to make some adjustments to the chassis and kind of figure out how to drive this thing to its limit and get the car to do what I want it to do. But yeah, Brett has been absolutely insane with his tuning, and he knows these Motec so well. It's incredible. He talks and I try and take it all in, but it's just too much for my little brain.
Well, one thing I want to point out, because many people, based off of what you just said, how you talked about this, most people would probably go into this vast assumption that your car must be making 8,000-9,000 horsepower. I mean, it's just got to be unwieldy amount of horsepower. So kind of give us some information about, for the regular viewer.
Yeah,
what is it
so
really making?
this the old system was 450 wheel and 450 torque. The new system is 460 torque, and we got it up to 550 wheel, and we brought it down to 530 to just kind of be safe. And we're still trying to monitor, what exactly is happening before we blow a hole in the side of this thing. And yeah, I mean that's a tremendous amount of power to me. And the car, we just reweighed it with 8 gallons of fuel, and myself, the car weighs 2501. So the power to weight is definitely there, but yeah, I think that's more than enough power. I still have to try and get used to it. It seems like a little bit of a handful at the moment.
Yeah, I only bring that up just because, in time attack world, when we listen to like world time attack numbers and in general, right, many people just go off into this over 1,000 horsepower bubble, kind of like mile racer type stuff, But I really want to emphasize the concept that like you've talked about this all the time, right? Every time you talk about, running the car and doing it's all the power, but it's also about the ability to put that power down and the chassis utilization of that power. It's not just a simple, let's add power, that will solve all of our problems. It's, I have to add power, but then I have to make sure that the chassis is accepting of that power, and I'm able to work as a driver to harness that power and put it down on track.
Absolutely, and it's it comes down to the usability, not necessarily how well it puts down power, but if your car makes a ton of power and it's only at the very top and it's super peaky and you struggle to get out corners or struggle to utilize lower RPMs or whatever it may be to drive the car in a manner that you think's fastest, it's going to cause issues.
Yeah, that's something that it always gripes me a little bit whenever I hear people talking about, oh, this person or that person has more power than me, they make more horsepower. And it's like, well, hold on. That's just one number within, a dyno graph. I mean, okay, maybe you're 10 horsepower less, maybe you're 50 horsepower less, but what's the average horsepower? What's your horsepower under the curve, and when does that power come in? I mean, there can be a lot of things that go into what makes a car fast. And remind me, what type of turbo are you running in the car now?
So we just upgraded to a G25 700, and I have quite a few people have asked me why we went with such a small turbo, but we're really looking for that usability. So something that's going to be snappy and come on quick. And right now the limiting factor seems to kind of be the engine, and so we don't know how far to push that. So for us to just throw in some crazy G30 and try and shoot for some big number, I don't think it's quite necessary, and I think it's just going to make us lose out on that mid-range.
Well, and I also wonder, you throw all this big power, I mean, you can't set a good lap time if the motor's in 2 pieces.
Exactly, and I think that we're on that tightrope right now, so I don't think we need to go bigger, and right now everything is looking really good. I think the car has a lot of potential, and it is the first event of the season, so I think we're just going to kind of keep on refining everything from the chassis to the engine, and hopefully it'll build up to an exciting finals.
Oh man, I
Yeah,
will say,
absolutely.
right now you are sitting at 144.0 right now, which is obviously a limited class rear wheel drive record. And at this juncture, Passey's got some time that he could get and he could pick up. But it is a lot. I mean, you're talking over 2 seconds at this juncture in time before he was able to pick that up. So that's going to be a hard battle, especially as the heat comes and picks up for the day.
Yeah, for sure. I think I don't believe he's been to this track yet. So a place like Thunderhill I think it's a very technical track. And if you haven't been here and there's all these blind crests and you don't have that ability to just trust that there's track on the backside of that hill, it's a lot to take on. And I know that he's a good driver, and I actually haven't had the pleasure of speaking with him yet. I'd like to, because we have pretty similar cars. I know his car is probably a similar weight. I know he's a little secretive about that, but it's probably pretty close to mine. And I'm sure his engine makes probably similar power to mine, and he's also on a 315 square Hoosier track attack. So I think that other events at tracks that he knows well, it's going to be a really fun battle.
Yeah, it's great to see. I want to point this out. Good to see that obviously Garrett being a sponsor and partner with Global Time Attack. Great to see a Garrett powered turboed car at the front. But for this weekend, had you been here before to Thunderhill, or had you just really been doing a lot of sim work to get prepared for this? And then obviously you guys were here Friday doing a little bit of a test and tune. But yeah, I'm just kind of wondering what your previous experience was here.
Yeah, we were here on Friday, and we got in a few test laps. I think I did like maybe 5 or 6 push laps on Friday just to kind of figure out how the car handles this track. And I used to come up to Thunderhill quite a bit. It's been, I think, 5 years since I've been up here, but I've done the 25 hours of Thunderhill, and I've had quite a few practice days up here. So I really enjoy this track, and it's nice to be back.
Where does it rank on your list of tracks in California?
I honestly think NorCal has the better tracks. I know we talked about it. I know Laguna's not my favorite track, but Sonoma and Thunderhill, I think are, I think I'll add Chuckwalla in there, and I think that's the top half of the tracks in California.
Yeah, I will.
What do you think about that, Jaeger?
I after being at Thunderhill, I am going to give so much props to Thunderhill. Like, I know we've talked about it before, but with the shade, the garages, the hookups, the parking area.
It's a great facility.
Oh my God, it is.
The track, the track's great.
I haven't even experienced the track, so I can't even give any inputs on the track itself. I can only see with what I've seen. But just being able to like be at the track, obviously it does help that like yesterday was pretty cool.
It was a very nice day yesterday.
Yeah, it makes the track experience so much better. And we've had rain, so like the track itself looks very beautiful out here as you look out and you see the sprawling hills and so on of Thunderhill.
The Windows XP.
Yeah, it literally looks like the old background of Windows XP. So Kilgore, I had a quick question for you. So, where does Bailey's BMW rank on your BMW love chart?
Oh man. In terms of, you want to talk about a time attack car, I think that it is probably one of the best, most well done time attack cars that I have seen for a BMW. And I'm not saying that because he's sitting right there next to you. Saying it objectively, just from because especially with if you look at some of the newer, the F82s, the G series, those cars have so much capability straight out of the box, right? You can easily, in my M4, I was running over 600 horsepower on stock turbos just with E85, right? It's just ridiculous the amount of power that you can make, and the G series with the S58s can do even more than that now. So, there's not a lot that you need to do to those cars. Yeah, they weigh quite a bit, but you really don't see a lot of people taking the BMW platforms to the extent that Bailey has. And so I also give all credit to to Riley as well, and I know that Bailey would do the same, because I mean Riley's just done such a phenomenal job building that car, and it's done to such a high level that is what I think really kind of takes it to that higher tier. And the addition of the Flossman kit this year just really adds to it. So love seeing that with the big arrow on it, and just all the work that he's done to make it lightweight. The suspension, it ranks up there. And as we've said multiple times, we love a good livery on the car, and man, Bailey's car looks so good. So it may be up there right now for one of the top spots, and it's just because of how far he's taken that car. I think it is just phenomenal and continues to set records, and not only that, continues to be one of the fastest cars throughout the weekend, and that is really phenomenal. And I will be the first to put my hand up and say I did not think that an E36 chassis could be this fast.
I was going to say your tune has changed.
Yeah, Bailey Woods, he has proved me wrong, and I am absolutely here for it.
I got to watch that video every once in a while just to give me a little motivation before the weekend.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Bailey.
One thing I want to note, so we have Group 1 of GTA Global Time Attack going out right now. So obviously, Bailey is not going out there. He is sitting on his laurels, as I'm going to say, and he's going to hang out and watch. So I'm going to have him give us a little play-by-play as we watch Ryan Passy in the Hyper Miata. I'm gonna give it off to Bailey, and he's gonna kind of give us a play-by-play of what Ryan Passy is experiencing in Hyper Miata, because, like you said, the cars are very similar. So we're gonna kind of give him the mic here and let him kind of run us through what he's gonna be experiencing corner by corner, straightaway by straightaway. And actually, since you're here, I'm gonna kind of make you also give us some understanding. What kind of speeds are we seeing throughout these corners?
Oh, man. Okay. That's a lot of pressure. Obviously watching a competitor go out while I sit up here, which has a beautiful view, it's, even though I think that I'm safe for the weekend, it still makes your heart beat a little bit differently. And, he's still learning the track. He could easily go faster. I don't know if he has the 2.5 seconds or whatever it is at this point in it with the conditions today. I noticed there's a pretty strong tailwind going into one, which I was kind of monitoring this morning, and might be easy to cook a corner like that and have a delayed exit, but there he goes right now. That car sounds insane.
Yeah, so we've got all three cars chasing Bailey. We've got Passy and the Hyper Miata. Then we then got J-Pan and the 911 GT3 RS, and George Zhao and the Audi R8. So we will see if any of them can get closer to Bailey. But Bailey, take it away. They're through turn 2.
Yeah, I'm watching him right now, and the car looks really good. It's in control, and it's not stepping out anywhere. He seems like he's managing it and keeping it really clean. He's taken
he changed his line a lot through there. He used to go really wide, and
I think that's the better line right there. So he did a good job of keeping it tidy, and I think it sets you up for a better drive over 5. I think if you're really fighting to get the car back over to the left side so that you're not pinched on the top of the hill and end up too wide on the exit of 5, that's this snowball effect, and then you're late for 6, and 6 has such a big impact on how you hit the hole back straight, and you could lose a lot of time if you don't hit 6 just right. So it all starts from turn 4, and I think he did a good job with that.
How's turn 9?
Turn 9's good. In my car, it's a lift and send, and just trying to get back on power as early as possible. He looks like he got through there pretty cleanly. This whole lap looks pretty tidy, so maybe really wide on that one. I think maybe push it deep into, I think that's 11, but we'll see him come on his back straight and see how he finishes the lap.
So for turn 9, some of these, especially turn 5 and turn 9, these blind crests, have you been able to kind of pick something out in the distance that you sort of set your car up to?
I know a lot of people like to pick up something off in the distance, a bush or a tree or whatever it is, but I kind of just like to trust that I'm going to point the car in the right direction. I feel like if I'm searching for something, it kind of takes my eyes off the ball. So it looks like Ryan may have picked up a little bit of time there.
He did. 146.095 for Ryan Passy, so he picks up 3/10 of a second.
Really impressive in these hotter temperatures. So maybe on this next one, I don't know what his car's capable of. I'm kind of limited to a 1 or 2 lap max at the moment, but I don't know if he can just kind of click him off. Maybe he's going to be in the 45s coming up here.
What we have seen from him for this whole weekend, is, and just so everyone understands, we are looking at about 77 degrees currently. So it's not terrible temperatures. I mean,
That's bad.
Yeah, I mean,
You've been saying it's good. It's not good. It's hot out here.
But I will say, from Ryan Passey's perspective, from what we've been able to see from him throughout this weekend, it seems like he does like a 2 or 3 lap stint, and literally we've seen him tick down each lap that he goes out. So I won't be surprised if he's able to drop it into the 145s on this next go around.
And I like that. I think that's a really intelligent approach. This is a new track, but he kept it so clean on that first lap. And if that's how he's been driving, and he's able to just kind of knock off a few tenths or even a tenth every single lap, that's a good way to chip out away and get the lap time that you're looking for.
I really want to just throw down Brian. Brian just threw down in that other Miata a 150.0. He is destined to get to that 149. He is dying to get to it, and he is just a couple of hundredths off.
That's nothing.
Yeah, that's a big improvement. 1.2 seconds from yesterday with an improvement for him. So he's dialed in. And then let's also talk about Isaac Torres leading street. He has moved that time even further down to a 150.1 for Isaac Torres.
Yeah. Isaac's an animal.
Dude, he is moving. He is just picking off that time. Every time he goes out there, he's finding new ways to do it. It's a shame that his yesterday got cut off with that bent tie rod, because if he was able to get more time on this track, I think this time would even go further, and there might even be a chance that he gets into the 149s.
And I did see Ryan just go by. It looks like maybe he wasn't able to get any more time, but watching him go into turn 1 right there was really impressive. He's carrying a ton of speed in it, and it looks really clean.
Yeah, Ryan's last time was a 150.8 as he came across the start-finish line. So maybe a little bit of a cool-down lap, but yeah, it looks like he got back on it, which is really interesting. And Jaeger hit on this. We saw him yesterday. I assume that he was on the Hoosier Track Attack Pros yesterday, but we saw him yesterday really being able to do. Oh, we got a car off at going into turn 2. That was a street. I think that might have been Jared Floyd.
Yeah, I believe it was.
So, yeah, just cooking it a little bit too hard out of turn 1, going into turn 2. But getting back to Ryan Passey, I mean, it was just really interesting to see him being able to do multiple laps on those Hoosier Track Attacks, which generally I feel like is not the case. But yeah, I mean, he was able to do it. So definitely would like, love to hear your thoughts on that, Bailey, as to what your kind of understanding is to their heat management.
Yeah, I did see him just go in on this third lap, and it looks like he did hit some traffic between 4 and 5, but whatever the F80 was out there did a really, really good job of getting out of the way. I don't know if it affected him or not, but it is still a distraction. But going back to your question regarding the Track Attack Pros, I think on a light car like his and just like mine, those tires work really well on the light cars. I don't think they heat cycle out. You can do multiple laps on them without them getting greasy. And I think that weight really comes into play on that tire. And, as long as your pressures are right, I think that you could easily get in 3 hot laps on that tire before it starts to really fall off.
What kind of tire pressures did you end up running on that car?
Oh, that's secret information. Oh, I'm just kidding. I love giving away information. 28 hot.
28? Oh, dang, that low.
That low.
Man.
That's also, tire that's very specific to cars and their weight and their downforce and the driving style. And that...
We got a big off from Ryan Passey here, guys. We got the Hyper Miata off right after turn 2.
And, turn 2 is a really tough one. It's blind downhill off camber, and you carry 2 mile an hour too fast in that, and it's really hard to recover from. So, when you're looking for that last tenth, it's something that just might happen, unfortunately.
I will say, we've talked about this numerous times, me and Kilgore, but the benefit of this track and the wide open spaces is Ryan was able to go off. And even though there's another piece of debris that's out on track that is not from Ryan's car, it looks like Ryan is going to essentially come out of this unscathed without any real damage to the car.
The splitter is still there.
Yeah, splitter's still there. Things are still attached. And I will say, that is a huge benefit. If we were at other tracks, I mean, that car could be demolished.
Yeah, and definitely a lot of these turns have some good runoff, and you can see there's quite a few skid marks off into the grass, but there are a couple places on this track I definitely would not want to go off. I think that the high-speed kink, if you get on the outside of that, that's going to be a pretty rough ride. And I think going over the hill right after that as well, if you end up on the left side because you get a little too overzealous, that could be a pretty scary place to be. But overall, I think it's a pretty safe track.
And I'll also kind of say this because, especially I kind of make fun of you guys out here on the West Coast because you guys do have just sort of these wide open tracks that there's really not much to hit. There's really not much consequence if you really push too hard. But I will say, at the same time, right, we just saw there Ryan Passey, he was pushing hard. He went off. Car kept running. I mean, he was back on the track within 15 or 20 seconds. But at a lot of other places, that probably could have been a black flag situation, meaning that the cars have to come in. You're losing track time. So there is, I will admit, there is some real benefit to these type of tracks where there's not as much consequence because, and we noted this yesterday. Jaeger and I did. Everyone had done a really good job of staying on track. We didn't really have any major black flags. We didn't really have any major start, stop kind of situations. So I think that's also a testament to sort of how this track is laid out. So great to see him get back out on track. As we have Max Lazowski, who is currently sitting in third right now on street class, going past the start-finish straight, and he is starting another lap.
And I will shout out to Kevin Burke. He just reminded us that Mike Reyes just set a new PB with a 153.791. So just eking a PB, but he's still pulling down lap time as he's pushing more and harder as he goes out there on track trying to get everything he possibly can. Do you have any input into, did you have any understanding of how, Mike was able to gain that lap time and see what he was trying to do?
I'm actually sharing a hotel room with Mike this weekend. So I walked back into the room last night and he was asleep with his lap playing in front of him. So, I think he's just trying to digest all that information. And I was really encouraging everyone to just drive super clean today. It's so easy to come out on a Sunday, think you have all the answers and think that one of those answers is let's push a little harder. When it's really about taking all the information that you have and just cleaning it up and seeing if you can do the same thing with a little less effort, and it tends to be a lot quicker.
Yeah, I agree. Like sometimes I definitively have done this throughout my career is you go out and you're like, I just need a tenth or I just need to go a little bit faster. And so the answer must be I must risk it all and just push every last thing that I possibly
break deeper.
Yeah, break deeper. And then you find yourself in such a terrible position as an overall that just doesn't work out. So I couldn't agree with you more. Like it's just one of those things you got to just drive clean.
Keep it clean.
I mean, and Mike's been so good, and obviously he's put a lot of time into the car over the what I'll call the off season. Although I know it's not the off seasons for you guys during the winter. This is the prime season. But I mean, he's at a 153.7 now. In the standings, Mike Lazowski is at a 153.4. And so, I mean, he is just a few tenths off of the podium. So I know Mike is pushing. I know Max is also pushing as we see him continue to go around just past start finish down into turn one. So, that third place on the podium is still up for grabs. Not sure if anybody's going to be able to find those last few tenths throughout the rest of this day, but obviously Mike is not going to give up. He's going to keep pushing.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. I really like this little battle between Max and a couple of the SDC boys. I've been trying to egg them all on, and it's exciting to see him so close this weekend.
Yeah, I'd be interested to understand what's going on with Max right in this session because it looks like he doesn't have like a representative lap in this session. So I wonder what's going on with the car and what's going on with him.
It is my understanding that they decided to up the power quite a bit this morning. So, I'm not sure what that role has to play as far as, what he's producing right now. But yesterday, I think him and Charles were separated by a couple hundredths or something like that.
It was tight. It was really, really tight. It looks like he did set a more representative lap time at a 154 now.
Okay.
Before that, it was over a 2-minute lap. So I was kind of wondering if maybe he had an issue or something like that. We've seen that.
Yeah, I know they're working on that car, and it's a relatively new build. So, I'm sure they'll keep on dialing it in and find some more time.
Sure. Yeah, and that's something that really, a lot of people think that they can just kind of, all right, I'm just going to turn the car up, and go even faster. But even as Bailey, as you found, you turn that up, a lot of your references may change a little bit, or the car just may not function quite as well. And so there's always sort of that question of, well, do I just do what I keep doing and maybe try and find a little bit more time based on how the car is, or do I make some changes to it? Do I up the power? Do I change the tune to see if I can find, some big chunks of time? So always a strategy call. You never, sometimes those work out, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I've had that conversation a lot with a lot of people. I know some people come out with multiple maps, and they might spend Saturday on map 3, and then Sunday they decide to go crazy and put on map 4. But then you're driving a completely new car, and so me personally, I'd rather keep it on a map that can make it through the weekend, which unfortunately I didn't do this weekend. But and then just try and really refine your driving and not necessarily push harder like we talked about, but if you can just clean everything up and keep it nice and classy, that's what's going to produce the best results. And there's some turns here that will really punish you if you push it on entry. So something that I like to talk about with the guys all the time is keep your brake reference, and if you feel like you have the capacity or the traction, try and get off your brakes a little bit earlier and carry a little bit more speed. And you can find a lot of lap time that way, as opposed to going out there with all this aggression and just trying to dig for it. So I think it's good to be consistent with your maps and do what you know you need to do, and then just use that extra traction if you have it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got checkered flag out on this session 6, group 1. So we saw Ryan Passy pick up a little bit of time, about 0.3 of a second. So he's gone from a 146.3 down to a 146.0, seemingly pretty safe in that second position behind our own Bailey Woods, who is here with us in the booth. And then Jay Pan still sitting at a 147.9 overall. He was not able to improve his time in this session. And then in 4th place in limited class, but with the all-wheel drive record currently is George Zhao in the Audi R8. He's sitting on a 148.8. In this session, he was at a 150, so again, not picking up a lot of time. We did see Isaac Torres, the leader in street class, pick up some time. His previous best of a 158 has been improved in this session down to a 150.1. I know that he is begging to get to that 149, so I expect that we may still see him out pushing in the next session to see if we can see if he can improve that time. Charles Kunal is sitting in 2nd place in street class. He did not come out for this session. And then we have Max Lazowski sitting at a 153.4. He was not able to improve. Mike Reyes might have had a little bit of an improvement, but again, not a lot of people have improving. We did see people getting close, some small improvements by others. So it'll be interesting to see as we go to group 2, being led out by Marcus Estrada, how everyone improves there. And we're also going to keep an eye as Breno goes by the camera right there onto the track, how enthusiast class will shape up with this session. All right, guys. Session 6, group 2 is underway. Breno goes flying by. Start finish straight into turn 1. Leader currently an enthusiast with the enthusiast real world drive record. He's at a 159.2. We will see if he can improve that at all. We have some other cars out on track. Jason Lewis leading the charge and with the street class Honda Civic Type R. Alex Tanaka out with his street Supra. And then we got Johnny Hernandez and Joel Renteria still battling out with their Honda Civic Type Rs, and Marcus Estrada trying to chase them down with the Hyundai Elantra N.
So one thing we're going to be looking at here that's obvious for everyone that's in the chat is we're going to be looking to see this battle of the Type Rs and what it can do. We're also going to be looking to see if Brino can hold on for that enthusiast overall win. Obviously, he's also going to be fighting for that rear-wheel drive record. We do have Teddy in that front-wheel drive Honda Civic, which likelihood is that he is going to claim that record, considering the fact that he's the only front-wheel drive in enthusiast class. So he's going to have to battle himself to try to get the lap time that will be able to hold on for that record for the coming years. So let's see what he can do there.
Yeah, Jason Lewis coming across the line with a 155.5. So that is close. His personal best is a 155.1. So definitely close, definitely drawing in onto it.
Did I just see Johnny Hernandez throw down a 155.1?
You absolutely surely did. Look at that. Johnny Hernandez, 155.1.
That is a huge pickup.
Yeah, that is massive. Over a second and a half from yesterday. So that
He
bumps him up right into the conversation, which is a 155.18 compared to a 155.15. We're talking about 300s, Jaeger.
That is so close. I wonder if Johnny's going to have the thermal capacity to be able to continue to push into this session and see if he can get another lap in there to see if he can bring that lap time so close. It's so close.
Say that Joel Renteria goes 154.8, so he's taken over the front wheel drive record there at a 154.8 in his Honda Civic Type R. Joel, how you doing, my friend?
Joel throwing it down. Oh my God, coming back from 3 places back to throw down the lap record right there. I'm super excited. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah. This is fantastic to see in the second session of the day, which I had sort of wondered, okay, maybe the first session, maybe get the track cleaned off a little bit. Not that we have a lot of dust up here in Northern California, but, kind of get the track prepped back in, and these guys absolutely throwing it down. Really surprised to see, but yet super excited to see as we see Jason Lewis and going by there. And then behind him, we've got the E46 M3, as well as the GR86 of Stephen Ellis.
And I gotta stop you here because guess what? Bruno just went down to a 158.621. He just knocked off another. He's into the 158s in enthusiast class.
That is an unbelievable time breaking that 2-minute barrier. Congrats to him. That is huge in his 370Z, throwing it down with that enthusiast overall record. Great to see it.
That is awesome. And like I said earlier, he was battling, he was fighting through a lot of issues yesterday. So now he's just being able to drive the car. When you're just able to drive the car instead of worrying about what issues are going on with the car, guess what? Life gets a lot easier. So I am super excited to see what else he can do throughout the day. Maybe he's one of those guys just going to improve. It's a supercharged car, so he's trying to, work through that and understand. He actually told me that he was faster with an N8 when it was NA than it is supercharged. So this kind of goes back to what Bailey Woods was talking about. You can't just throw power at it to make it go faster. And guess what? He did throw power at it. It made him go slower, and now he's learning how to drive with that power. And so now he's able to put down a faster lap time.
Yeah, absolutely. Also want to give a shout out to Alex and Spencer and the Street Silver Supra that's out there. They have bested their time down from a 155.6 to a 154.7, so nearly a second taken off their time from yesterday. So they continue to find more time there in street class. Good for them. But yeah, again, just incredible to see some of these guys continue to find time out there. So, The temperature, the track still seems to be in pretty good condition for some of these guys.
I mean, it's only, 78, 79 degrees max. The temperature isn't bad. I understand what Bailey Woods is saying in terms of ideal, especially for boost weather temperature aspects. But, man, it is not that bad of temperature out there. And these guys are proving that they can still improve their lap times. I will say, if I'm Jason Lewis, if this session ends right this minute, Jason Lewis is gonna walk away going, "What just happened? I just got jumped by Joel."
He just got mobbed.
Yeah, he's gonna be going up to those guys and asking, "What did you guys just change to get this lap time? Because I found it yesterday and I cannot find it right this minute."
Yeah, absolutely. And that is, especially with how tight they were. I mean, we were talking about, just half a second could really change the outlook for the street front wheel drive record. And that is absolutely what we have seen. Joel just absolutely blistering it down to a 154.8. But again, Johnny Hernandez sitting at a 155.1. Jason sitting at a 155.1 from yesterday. He's a little bit slower today. So they are all right there. I mean, just a few tenths from each other. So looks like a lot of people are out on cool down laps, maybe kind of resetting and going to go back out or going to suit back up for another hot lap here.
Yeah, Jason Lewis just finished a hot lap running a 155.5. So again, not quite on the pace. He's still, but it's an amazing time, but he's still missing about 4 tenths from what he originally laid down yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like Teddy just finished a warm up, so it looks like he's going to be starting a hot lap on this one.
Yep. Here we go. Through turn 2, we've got Jason or Johnny in the Civic Type R. I think that was Jason Lewis.
That is, I don't believe that's either. I think that's another Type R, because that is just a white Type R. Oh, I'm trying to remember. That might be.
Tracking all the way out there to at the exit of turn 4, up over turn 5. It was really interesting to kind of hear Bailey talking about the different lines there. Kind of tracking out through turn 4 all the way to the exit, kind of putting you to the right hand side of the track as you come up over turn 5. And then how that leads into turn 6 versus giving up a little bit on the exit of turn 4 to have a better line over 5 and then into 6 was sort of interesting to kind of hear how he talked about that. But I can also imagine, depending on how your car's set up, depending on the drivetrain configuration, can really dictate a lot of how you attack some of these corners and how you set the car up.
I can't remember. Did we talk about Alex and his Toyota Supra and going from a 155 to a 154.7?
Yeah, I did mention that.
Oh, sorry. I was in La La Land apparently. But yeah,
right.
I just want to make sure we count him in, man. He just belted down to a 154. That's awesome for him to be able to pull off another second. Like we were talking about with the deltas being what they are in terms of lap times and what we're expecting to see in terms of temperature rising and all these other things, to be able to bring down that lap time is a huge improvement for him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to continue to see people, continue to see the drivers finding time. Just had Stephen Roth set a time of a 2:01.1. So that is in his turn 8 BMW M3. His fastest time was a 2:07 yesterday, so still not able to quite pick up time there. And Teddy Choka still sitting in second place. He's at a fastest time this session of a 2:08. So, still a little off his fastest time. And then Stephen Ellis as well. He is sitting at a 2:01.5. His fastest yesterday was a 2:07. So Steven in his GR86 sitting in second in enthusiast class, but not really able to find time. It is only Breno who has been able to find and improve on his fastest time from yesterday, sitting in first with that Nissan 350Z in enthusiast class. Checkered flag is out.
Yes, it is. And I think like you were saying, I think some of these guys are kind of hitting the wall, right, between the delta between tire, availability, how new their tires are, or just in general, like the temperature's rising. So we might be seeing some of the deltas just being too high to overcome in terms for them to be able to go any lap time faster.
Yeah, absolutely. Still seeing the windsock at the top of that start stop stand, just full out. So man, the wind, and you can even tell just from the checkered flag. I mean, it is whipping out there. I know that that's gotta that's gotta be playing a little bit of wreaking a little bit of havoc on the drivers out there.
As we know, wind can be quite problematic, especially when you're talking about high speed turns. Although, coming from where I come from, if it's not gusting like 50 mile an hour, this ain't nothing. But there's definitely some wind out there that will have some effect on some of the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. So, another great session. It's good to see Joel Renteria claiming the front wheel drive street record at a 154.8. Hot on his heels is Johnny Hernandez at a 155.1. So we will continue to follow this battle throughout the rest of the day, see if anyone else can improve. For the schedule, GTA will be coming back up after lunch at 1:45 p.m. Pacific time for session 7, and that will be fun to watch. Group 1, we want to see, can Ryan Passey continue to improve his time? Is he going to be able to catch Bailey Woods? And what about Isaac Torres? He continues to find more time in street, moving that record down. He's sitting at a 150 flat. Can he reach a 149? We shall see in session 7, starting at 1:45 p.m. Pacific time. Welcome to the SCCA Time Attack Challenge here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. It is time for session 2 for Group 1, headed out on track currently. There's going to be some of the fastest cars for the SCCA Time Attack Challenge this weekend. They're here at the East Course today. They enjoyed time on the West Course yesterday. They spent yesterday setting times on that course, and then today here at the East side. And for the final podium positions, the cumulative times of the West Course plus the East Course are added together. So if you're half a second down yesterday, but you're half a second faster today than your competitors, then that means that you may be neck and neck. So a lot to play for here. We saw some good times this morning from a lot of the cars. We still got pretty good temperatures. The wind has definitely kicked up today, so that is definitely playing a factor. But we've got Cody Bulkley leading off the group here. He is currently in a 2007 Chevrolet Corvette in Max 1. He is leading Max 1. Hot on his heels is Nick Melnikoff, also in a 2007 Chevrolet Corvette. Yesterday, Nick was about just under 2 seconds off from Cody. And so far today, Cody's fastest time is a 153.0, followed by Nick at a 156.9. So we will see how those two get along. Third in line is going to be Pratt, who is in a 2003 BMW E46 M3. He is racing in Unlimited 1. And let's see here. He is racing against Josh Cummings, who is also in this class. So we will see how that battle shapes up. Josh is in a 2013 Chevrolet Camaro. Yesterday he was about 4 seconds slower than Pratt. So we'll see how things get along today. But obviously, with being on the West Course, the West Course yesterday, moving now to the East Course, we expect a lot of times to be picked up. So we've got Cody and Nick going by down the front straight into turn 1. We'll see how they get along. Headed through turn 2, just behind them is Pratt in the BMW E46 M3. Heading through the long left-hand 180-degree hairpin, a corner that takes a lot of patience. It's quite fast. You're pedaling the throttle there, being patient, then heading into the right-hand turn 3 that you see off in the distance there, and then into the left-hand turn 4 as you set up through the bypass, over the crest, down through the compression at turn 5A, and then as we see them heading into turn 6, this is a really important turn as it then basically gives you a lot of the speed down through the back stretch through turns 7 and 8 on the backside of Thunderhill East. We now have into turn 9 with Cody headed up the hill. Again, another blind crest over the hill at turn 9 and then back down the other side down to turn 10 and 11 as Cody here enters through turn 10, tracks out a little bit of speed up and then hard on the brakes through turn 11. You have the 11-12 complex. And then through 13 down to the back stretch here, you can see Cody off in the distance, headed down to the back straight between 13 and 14. And then he is coming down, getting close to the end of that lap. Down through turns 14 and 15, a double apex right-hander, hit the first apex at turn 14, let the car wash out, and then you do a bit of a late apex onto turn 15, and then that takes you onto the front straight. We're going to see Cody come across the time at a 152.766. That is very good. That is a very fast time.
Hey, Kilgore, so guess what? We have a little guest here in the tower here. Got some update for you. So Connor, help us out, man. What happened to the car? What happened to the Z?
The Z was running really good all weekend, and car felt amazing. We went out for our first session this morning, and I dipped the rear tire off in turn 1, and I felt it feeling a little loose in the next couple turns there, and then figured I had a flat tire, took it back to the pits, took the wheel off, and found out pretty quick that we have a cracked rear wheel. So it puts us out for the weekend.
Heartbreak, man. So I don't want to say bad luck. And it's just one of those situations, you dip a wheel, something happens, and things crack.
Yeah.
Wheels are consumables. People tend to forget wheels are consumables.
Yep.
And sadly, in this event, you didn't bring an extra set of rear wheels, so it just puts you into a situation that it kind of puts you out for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. Well, now I'm on my lookout for wheels.
So, if there's any wheel sponsors out there, Connor is willing and able to accept anything going his way, so just throwing it out there.
Of course. No, the car ran really good this weekend, though. We were having some overheating issues, but we got it most of the way figured out, and we were able to put down from some pretty solid times. Ran a 153 earlier yesterday, and wasn't quite able to do anything this morning. Only got half a lap.
Is that what you were kind of expecting with that car? Were you expecting to run more, better, less?
I actually, my expectation was a little bit lower coming into the weekend. My previous best was without the bypass. We ran a 150 or 2 minutes flat, and that's the best the car's ever done. And so I know the track's about 2 seconds difference with or without it. So I was honestly coming into this aiming for a 158 just to kind of PB with my last experience. And now to get down to a 153, I think is pretty amazing.
Yeah, if you were sitting there thinking about a 158 and you ended up with a 153, your brain must have exploded when that lap time crossed the ticker.
Yeah, I got off the track because I didn't have my Garmin in there, and saw 154 in the very first session, and I was like, no way, I didn't think I could go that fast.
So that's, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but usually it doesn't go that way. Usually we're disappointed with our lap times more than surprised and happy with our lap times.
Yeah.
So what's done to the 350Z? Kind of give us an understanding. I know we know it's a LS swap 350Z. When I first saw it, I thought you parked in the wrong paddock. I thought you were supposed to be over at the drift area.
Yeah, so we built it. I wanted it to look like a drift car because it is a Z, and that's what they're mainly for. And I wanted it to be super unique and be, camera appropriate. Yeah. get some eyeballs on it. And so it is a LS motor. It's an aluminum block 5.3 stroker motor, so it's 363 cubic inch. It makes 420 to the wheels. It's got the 8-speed 8 HP 70 transmission.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't expect that. I was expecting you just keep, because don't a lot of the guys with the LS swap, they still keep the standard 350 transmission and everything.
Yeah,
like that?
so I had the CD09 in it, and I blew all the gears out of it at the last Thunderhill event I went to. And then got in contact with LOJ Conversions, and they hooked us up with an 8 HP swap, and it works really good. It was a pain to tune because the tuning software is Australian, so trying to convert all your numbers to theirs is difficult, but...
I mean, at least it wasn't German.
Right. But yeah, it's got all FDF rear grip kit suspension. I have their adjustable upper control arms in the front. Penske 8300s all the way around. Giant rear wing and rear mount radiator. That's been the hardest part trying to keep it
Really?
cool.
You did a rear mount radiator.
Mhm.
I was going to say that I wouldn't expect it to have heating issues so much, but with the rear mount radiator, that can be very tricky to
I think it's just trying to get air into the car to the front of the radiator. I think I have enough fan and radiator. It's just getting the air to it.
I mean, I did see one time back in the day where GST grafted some trash cans to the side of their car to get air into the car.
Yeah, this morning we bolted a piece of sheet metal to the side of the pillar of the car to try and get air into the car more.
Hey, sometimes the best ideas are out of necessity.
Yeah. It worked for one lap.
Well, man, I'm really excited to have you out here, and I'm really excited to see the car. As you explained, one of the things I find interesting is if there's one thing where I can draw a similarity to between drifting and time attack are the simple fact that you want to make it look unique and you want to make it stand out, and you did that so well with the 350Z. We're so excited to see a car that I can see on the live stream and instantly know that it's you, and not only that it stands out and I can pick you out of a crowd. So that's super awesome that you were able to make the car look the correct way to go time attacking.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Other than that, what do you think? Were you going to be able to have a chance to go faster throughout the day?
I think so. After yesterday, I was really aiming to go out this morning, and I really wanted to get into the 149 club. I was going to really send it, and I went off, and that was my consequence.
It happens. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's kind of a thing in time attack, right? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to attack time. We're trying to be the fastest guy out on track.
Yeah.
And that's just one of those situations where that's what you were doing. And in doing so, sometimes we have incidents, sometimes we have offs that can put the car out of commission. So sadly, that's what happened. But
Yep.
next time, I bet you'll come with 2 sets of wheels.
Oh, I'm definitely coming with 2 sets of wheels. I'm
gonna-
excited to do the rest of the season, though. I'm going to go to every race.
Are you? That's
Yep.
what I was going to ask. Are you going to be going to the Ridge and going to Buttonwillow?
I am. I'm planning on it.
That is awesome to hear. Oh man, that is great. I'm actually so excited when you hear people that say they're going to run the entire season. That makes it so much better because then we can really build and grow and understand who you are, what the car can do, and the capabilities. So where are you actually based out of?
We're based out of Reno, Nevada.
Okay.
It's, me and my dad, we own a tow truck company. It's just me and him, and we just got just enough money to go racing.
At the end of the day, racing is super expensive, as you well know. But at the same time, the love of racing is what drives us all to come do it.
Yeah, there's no way I'd be able to do it without my whole family being involved. It's definitely more than a one-person sport.
100%. And that's something that people just continue to forget, right? They forget that the people in the paddock, you might bring your wife, your girlfriend. They're helping you by, it could be them bolting your wheels on, checking your tire pressures, cooking the food, doing whatever it takes. You get your friends, your family that come out to support you and help you and build. And, the guys that come over and have a few beers and help you build the car and make sure that, you don't die under it as the engine falls out or something like that. All the fun things that happen. So it is one of those things that is, it's a group effort.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's awesome to hear, and I'm super stoked to hear that you're going to run the entire season of Global Time Attack. And just keep in mind, obviously, as you build your car, as you do those things, try to get other friends to come out, man. We always want more people to come hang out and have a good time with us.
I just got one of my best friend. I finally got him into racing, and he's just starting with some SCCA autocross stuff. But it took me 4 years. I finally got him into it. But as soon as he'll get the itch, and I'll get him buy a real race car.
Hey, at the end of the day, like I will say this, we talked about this earlier. We're looking at the SCCA Time Attack Challenge on the screen here.
Yeah.
One of the things, obviously, I want to insinuate. So your buddy's doing, you said they're doing autocross with SCCA right now.
Yep.
So a good transition, obviously, is to just migrate over into the SCCA Time Attack Challenge. They have a lot of classes that are really set up to allow people as they get into the sport to be able to find their class, to find their niche. What kind of car did he get for himself?
Oh, he's got an old clapped out Civic. We just bought some wheels and tires for it, some coilovers, and we're gonna go have some fun.
Exactly, and so that's a perfect car candidate to go into SCCA, have a good time. I just happened to walk over and check out a few of the clapped out Civics. As the gentleman driver said himself, this is a tin can that I'm driving around in with a tin steering wheel. So I was more amazed when I looked in the car and I was like, holy crap, there's no roll bar in this thing. This is a tin can. So definitely try to get him out here, try to experience. And the good thing is, as we go into places like the Ridge and we go to Buttonwillow Finals, Buttonwillow's a little bit closer, so he might be able to pull that one a little bit easier. But that's a great opportunity for you to be able to run GTA, him to be able to run SCCA Time Trials, Time Attack Challenge, excuse me, and be able to have fun together. And it always helps, right? Like always makes the experience so much better when you're showing up with friends and having a good time.
Yeah.
And you're running 2 different time attacks, same track, having a good time doing it. That's a killer event.
Yeah, it's just all fun.
So glad to have you on the show, and man, can't wait to see you out in the next. See you at the Ridge.
Me too.
Hell yeah, man.
I appreciate it.
All right, Kilgore. So looks like we got Cody Buckley throwing down some more good lap times of 152.7.
Yep, absolutely. He is killing it out there, leading Max 1. He improved his time, as did Nick Melnikoff, improved to a 155.9. So we got first and second there in Max 1. Coming up in third place is Nima Abraham in a 2023 Chevrolet Corvette, sitting at a 206.6. So those are your top 3 in Max 1. A lot of Corvettes, and then of course we do have one Porsche 911 who's sitting in 4th, Tom Bruck, and then rounding up the bottom, but I guarantee he is having the best time in Max 1 is Jeremy Williams, who will be out in this session, I believe. Or maybe he might be in the third session. But yeah, we will definitely look for him in the 1969 Plymouth Barracuda. So that is your Max 1 standings. We've now got. I did want to make one note there in the last session that for T2, we did have Tyler Packard and Joe Funk sitting up front, first and second in their Lotus Elises. James Avellina has come in to break up that Lotus Elise hold on the podium. James Avellina running his best time of a 2:02.2. He now moves into second place in his 2023 Honda Civic. So we got Tyler Packard in first in T2 with his Lotus Elise. James Avellina sitting in second with the Honda Civic. And Joe Funk has now moved down to third with his Lotus Elise. Very tight there between James and Joe. We're talking about less than right about 0.8 of a second. So that is going to be a tight battle that we will continue to watch. That will be exciting for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how these guys in the second session, as we get more temperature in the track, and you know, we expect that they should be inherently slowing down because of the temperature deltas, but at the same time, these guys are just getting over this track for the very first time. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with these lap times. You said that they did see lap times get lower in that previous session, so I am kind of expecting the same thing in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, as we talked about with the SCCA Time Attack Challenge coming over to the East Course for the first time today, this is going to be basically the second session for a lot of these guys. So even though the temperatures aren't the best, we still have pretty good time attack weather. I mean, obviously without any cloud coverage, the sun is just really beating down on the track. It is going to really be heating up that asphalt, even though the ambient air temperature is in pretty good shape. But yesterday, with that cloud coverage, that really just makes a big difference in terms of the asphalt temperature, and that makes the tires a lot happier when you have a little bit of that cloud coverage. But yeah, we should see here, we've got Tyler and Joe, as I was just talking about. Those are two of the contenders in T2. And then in second in line, we've got Mark Shrivastava and his another Lotus Elise, but he is in the M5. So the way you can tell that one, it is the yellow Elise with the big wing, and actually he is leading the pack there as he goes down through start finish into the blend line, onto the exit, and through turn one. Man, that is such a fast turn. Love to see it. These Lotus Elises, man, those look like a ton of fun out there. And then you got a big old Camaro with, who is that? That is Robert Luis, who is going to be chasing those little Lotuses down. Lotuses?
I think it's low tie. We're going to go with low tie.
Okay.
Yeah, that I will say, like, again, I'm going to harp on the diversity aspect. I love seeing something as small as the Lotus, and then you have the Camaro, the big burly beast of the Camaro in itself, trying to track it down and essentially going in a very similar lap time, and with such a difference in car. And you even have a newer Lotus toward the back of the pack with the the Emira? Is that what it is?
Emira?
Yeah.
Lotus, yeah.
Yeah, those things they're beautiful cars.
There we go, yeah.
They're beautiful
absolutely.
cars.
Yeah, that's James Moss and the Sport 1 number 171 2024 Lotus Emira. Yeah, so it is, I mean, how many times have you seen, 4 or 5 Lotuses, low tie out on the course together? So definitely something unique. I don't know, is that a West Coast thing? I'm just not really sure. You don't really see them a ton out on the East Coast, but great definitely to see them out here on the West Coast, getting used and abused out here on track.
Hey, man, that's what we do. We don't have to worry about our cars rusting out, although I don't think the Lotus is possible of rusting out with the carbon tub, I think is what they have.
At least aluminum, that's for sure.
Yeah, something like that. But
yeah, we've also got Panos right there through your picture in the 2021 Honda Civic. He is also in this T2 Tuner 2 battle, so also have to keep an eye on him. His best time was a let's see here. Let me pull that up.
Yeah, I will say
his best time was a 206.7 last session.
206, really? Man, that's pretty quick in this TA2 class, or T2, excuse me.
Absolutely.
So Kilgore, so Brian has decided to join us so he can tell us how to say his last name, because he's tried to explain it to me. Maybe he can explain it to you. Maybe we can get it to work. But we're going to have Brian kind of come in here, talk to us a little bit about the track, what his experiences were as we watch the SCCA Time Attack Challenge, and he can give us kind of an idea. Maybe he can give us a little bit idea if he was driving, one of the Lotuses, what his approach would be as he goes through the course. So, Brian, tell us how to say your last name one more time.
Hey, how's it going? My last. Can we hear me now? Okay. So yeah, my last name is pronounced Cassasia. It's Test.
Okay.
There we go. So Cassasia, that is that what you said? Cassasia?
Yeah, it's Cassasia.
I mean, one of these days I'll get that.
It sounds so easy now that you say it. It makes perfect sense.
You just have to pretend there's not so many S's in it.
Yeah, there's just too many words, too many letters and things. Just let's fix that. Where Cassasia, see, it's easy peasy. So give us kind of, you've been driving. So by the way, obviously he's been driving one of the super fast Miatas. He's down to a 150 point. Let's not talk about it, so that he can get to that 149 mark and. Give us some understanding. Obviously, you've driven low horsepower, small, lightweight cars like these Lotuses. So kind of give us understanding of what these guys are trying to accomplish and how they're able to do it out on track. Obviously, you got Mark here. He is in Max class, Max 5. So he's able to put a wing on that Lotus and kind of give us a delta between the wingless and the wing Lotus and kind of give us understanding of how that benefit to them in the track that we're driving on right now at Thunderhill.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's all about the exit speed because every single turn we have here coming into a long straightaway, and your exit speed is key. So the guy running that rear wing probably is keeping a few extra miles an hour out of that exit, maintaining a higher average pace. Because typically you're not looking for top speed, you're looking for your highest average speed in the lap. And so that wing is helping him through all those corners. There's a lot of long sweeping turns that I'm sure it's taking full advantage of that aero.
Especially in a car like that, right? Like it's from what I understand from the Lotus, they are a very fun car to drive, but probably kind of like I'm going to attribute to like my Cayman, right? Where if I throw that rear wing on, all of a sudden the rear end stability becomes a lot better, becomes a much easier car to drive in that sense. I mean, granted, mid-engine style cars pretty inherently well balanced, inversely to like the Miata with the front engine, so on and so forth, but as a whole, the balance of these cars are very well established, and they drive phenomenally well. They are a literal like go-kart that is essentially that they put a top on and said it's a car, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a better version of a Miata, that's for sure. Yeah, as far as I know, they sell Toyota engines, super reliable, super lightweight. I mean, they just look like a proper blast to beat on here at Thunderhill.
So, what would your thought be? Like, if you were joining SCCA and you were looking at this, do you think Lotus would kind of be in the cards for you?
If I could fit in one, yeah, I'd definitely do it.
Yeah, I will say I've sat passenger seat in a Lotus before, and my knees were brushed right up against the dash. Like, I was like, if we get into an accident, I'm just not gonna have knees anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's the price you pay for having a go-kart, you know? I mean, I'm sure if I could fit in one, I'd definitely buy one. I love the idea of having a Lotus.
So tell us a little bit about your 150 lap. Kind of give us a rundown of how that came together and what you were able to, basically accomplish.
Yeah, so I've been battling the car the whole weekend, and it's been learning curve is this track. It's anticipating where the racetrack is and isn't, and understanding truly where you could get away with cutting corners, I guess, so to speak. And this session, I got new tires. I felt way more confident. I had open track, no distractions on my mind, and it was super helpful. Of course, you turn the boost a little bit higher too.
Oh, the sneaky little boost snuck right in there. So what tires are you running to get that exponential grip?
I'm running an AO52. The size is a 255/40/17.
So, I mean, when I talk, obviously, when we talk to a lot of other people, when we talked to Bailey Woods earlier, when we were talking to Passy, I think they're running, I think Bailey's running like a 315. square on his car, and I think I can't remember if Passie's running a 295 or a 305 or 315.
He said he was running 315 as well.
Oh, okay, yeah. So 315 square. So you are at a huge tire disadvantage. You know, some people might try to play the game and say, well, you know, on a 245, you know, you're gonna have less issues in the sense of, you know, you're not gonna have as much drag down the front straight or something like that. What do you say to somebody who says something like that?
They don't know what they're talking about. Horsepower will fix any problem, right? And it's truly the limitation is the next step for me is really to continue tubbing the chassis out so I could accommodate the 18s. It's actually pretty challenging to fit, you know, 18-inch wheel on a Miata, as you might imagine. And I know Ryan Passy actually has quite a bit of like billet components he had custom made for his car and make it all work.
You didn't tell him to make two?
You know, I don't think he wants to sell to his competitors.
Well, I will say, I think you said it right. Like, it's going to be an extreme challenge to be able to get that wheel and tire package on the car. But one thing I love about you is that you do all your own work yourself. You're building all this yourself. So you're going to put a lot of that effort in to make sure that you can do that and accomplish it yourself.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I've been building this car in my apartment, and sometimes it'll be my neighbor's driveway. No, actually, it's my best friend Chase. It's his driveway, and his parents have been so fantastic. You know, they don't want to say anything, but like when the car is there for 2 months and the driveway is rusting from all the metal grinding, you know, it's taxing. That's
Yeah.
to say the least.
I mean, those are some good friends and some good friends' parents right there. Oh, man. Well, what do you think? Obviously, we're looking at the weather. We're looking at, you know, what's going on the track. Do you think that you're going to be able to hit that sub 50 mark?
I'm gonna say yes because if I say no, I'm already psyched myself out of it. I mean, it's getting hotter and it definitely looks windier, but I can't say I tried until I gave it that last try.
I agree. The positive mental attitude is a huge component to racing and a huge component to driving fast. You have to stay positive. If you put yourself in a position that you already say, I'm a loser, you will be a loser.
Yeah, you have to be in that right mental state, especially when you're doing 130 miles an hour some of these turns, and you blink, it's too late, you know.
What is your car doing down the front and back straightaways?
The last I checked, it was only 131. So I'm definitely down on power compared to well, I can't say power on top speed. I know some of my competitors are like 140, 150 zone. So I'm definitely losing in the straights.
Yeah, straightaway time is always so hard to give up because it's just one of those things. All you're doing is hitting the loud pedal, right? Like obviously the corner exit plays a huge part in it as well, but it always just kind of sucks when you look at your competitor and you're down 20 miles an hour and all you think about is, well, if I just put a little bit more power in it, I could lower my lap times. But just like anything, I mean, one person we're going to talk to here shortly, John Lugod, he's going to tell us how to get that power not only in the straightaways, but in the corners, because he's going to be able to talk to us a little bit about some suspension tuning and some amazing things as he talks to us about all the glory of a SCCA. Appreciate it, and really hope to see you break that 150 mark as you go out in the next GTA session.
I sure hope so. Thank you for having me.
Are how things are feeling out there. So with Group 2 finishing up for Session 2 with Time Attack Challenge, Mark Shrivastava improves his best time from a 159.9 by a tenth down to a 159.8. So an improvement there. Tyler Packard, again, leading the T2 grouping. He was at a 2-minute 0.7, followed by Joe Funk with a 2:02.5. So we've also got a battle there in that group with Sport 1. You had James Moss in the 2024 Lotus Emira at a 2:07.7. He's battling with Eric Liu in the number 99 2019 Porsche Cayman, who's a little ways behind and with a 2:11.9. So those two competitors battling out for the win in Sport 1. We've now got Group 3 headed out on track. So here we've got some of the Honda Fits, some of the venerable Honda Fits in the group. So we'll see how they go.
That T5 battle is just massive. It is awesome. I walked by and saw Nazar real quick. He's over there. I think he was trying to pull a little cheater card. He was like pulling parts off his car. Maybe something broke, but yeah. But he was having fun. He's trying to get the car set up so he can go out here. They are very, very tight. I know he was very successful yesterday, but he is a little bit down today. His competitors seem to be pulling a little bit of an edge on this course in comparison. So we do have John Lugod here. He's going to talk to us a little bit about the SCCA as he is competing today. He is in Group 1, and so he was out a little bit earlier, and so we're going to have him talk about what the SCCA and how the SCCA has been doing this and what he thinks of the SCCA Time Attack Challenge. John, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Man, so how's the GR86 that you've been driving?
It's been great. I mean, it's our reliable car. It's our autocross car, and basically the SCCA makes it pretty easy for you to move laterally if you wanted to do time attack challenge with your autocross car, and this is definitely the easy button for us.
We just talked about this with Connor 2 minutes ago, where he has a buddy doing autocross, and he's looking to transition him to the SCCA time attack. So we were talking about that, and he's hoping to get his buddy to come out to the Buttonwillow Finals event, where he can essentially introduce him to that track event in that sense. So that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, the SCCA definitely makes it easy. If you're new to following the SCCA, if you're a GTA audience, basically we take the street and the enthusiast class and we divvy it up even more. So, and the reason we do that is because majority of our club stems from autocross. Majority of our membership is from autocross. So the transition to track is a little bit more difficult than for your normal track day guide who had a buddy that was tracking already and then brought them to the track. They kind of got a speed line towards going fast mile per hour wise on the track. But not so much the driver control that you learn at the low-speed autocross. They just go straight to the deep end. SCCA autocross, we have a lot of experience. It's a lot easier pill to swallow bringing your daily driver to an autocross course, learn how to drive at 10/10s, and then as you move up and start doing track days, it's a little bit more familiar. We start off a little bit rocky, but it's a good starting point for a lot of people within the SCCA to get their feet wet in open track.
Yeah, I will say the SCCA seems to be a great intermediary point, because I will say it can be absolutely daunting when you look at something like GTA, right? If you're trying to go from an autocross to GTA,
Yes.
that is such a huge, I'm not even going to call it a hill, it is a mountain to climb.
It is quite the mountain to climb.
And so it just makes a lot of sense to utilize the SCCA and their different categories to be able to work towards and build towards, your different goals, right? Because I think there's a huge difference, right? There's a huge difference in what people want to accomplish. There's a large base, there's a crowd that wants to build like an unlimited class, crazy build time attack car.
Yes.
But I guarantee you, there's a much, much, much larger base that don't want to spend $1 million on a time attack car, and they want to just do this more in a casual sense.
Yeah. So the SCCA, the way they do things is more of catering towards, hey, you have the budget, like it's not that expensive to come out to an autocross, and then you transition to it's not that expensive to come to a time attack, versus like trying to go in the deep end with GTA. You see all these awesome cars, and you either you're a car enthusiast or a race enthusiast. Some people love the cars; they're already a car fan, and they go, man, I'd love to do it, but that's a lot of money to throw in it just to get going. So they have that weird perspective, right, of like, I can't do it because I can't afford it. But on the other end, we, on the CCA side, we make things so it appears to be a lot more, an easier pill to swallow. Just bring your car out. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to do brake pads. You don't need to do tires. Just come out. Just do one event. And, we have the Track Night in America where they do, easy track days on, on a weekday or on like a Friday, where you can get your feet wet and with other SCCA members and getting it done essentially, right? Just ripping the Band-Aid off, go to the track, and just experience it. And it's a fun time, regardless of what organization you're with. But the SCCA definitely makes it easy for current members and future members to get it done.
Well, and I really think that that's a big component of it, right? Is being able to find the right, and you said, like, it doesn't matter what organization. We talked about this earlier in the show. It doesn't matter what organization you're running with. I think a big part of what a lot of us here want to understand, push to let people understand, is just simply that get out and enjoy cars.
Hmm.
Like it's such a amazing group of people, and I'll say this, it doesn't matter. Like I genuinely believe it doesn't really matter about where you place. It truly comes down to, like, are you enjoying the people that you're surrounding yourself with and the things that are going on within the organization that you're doing it with. And I've gone to many a track days and been with many organizations, and at the end of the day, it just comes down to, did I have a great experience with them?
Yes.
And if the answer is yes, then I'm going to come out again and again and again. Whereas, yeah, if I go to an event and the experience is not good, I'm just not going to go back to them.
Just like a lot of things that we do in life, like it's the people you surround yourself with, right? So like last night in the paddock, we had multiple things going on in the paddock. Lots of beer, lots of drinks, lots of food, lots of barbecuing. And it just got people in the paddock to mingle with each other. And basically at the end of the day, if you reach out to every organization, every click of track day organization, they'll tell you the same thing. You're on track for X amount of hours or minutes, but majority of the time that you enjoy at the track day is the people that you surround yourself with. So it's it's just another place to play. This is our playground, and we want to spread that to the rest of the community, car community, racer community, and just bring it all in, right?
Kilgore, you've done a lot of SCCA. Well, I should say a lot. You've done a few SCCA events. Is that kind of your experience as well? That you would imagine it's going in the same route?
Oh yeah, absolutely. John's hit it right on the head there, and that is, it's where I got started, and I think that so many people get started with the SCCA, right? Especially through autocross, because it's such a low barrier to entry to be able to get you in. But then, you meet so many people along the way, so many other like-minded people, right? You're all out there trying to do the same thing, and so you immediately sort of have a connection with some of these people, even more so, right? If you're driving the same car, that kind of even just adds another additional sort of thing that makes you, kind of want to talk and hang out. But even if you don't have the same car, they're all people who are out there getting cars, driving them fast, learning how to drive, at the limit. So that immediate, that there's so many things there that you just enjoy being at the track with people for so many reasons.
So one thing I want, John, help us understand. Me and Kilgore, we understand the rules, but kind of give us a lay of the land. So you guys were obviously out at the other course yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're on this course. So give us a rundown of how this weekend shakes out for the SCCA and how that looks as an overall event.
Well, this is a little bit abnormal for the normal, what would I say, yeah, cumulative, right? So typically we're on one track for the weekend. You have your best time on day one and best time on day two, and then you combine them. But with this being a special event, we did one track and another track. So as far as I know, I believe we're just combining the two, and then the total time will be what settles the podium. Yeah, I think that's the gist of that right there.
All right. So at the end of the day, like, because we were trying to remember if basically are they doing the accumulation of both and then adding, because there was some aspect to that I was trying to really recall, and that plays in a huge role in how they find their actual results.
Yeah, if I remember from Vegas, we would take the best morning of Saturday and the best afternoon of Sunday, and then also combine the best Saturday afternoon with the best Sunday morning time, and then the best of those two. It basically incentivizes you to do all your sessions.
Yeah.
But I think with this weekend being special, it's just a matter of just combining the two tracks, and then that's what you're told.
Are we limited to only one set of tires for the entire weekend, or are we allowed more?
Sad to say this, but I'm probably the worst person to ask about the rules.
Oh man,
I'm kind of all over the place in terms of where I've been racing, so I've lost track. Other than the fact that my autocross car directly translates to this one T3 class, so I apologize ahead of time, John Hunter, but I have not dove into the rule book to the T.
No worries. I mean, at the end of the day, I assume you guys are showing up with like one set of wheels and tires, and that's what you guys are running for this weekend.
I personally have come with half-worn RE71 RZs.
So completely prepared is what you're telling
I'm
me.
completely prepared. Like, it came out of the autocross woodwork and then straight on track. So.
So give the viewers an understanding. So if you were currently in autocross and you had your autocross car, as you said, and you're looking to transition that, bam, I'm going into Thunderhill next weekend. What was some of the big deltas in your suspension setup or thought process that you had to transition out of autocross to this?
Oh, easy questions. So suspension-wise, autocross definitely uses a lot more shock, definitely a lot more sway bar. We're trying to get instantaneous response, get through the slaloms, and the sweepers are not really considered sweepers. We're not spending too much time in the mid corner compared to the track. So my setup-wise, I end up running a whole lot less shock to get the car to move. Since we are in those long sweepers a little longer, don't want the car bound up with shock. And then also soften the front sway bar to, in my case, full soft, just to get the roll resistance right, get the grip right to the track, and basically that's just been the two things. I just soften the shocks and soften the front bar.
I mean, that sounds pretty easy in terms of that big transition factor from going from autocross to here. So that seems, again, like we talked about before, an easy transition period.
Everyone's going to love my response to this, but it depends. It depends. For my setup, yes, it was just as simple as softening up the car. Depending on where you are with your autocross car in terms of its handling, that may change. Don't quote me directly in doing those changes and going out on track, because that can result in some oversteer magic. But
that just sounds like more fun.
there you go.
I mean, at the end of the day, so what we're looking at here, we just see a checkered flag on the third group of the SCCA Time Attack Challenge. Kilgore, kind of give us a lineup. How did that third session shake out?
Well, we got some good ones for sure. Let's jump right to T2. T5 with the fits. So this is getting unbelievably tight. Nazar improves his time to a 2:15.2. Who jumped Taylor Wargo. Taylor Wargo now sitting at a 2:15.3, and Thomas hot on their heels at a 2:15.4. So they are all within just 0.2 of each other.
Wow.
For T5. All of those and the fits. So it is an all-on fit battle there in T5.
Man, all I just heard was whatever cheat that Nazar just did here in the pits over a minute ago, that just paid off dividends.
Well, Taylor's not going to be very happy about that one, because last night we were taking cardboard and we were making an intake scoop for him. This is the prime example of what happens in the paddock after hours. Get a couple beers in you, trying to get the car to go faster. What's the answer? Horsepower. Even a Honda Fit will be like, let's get more horsepower in this thing.
Oh man, that's awesome and crazy.
And then we'll also talk Unlimited 2 there. So this one's a real interesting battle. We've got Ronald Jordan in a 2008 Mazda MX-5. He was it is so close. We've got Ronald Jordan and then Jason Estrada. Ronald is running. He has a best time of a 2:16.8. And so he is leading right now with his segment 1 time from yesterday, which is the West course, at a 1:29.7. Ronald Jordan is sitting at a, let's see here. I've lost it. Okay, I'm sorry. Jason Estrada has moved to a 2:12.8, taking over first place, even though he was at a 1:29.7 yesterday. Ronald Jordan ran a 1:27.6 yesterday. But with Jason running the faster time today at a 2:12.8, he is now moved into first place. So that exactly goes back to what Jonathan was talking about there, where you've got your segment 1 time. Even if you were 2 seconds down yesterday, if you can make that time up today, you can actually take the win in class over your competitor with that better time. So Jason Estrada currently setting the pace on the East course today in Unlimited 2, and he's got the win right now, but we've still got 2 more sessions to go.
That is freaking awesome. I can't wait. And guess what, guys? We're going to go out with the HBD session, then we're going to hit some lunch, and then we're going to come back.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park. Brian Belansky here for our first race of the day for Spec Racer 4. This is the San Francisco region portion of the program here as we simulcast both on the GTA and the SCCA website, YouTube channel this weekend, both Global Time Attack and both on the SCCA official website here as we get ready to start our race here for the weekend. Second race of the day. So how this works is the qualifying starting order for this race was set by yesterday's race, and then to the qualifying for today's for the last race of the day, the starting grid will be set by the times in this race. A little complicated, but let's get to it. We've got our starting lineup here. Starting in the ninth row, we've got Jerry Applis in his number 71 car. On row number 8, we have Jake Woolley and Ken Woolley in car number 3 and car number 14. Starting on row number 7 is Robert Breton on the inside. Phil Hodgson on the outside of row number 7. Row number 6, we've got Paul Tredelius and Paul Luca in that row number 6. Now moving on to row number 5, we've got Xavier Koo and Brandon Lewis in row number 5. Now, row number 4, Joe Koo and Joshua Jacobs. He is in the number 00 car. Got a little information about Joshua Jacobs. He's been all over the world racing over the last couple of months. So we will catch up with that in just a few minutes. Bill Booth is here as well. He is on the inside of row number 3 with Eric Hand on the outside of row number 3. And then, of course, we have Sean O'Boyle here. Sean O'Boyle is on the inside of row number 2. Michael Woolley is on the outside of row number 2. And then taking up your front row here for our race, your pole sitter is going to be Garrett Dixon. Eric Fulkerson is going to start on the outside of row number 2. We've got a 30-minute race ahead of us here as we get ready for our second race of the weekend here for Spec Racer Fords. There will be one more race later on this afternoon. These cars, of course, they are purpose-built race cars from SCCA Enterprises with 1.8-liter Ford motors, say div transmissions. They are sequential, not paddle shifters. They still have the stick shift on the right side of the driver there, but that is how they set up. This class originally put together in 1985 as a sports Renault class, and then from there it has had several iterations. That's why we call this Spec Racer Ford 3, so this is Gen 3. The first gen were the Renaults. The second gen was our first foray into the Fords. And then the third gen, of course, is what we have today. Most of these cars are Gen 3s. You can still run the older gen cars in a race like this. And I understand there are a couple of 8-shifter cars still in the paddock here in this race. Looking at this great lineup, 2x2, the traditional starting order, starting fashion here in the SCCA. Lights are out on the pace car as they head down towards turn 14 and 15. I'm Brian Belansky, and I'm bringing you the race coverage today here from this beautiful, gorgeous Thunderhill Raceway Park in Northern California. And it is a fantastic venue here, and we're getting ready for 30 minutes of racing action. If the starter likes what he sees, he'll put the green flag in the air. We are waiting for them to come down this long front straightaway into a super fast third turn. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing. They come by the line 3 wide here under the start stand already early as they go into this super fast turn 1 section here. A little lift here as they try to sort themselves out into turn 1. Everybody seems to make it through just fine. They'll come into our turn 2 section here. A long sweeper left-hander, 180 degrees. It's kind of like a hairpin, but it isn't a hairpin. It is a 180-degree sweeper now. Then up the hill through turn 3 and 4. They'll come into our view, and then up the big hill here. Not up the big hill. We're not using the crow's nest this weekend. So it's up the big hill through the bypass here. A left-hander as they start to sort out in single file fashion. 17 cars taking the green flag today on this beautiful, sunny, 80-degree day in Willows, California. Eric Fulkerson and Garrett Dixon were taking the early lead. Now, it was Fulkerson yesterday who drove away from the field here in the first race, had a pretty significant lead at the end, the big battle for second and third and fourth throughout the day here in the first race of the day. We'll see how it starts to play out here as they come up the hill. Another huge elevation change here as they climb up the hill, up to turn 9, a blind left-hander. So, and there, as you see, I believe that is Fulkerson out front again in that white car. And then you've got a gaggle of Spec Racer Fords behind them as they come through turn 10 and 11 here. Great opportunity for these Spec Racer Fords on this global Time Attack SCCA Time Attack Challenge weekend to showcase what we do in SCCA club racing here, sharing you the information, of course, on both the SCCA and the Global Time Attack YouTube channels. Along the long back straight, they come under that bridge there into turn 14 and 15, then back onto the front straight, and we will see how they all sort out as they come across the line for the first time. Your race leader, Eric Fulkerson, followed by Garrett Dixon, Sean O'Boyle in third, Eric Hand fourth, Michael Woolley in fifth. Then we've got Xavier Koo in sixth, followed by Joe Koo, Bill Booth, Brandon Lewis, and Joshua Jacobs. Joshua Jacobs rounds out our top 10. Joshua Jacobs was just back here in the States. He was, let me find it. He was in the Nürburgring 24 just a little bit ago, last weekend, I believe it was. And was given information about that. He was out there racing in one of the classes out there. So he was part of a team there in the Nürburgring 24. Several SCCA racers in the Nords 24 at the Nordschleife, including our Texas team. A great group of guys went out there from the SCCA to go race in the Nürburgring 24. Joshua Jacobs back here, coaching from afar this weekend. One of the other Nürburgring 24 drivers, David Ogburn, who is an absolute hot shoe in Spec Racer Ford, ran up front in the runoffs a couple years ago, and did not go to the runoffs last year because he was at the Nordschleife. So, but anyway, he is coaching Joshua Jacobs this weekend from afar. That's one of the cool things now about the way we can do things in the virtual world. You can share that data from one driver to another here at the racetrack, or your coach doesn't even have to be on site. They can go through the data. He's watching the racing this weekend, Dave Ogburn. So it's a really cool thing to see. Fulkerson now at the line after lap 1, 1.8 second lead. Looks like that has maybe pulled about out a little further, but Garrett Dixon and Sean O'Boyle in second and third right there, nose to tail through 14 and 15, and then everyone else slotting through behind. Long race ahead of us today, a 30-minute race here, so lots of time for things to hash out here. Dixon and O'Boyle there making it through and still nose to tail. Now what they need to do is they need to work together. The draft, very, very important in Spec Racer Ford. If those second and third place cars have any ideas of vying for the win in this race, they need to work together to try to catch Fulkerson up front. Fulkerson's probably just out of draft range now. The draft in these cars, about 10 car lengths. So he is just out of draft range, or maybe right at the edge of draft range. But if they work together, 2 cars are faster than 1, 3 cars are faster than 2. And the draft is so important in these cars. And we've seen it time and time again. So Fulkerson with an early lead, kind of an unusual set here in the way Spec Racer Fords typically go, but it's exactly what he did yesterday. So he obviously has quite a bit of time in the seat here at Thunderhill, understands the way the car works and understands the way the track works, and he is moving ahead very, very nicely here. Dixon and O'Boyle trying to catch up to him as well as the next group a little further back here, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. That is Hand, Koo, Woolley, Koo, Booth, and Jacobs doing their best to stay in contact with these front 3. But it does look like those front 3 cars definitely a little bit faster. And you never know how that gap between third and fourth happened. Maybe fourth place had to check up just a little bit, and that accordion the entire field behind them. And it does not take much to allow that gap, and then it is so hard in these equal cars. The engine in these cars are all built by Roush Racing, and they are sealed engines, so you can't open them up. You can't do anything with them. The goal here, of course, is to keep the cars as equal as possible. They are dynoed to within a very, very small tolerance of each other. So every once in a while you might catch a little bit of an overdog, but that's very, very unusual. Look at that. Dixon and O'Boyle really doing a nice job. They have closed the gap on Eric Fulkerson. It was 1.8 seconds a little while back. Now under a second, 0.9 seconds the gap between first and second place. They are making hay, trying to get caught up to Fulkerson here and make this a race. They don't want to let him drive away like he did yesterday. Now the gap between third and fourth, though, that is still looking like it's widening a little bit. Dixon and O'Boyle trying to make it a 1-2-3 race here. And then kind of a race for fourth place, everyone else behind. The gap between first, second, and third, probably even in this early stage in the race, insurmountable for those cars, unless there's some issue with the front three cars. And that's always possible. You know, a long race, you can have a little bit of attrition. Not common. Spec Racer Fords don't break very often. That's part of why everybody loves racing them. Once you get your race car, they last a long time if you take care of them. So, you know, it's not often that they break, but they do sometimes come together and have an untimely meeting of car or wall. So you just never know. That's why you keep pushing, even if you're now probably 4 or 5 seconds back, maybe even 6 by the time we get to the line. We'll know more here in just a few minutes. There's your top three. Eric Fulkerson, Garrett Dixon, Sean O'Boyle coming through without any problems right now. Then you've got a whole group of 7 cars trying to race for fourth place here. Eric Hand, Xavier Koo, Joe Koo, Michael Woolley, Bill Booth, Joshua Jacobs, Brandon Lewis. That's that group coming through your screen right now. There they are. Wow, 4 wide going into turn 1. They better sort that out. If they don't, it's going to be really hairy going through turn 1 up towards turn 2. Look at those cars. That's the other part that makes Spec Racer Ford fun. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, you've got someone to race with, you have someone to have fun with, and that is what makes this class so popular. 17 cars here this weekend at the runoffs, the SEC National Champions. You'll probably get 60 of these cars on the racetrack, and that is an absolute hoot to watch. Now, with all of that action, it looks as though that that Xavier Koo has been able to pull away just a little bit. So now it's fourth place by himself, and then a bunch of cars racing for fifth. So when you get racy, that can happen. If you're the one up front while everyone else is racing behind you, that's an opportunity, and it looks like Xavier Koo has taken advantage of that opportunity. There is the race for fifth place now. We'll keep an eye on our leaders, see if they've caught up. Leaders should be coming into turn 10 right now. Yep, there they are. And just like we were looking at, Dixon and O'Boyle have caught the back tailpipe of Eric Fulkerson. We now have a 3-race lead, a 3-race battle for the lead. About 17 minutes left to go in this race. Not quite at the halfway point just yet. And then there is the rest of the field there. We'll see what the gap is at the line here next time by. Leaders coming up to the line now. There they are, Fulkerson, Dixon, and O'Boyle. Fulkerson still able to keep just a couple of car lengths ahead. Now they go side by side. That's Dixon and O'Boyle as they come by. This time Dixon takes the point in second place, but side by side through 2. That is not going to help them catch the leader. Look at how quickly Fulkerson pulls away when Dixon and O'Boyle fight side by side. He is now going to get all of that time back. It'll probably probably be a second at the line this time by. It was a half a second last time by, just because Dixon and O'Boyle decided to get a little racy. They did not have the patience. They did not stay nose to tail, which is what they needed to do. There's a big patient game in Spec Racer Ford. Oftentimes, you're going to see the cars drive nose to tail, nose to tail, nose to tail, lap after lap after lap, because they know it's often the last pass on the last lap goes to the winner. So, but if you aren't near the leader to make that last lap pass, doesn't matter much what's going on there. So here comes your field now through turn 8. And then they make the big pull up the hill. Doesn't look like much of a hill here, folks, but trust me, this is a really large elevation change up towards 9. And then you can see there's the uphill, and then they come all the way down here towards turn 10 here. There is Xavier Koo coming through all by himself, and then right behind him is Eric Hand, Michael Woolley, and Joe Koo, Bill Booth, and Joshua Jacobs. Last time at the line, your leaders had a half a second lead, Fulkerson over the cars in second and third. This time by, let's see what the gap is when it pops up on my timing and scoring screen. It's going to be a little bit wider than a half a second is my belief. Well, no, they were able to pull it back down to right about 0.588 seconds. They got back in single file. I think they realized what a fool's errand it was to race against each other so hard for second and third, because as soon as they started doing that, they saw Fulkerson pull away. So hopefully for them, lesson learned. That's part of being on a racetrack and being a race car driver. Wow, look at this battle, though, for fifth place. 5 cars all battling for 5th place here. As we follow them through, they're going to come up now. They're coming just through turn 3. Then they will be up through turn 4. That first car there is Eric Hand, followed by Michael Woolley. Then you've got Joe Koo and Bill Booth, and Joshua Jacobs is pulling up the rear of that 5-car battle. Those guys are having a ton of fun here. Coming up on the halfway mark here in this race. Let's do a full field rundown for you. Your leader, Eric Fulkerson, with the best lap of a 157.894. Not as good of a lap time, though, as your second place car, Garrett Dixon, who's got a 155.6 as well. But that's not good enough to catch the leader at this point in time, but they're starting to work with each other. Then you've got Sean O'Boyle in third, followed by Xavier Koo. Then you've got Eric Hand, Michael Woolley, Joe Koo, Bill Booth, and Joshua Jacobs. Brandon Lewis rounds out the top 10. 11 through 15, we're looking at Paul Luca, Jerry Applis, Robert Breton, Paul Tredelius, Paul Hodgson, and Jake Woolley is in 16th. And then one guy named Ken. I'm going to guess is that Ken Woolley? That might be Ken Woolley. There it is. In 17th place is Ken Woolley. So that's your full field rundown here at the halfway mark of our Spec Racer Ford race. This is race 3 of the weekend. One more race this afternoon. If you're interested in this group in particular, you need to tune back in this afternoon at around 3:20. This afternoon will be the final race of the weekend. Of course, we're here as part of a joint weekend, a big kind of festival of racing here at Thunderhill Raceway Park this weekend. Global Time Attack is here with their full West Coast, their full program here. Their first race of their season is this weekend. And then we've got the SCCA Time Attack Challenge, their national tour event here as well today. So it's been a great weekend of racing out here at Thunderhill. Thunderhill, of course, been a great host here for all of us here at Willows, and has put on an absolutely fantastic show. A breezy day, but we were up here a couple of weekends ago, and it was a much, much windier. So it's very, very interesting to see how that's working out here as well. Your leaders have absolutely checked out. I'm going to check to see what the gap is now. It's going to be probably 5 seconds. There they are. That is our leader. Look at right underneath Eric Fulkerson is Sean O'Boyle. Garrett Dixon falling back just a little bit there. He needs to try to stay with that front two. If he loses that that draft as a single car will be really, really hard to catch up, probably almost impossible. And he's getting to the point now where that gap has almost already been lost. So not quite sure if Dixon maybe made a little mistake, and that's how he fell back. But if O'Boyle and Fulkerson can work together, they can drive away and make this a two-car race for the finish. Here they come to the line, this time by, it is Fulkerson, then O'Boyle, then Dixon a little further back. And then is a over 9-second gap back to fourth place here. So it is a big, big gap. Yeah, it is 10 seconds back to fourth place, Xavier Koo, and then 3 seconds back to that big battle for fifth place. Of course, these cars race pretty much every weekend somewhere in the country. If you want to get involved with the SCCA, go to scca.com. You can find your information about your region anywhere in the country, and there are regions everywhere. We've got regions in Alaska. We've got regions in Puerto Rico. We've got regions in Hawaii. So everywhere in the country, there is a place to go find fun with the SCCA. Go to scca.com. Of course, if you're interested in Northern California area here, San Francisco region's website is sfrscca.org, sfrscca.org. You come out here as a volunteer race worker. All of the people here staffing this event are volunteers with the SCCA and for this particular race. And lots of opportunities there, as well as if you want to get out and play with your car. You can do the Time Attack Challenge like we had today. There's autocross. There's wheel-to-wheel racing. We've got road rally. We've got, what else? We have rally cross. There's so many things you can do with the SCCA. We call it #FunWithCars. And that's what we do, is we go out and we have fun with cars. Pretty much every weekend somewhere in the country, that is what's happening. Looks like our leaders now are really close to putting a lap down to a couple of drivers here coming up on a slower car right now. Hopefully that car will make it easy for the leaders and not make it hard for them as they come up here. There is your leaders now. They're going to catch this car probably right in turn 2 here. Let's see what happens when they get to him here. There they are. Look at how nicely that car pulls aside to make it really easy for the leaders. That is the way we'd like to see it done here. As you know, slower car wants to make it easy for the leaders, and that's exactly what they did. Now third place car, and the gap back now to third place is over 3 seconds. So that is going to be really problematic. Garrett Dixon will not be able to make up that gap unless there's a problem with the cars up front. That is beyond the scope of the draft in a spec racer Ford. So we're going to be really careful to watch that. He may even, if he's having a problem, it's also possible for Xavier Koo to maybe even catch Garrett Dixon and it's probably not going to be a problem. It's a 7-second gap back then to Koo. So if Dixon's just slowed down a little bit, which may be the case, or maybe had one incident in one corner, has picked up the pace again, that's going to be a tough gap to be able to 7.7 seconds back to Koo. So we'll keep an eye on that. Still a lot of time left in this race. Probably about 9 minutes to go here. Battle for fifth place, still pretty exciting here, and here it is. That actually battle looked like it's broken up just a tiny bit now with Hand and no, they're still pretty close. Eric Hand, Joe Koo, Bill Booth, Michael Woolley, and Joshua Jacobs are all pretty still close to each other here. There's your race leaders. Everyone's starting to work through some slower track, which is going to make it a little more problematic here. And look at this coming across the line. We've got two cars there. Then you got a 3-car battle. Everybody is just fast and furious. That was Jacobs and Lewis coming across the line there. It's Paul Luca is the car that was 1 lap down. being worked through by the field now. So good on Paul for making it not too difficult on the field as they are coming by now. Another driver getting around a slower car as well, so that's working out well there. And I believe those are your leaders right there that just came through. Sean O'Boyle now at a 0.1 seconds back. So that's practically nothing. Doing a really nice job of not letting Fulkerson drive away. Yesterday, I don't have the actual results from yesterday, but I believe it was about a 5 or 6 second win for Fulkerson. So much better today. Just waiting from race control to hear the 5 minute to go mark here. And there we go. We have a new leader, Sean O'Boyle, at the line going into turn 1 right now. Oh, not quite. And there was that race now. O'Boyle takes the lead just at the line. So your running order right now is Sean O'Boyle, Eric Fulkerson, Garrett Dixon, Xavier Koo, and Eric Hand, your top 5, followed by Joe Koo, Bill Booth, Michael Woolley, Joshua Jacobs, and Brandon Lewis. Just hearing now from race control that we have 5 minutes remaining in this race. And I believe that is our leaders right there, O'Boyle and Fulkerson. So they come through turn 10. Now, one car puts a wheel off there. Turn one. All right, there are our leaders now going into turn 2 here. We have found them on the racetrack. We got everyone mixed up in a little bit of the back markers here. So there they are now through turn 2. The car up front, Fulkerson, retakes the lead this lap as he now goes and gets underneath Sean O'Boyle to take over first place again. So now your leaders flip-flopping positions. It's okay now. They don't have anybody behind them to battle for them, so they can race amongst themselves here for about another 4 minutes to go here in this race. So probably 2 laps. I'm going to guess not this time by. There should be about 2 laps to go in this race. O'Boyle, look at that, side by side now through turn 6. Now O'Boyle takes the lead this time by. Fulkerson drops down to second place as they go through turn 8 and now up the hill towards turn 9. Okay, there they are now coming into our view. Up front now, it's O'Boyle back up front with Fulkerson in second. What a great battle for the lead in this race. Garrett Dixon all by himself in third, so no real battle there. So we're going to keep an eye here on our race leaders here. There they are coming through that section up there, turn 11. Now down that long backstretch under the bridge. Cameras attached to the bridge. And then into turn 14 and 15 for the drag race, then down to turn 1. Let's see, are we going to get a white flag this time? White flag is in the air. Last lap, 3 miles to go. Will it be Sean O'Boyle or will it be Eric Fulkerson? O'Boyle with the lead going into turn 1 for the final lap. Fulkerson right there. Here's how this typically works at Spec Racer Ford. Whoever makes the last pass wins. Is Fulkerson doing exactly what the strategy says by being in second place, picking a spot here late in this lap? Or is O'Boyle going to be able to hold him off? We're going to wait and see here as we get to our final laps of this race at the moment. Right now, up front is O'Boyle as he comes out of 3. Then he's got the left-hander into 4. Then the big uphill through the bypass here. 3 car lengths for O'Boyle. Is he too far ahead for Fulkerson, or can Fulkerson bridge this gap here and find one more good spot to make a pass on the final lap? Man, it looks like O'Boyle might be too far ahead as they come through turn 6. And O'Boyle has got a 4-car length lead through turn 8. There he goes, turn 8. Now look at the gap there. I don't think Fulkerson's got enough to be able to catch up. Can you throw some sort of miracle at the end? If you're going to send it, it is time to full send it for Eric Fulkerson coming up to 9. Over the hill through 9, now down the hill through 10. There they are. About 4 corners to go here. It is O'Boyle in lead. Fulkerson slowly comes closer together. Is he going to have enough to be able to do a good draft down this backstretch and make one final attempt in turn 14 and 15? Just a few seconds. We'll know the answer to that. O'Boyle down the line now, trying to hold off. He'll probably go defensive into 11 here, but he's far enough ahead he might not even need to be defensive. Through turn 14 and 15. Race 1 of the weekend went to Eric Fulkerson. Race 2 this weekend at the line. Is it going to be O'Boyle or is it going to be Fulkerson? It's going to be O'Boyle at the line by 0.5 of a second. In second place should be Garrett Dixon. He should come across the line in just a second here. There he is. Garrett Dixon will finish 3rd. Then we've got Xavier Koo across the line in 4th. Eric Hand in 5th. Joe Koo will finish in 6th. Joshua Jacobs works his way up to 7th place. That's a nice little 2-spot move up for him in the final couple of laps. Bill Booth will finish 8th. In 9th place, we've got Michael Woolley. 10th place across the line is Brandon Lewis, followed by, let's see here. Looks like Paul Luca's a lap down, along with Paul Tredelius, Phil Hodgson, Jake Woolley, Jerry Applis, Ken Woolley, and Robert Breton. That's how they're going to play out here. Race 2 is in the books. Race 3 coming up this afternoon at 3:40 this afternoon. All right, folks, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it'll be an hour or so. We should come back for our first race session at 1:45 this afternoon. Global Time Attack. They've got a couple sessions this afternoon. 2 final races for each of our times on track for each of their groups. We've got our final SCCA Time Attack Challenge this afternoon, and of course one more Spec Racer Ford race. I'm Brian Belansky. We are here at I'm a little further north than that, at Thunderhill this weekend for a great weekend of racing here. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Well, welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway. It is Global Time Attack Round 1. This is Session 3 of Sunday. Just a couple of sessions left. If you are a driver and you are still looking for that final lap time, that ultimate pace, you are really getting down to the time that it has to be done. Only 2 sessions left. It is getting hotter throughout the day. We'll see if anyone can go out and go faster. We obviously have a number of drivers who are going out in this session. So, Mark, how's it looking there on site?
Well, I talked to Ryan Passy. Ryan says that without a doubt, he sees a 45 in his near future. Even in this heat, he says he can do it. And we do have, winds have calmed down a little bit. Yes, the heat is up, but Passy believes that it is extremely possible. It's just a matter of him driving the car to perfection to get that to happen. With that, we also have Brian in his MX-5 following up Ryan Passy going out, and he is going to be really pushing for that 149. He obviously has a 150.0 on the clock right now, so he doesn't need much to bring that to a 149, and he thinks he can get that done. On top of that, we have Isaac Torres, who I didn't see if he was out there. No, I don't see him on the timing. Yeah, I don't see him on the timing. But we do have Spencer Kimball. He's also out there with a 152.0. So he's going to be looking to try to dip into the 151s. We do have Jared Floyd. He's going to be out there pushing in his white Toyota Supra with a 153.1. So we have a lot of people on the cusp of dropping down. So it's going to be really exciting. We also have Mike Reyes pushing out there as well. So it's a smaller group. But guess what, guys? Smaller group means more space on track, less traffic, more ability. And guess what? We also have Tony Zerka. He'll be talking to us here in a little bit after we get a couple laps in to give us his story of what happened to his weekend. And we can follow up with that. I know a lot of you guys were kind of querying on what happened to Tony, so we're going to let the man himself tell you what happened and what's going on. But first, we're going to get a couple of these first laps in because we know in Time Attack, the first few laps are pivotal. And we got all the guys coming around turn 14 and 15 now, coming around to start finish. So here they come. There goes Ryan Passy.
Ryan Passy down the front straight into turn 1. We really need to keep an eye on the street class. This last place on the podium, Jared Floyd, Max Lazowski, Mike Reyes, Sky Chan, all vying for that final podium spot. Isaac Torres, Charles Canal sitting on their lap times. They're pretty happy. So we will see what happens in street class. Here comes Ryan Passy through turn 3, hugging the apex, going into the turn 4, tracking out over turn 5, looking good. We'll see how his time works out. We've noticed that, normally it is his first lap is not always the outright fastest. It could be the second lap, so we'll see how he gets along, but he's going through turn 6, throttling up through the kink at turn 7, down to the back straight side, coming into turn 8. That was fast. Comes into turn 9. Ryan always likes to take a little bit of that inside curve at turn 9. We'll see how he does here. Again, not quite as much as we've seen in the past.
Pretty
Still
smooth.
looking good.
Nice,
Into
clean.
turn 10. Yeah, throttle up on the brakes. Hard turn 11, 12 complex. And then we'll see him start coming down the back straight between 13 and 14.
Going to be using all that power in that V6.
Absolutely. So strange. You just immediately assume that this thing probably has a V8 in it or something like that, but love to see something different.
Nice slow turn here for 14, 15. Get it turned, rotated, and back onto power.
Should be coming across the line here soon. We'll see. He's looking to beat a 146.0. We'll see. He's at a 46.6, about half a second, 6/10 off of his best time. So I bet he's going to be trying another hot lap, see if he can improve. Brian oh man, he told us what his name was. Now I can't even say it. It didn't roll off my tongue. Casasilla, 151.6. So he is about a second and a half off his time. Spencer Kimball coming through with a 154.1. So these guys are still picking up some pace, still looking for some time.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's in that first lap a second or two off their lap. Ryan was probably the closest with a 146.6. I will say, like you said previously, Ryan Passy, in what we have seen before, that first lap is not always his fastest. He usually takes that second or that third lap before he really lays down a heater.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason Lewis, Jared Floyd, Johnny Hernandez. We don't have any times on them just yet. They're still warming up, coming through. Mike Reyes at a 157.3. He's off his time. Max Lazowski, 155.9 off of his time. So still getting warmed up as we see. Coming through turns 10 and 11. Ryan still pushing.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going on with Johnny Hernandez. I didn't see if he went by. I don't know if he pulled off. So he might be in the pits right now. We might have had a little issue. Maybe he'll go back out. We'll keep you guys updated.
All right.
We did find out, so just kind of give everybody some information. So we did find out who did catch on fire earlier today, and it was Chris Watson. That was that Miata that we talked about earlier. So Chris Watson's car did catch on fire, but he was safe and sound. Sounds like it was a fueling issue. Some fuel got spilled in the engine bay, and that's what caught on fire. It looks like they were able to get that put out. Hopefully the car didn't look too charred or anything like that, so hopefully he's able to salvage quite a bit of that car.
Yeah, good to hear. Ryan Passy, he's slower at a 47.3 that time by on that second lap, so not able to pick up time. It looked like he was pushing, so just may be too hot out there. We won't give up hope yet. But Brian, man, a 150.3 in his Miata, still 0.3 away from breaking that 150 barrier. So it looks like he going through turn 1 and turn 2, he looked like he was off pace, taking a cool down lap. But Ryan Passy still looks like he's pushing. Jared Floyd jumped up to a 155.2, his fastest time for this session. But that is not his fastest time overall. He's sitting at a 153.1, trying to defend for that third spot in street class, that last place on the podium in his white Toyota Supra.
Yeah, it does seem. I mean, I will say, with Brian's time, that gives me a little bit of hope that there's still possibilities for people to be able to run their fastest time. That doesn't completely rule out a situation where they're just going to be completely off pace. But I will say, from everybody else's time, it is seeming more and more difficult to pick up lap time.
Yep. Mike Reyes coming through. He definitely did a hot lap and then a cool down lap. Woo! Same thing for Jason Lewis.
Got crossed up on the street.
All right, we
Tony,
got Ryan Passy coming through turn 15 onto the front straight. We'll see. Can he do anything? Can he improve his time?
Here she
Waiting
comes.
for it to come by. Not seeing, showing a 147.3 on the timing. I thought that was his last time. Surprised he's not come by yet. I wonder if he went into the pits. He might have called it.
No, he didn't come into the pits. So
He's off.
Oh, we got it off on the front straightaway. We got it off on the front straightaway. It's Ryan Passy.
Yeah. I saw him come out of the straight sideways.
So
all right,
we did see on the stream that he kind of got crossed up in the final corner, which could be indicative of some sort of liquid spill of some kind. And he shut her down coming down the front straightaway. So he's sitting right in front of start finish on the driver's side. So
yeah, it looks like so Ryan's there. Looks like Brian and his MX-5 Mazda Miata has gone into the pits. He did not come through. Spencer Campbell still out there in his E36 M3 in limited. He's sitting at a 152.0, his fastest lap. Overall, the session is a 154.1, so again, not able to improve, but great to see. There's Brian. I bet he might have just passed. Might have just been on a cool down. Let Spencer pass.
yeah, and I imagine they're probably getting flags before they get to start finish to indicate that Passy's off. So they're probably getting some yellow flags there for caution.
Yeah.
So they're probably all slowing up.
Why don't we take this time and we'll see what's going on with Tony, since we got a little bit of lull. Obviously, with the yellow flag, not many people are going to be setting faster times.
Absolutely, Tony.
What's up?
What is going on, man? So I will say I was extremely excited to see you come into this event. I am just super excited and jealous a little bit about your Evo build and how it's come along. Obviously, this was a long time in the making. It'd been a little bit on the downtime, but you made it bigger, better, faster, and man, it has shown. Kind of give us a little bit of a recap and what's been going on with you the last few months, and since you've been kind of bringing the Evo back out.
Well, the last few months I've just been trying to get as much track time out of the car as I could. I've been down for 9 years with that thing. It's been painfully slow, and
The build process, not
build
the car.
process. Yeah. I've reset my own personal best and some track records since it's been back in my local, Arizona region, right out of the box with the car. The car's doing really well. It's just it's been a little bit too reliable, and it showed its face. Anything that's making this kind of power and gets wrung out this hard. It's just not if, it's when. So this was when. Unfortunately, it was a long drive to get here and fail on the first session. But I had a pretty catastrophic engine failure that I had spare parts for, but the way it went, I couldn't actually make it happen. Couldn't quite fix it. So I'm gonna drag it home, fix it up, do a test session back home, and then we'll see you guys at the Ridge with that thing.
Oh man! So one thing that really excites me, I guess you'd say, is so you were thinking most people would not even remotely think about doing the amount of work that it would take to get that car back up and running. And I love the fact I'm looking over at Tony's hands right now, and they are like pitch black, like he's been working in the shop for 3 days straight. He tore this engine apart. He was going to get it repaired, get it fixed, and go back out there. But like you said, he had the parts. It was just the pure concept of like they were just going to be too big of a work to get that done. So at the end of the day, he ended up calling it. But I will say this, like, it is super exciting. I love that part of Time Attack, of the never quit, never die type attitude. And so by you doing that, I give you so much props for just willing and wanting to do that kind of thing. But I just can't stress enough, like, watching you build this car over the last like 9 years, obviously competing against you, 10 plus years ago. The amount of never die, don't quit, and then consistent building process. The Evo has so many like unique and interesting features, but kind of give us a couple of those features so that people can understand what the build of the Evo really looks like.
Well, I mean, you got to understand, I've been racing this thing since 2006. So I've been through iterations, multiple major change iterations along this lifespan. But like this time around, the biggest primary changes were moving the radiator to the back, doing a 3-inch top chop, which makes the car look kind of goofy, and I kind of love it. Trying
It
to get
does kind of look like a
short
hatchback.
it looks funny, but I love it. Like it's I was just trying to get a little frontal area. I mean, those things have a big greenhouse. They have a lot of drag, and I was trying to get rid of the useless drag, which I think the greenhouse is that. We'll put the drag into places we want it, like the splitter and the wing and everything. So that's a big thing. A bunch of more weight cut out of it, besides me, obviously, because I'm still 3,000 pounds out there on track. I could easily lose 100 pounds and still be a functional human being. but yeah, that's the biggest things. I mean, the engine package, the long block has been pretty unchanged. I've had a pretty good luck with that thing, and like this motor's, the crankshaft's been in this thing, I think, through 3 different engines. The head's been through 2 or 3 different engines. It's just it's one of those things when you're making something's going on. Oh yeah, we had safety on track. The car's going hot.
So you have to forgive Tony. A lot of you guys may not realize Tony does a lot here administratively with GTA. So he's still working, even though he's in the booth.
Honestly, these guys have left me alone to try to race this weekend, which turned into letting me wrench for it this weekend. Because you guys have no idea how close I was to actually making this happen. I pulled the plug last night around, I don't know, 5 o'clock or so. I finally said, okay, I'm gonna cancel my flights and I'm gonna take the car back home with me. I was planning on leaving it in this area and flying home and flying back in August and driving it up to the Ridge and doing the Ridge. And now I got to make this drive home and the whole big old drive up to the Ridge. That's gonna be a crappy drive.
You mean they just won't let you put the engine in the suitcase?
Travis, you remember Travis?
Oh yeah.
He's not far from here. The shop he works out of. Was it M45?
Yeah, something like that.
Tony's shop. He's got a Subaru /VW shop not far from here, and I was going to kind of basically send whatever I need that I didn't have with me there and fix it. But I'm like, that's a risk because I got to fly in a day or two early and hope I can make it all happen. So if I get it back to the shop, I know I can make it happen. I have 2 months to do it. I get all the time in the world, right? So I just decided it just makes more sense. I'll waste a little bit of diesel, but I'll at least I'll show up prepared next time.
Yeah, and the preparation factor really comes down to, do you, like you said, do I want to show up and be in a rush for 2 days straight, have no sleep, you getting there, being exhausted, and then try to go, because that's learning a new track for you, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, it goes down that premise. I mean, the track looks absolutely stunning and awesome, and to drive on it looks amazing. And that's not a very exciting approach to get there and have to learn that after
Well,
stayed up for 2 days straight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm going to spend a whole lot of time on a sim trying to figure it out, so at least I'm not lost out there. Like 20 years ago, 15
Yeah.
years ago, we'd show up to a track and okay, I've saw videos, but that's not the same.
Yeah.
You can watch all the in-car video you want once you get your hands in the and you're looking down your line of your hood. It's a whole different conversation. So yeah, like I remember the first time we went to Atlanta, like in 2012 or so. I was there my third year before I was truly comfortable. I knew where I was going. When you're doing 2 laps at a time, you do 8 laps a day. You're not learning a whole lot.
Well, and that's the hard thing about time attack, right? It's like you're not, especially in a car like yours, where you're an elite time attack car and driver. It's a situation where it's not like you're going out and getting 15, 20 laps at a time.
Yeah.
You're getting 1, 2, 3 hits, and then you're going, okay, now I got to pull in.
Well, for the
So-
longest time when my car was blue, I was running air to water with a full loss cooling system for the intercooler. So I would put 20 pounds of ice in this air to water tank, and I didn't have a heat exchanger in it, so it was just a tank of water, and I'd basically get my air temp alarm second lap in pretty much any track we'd go to. So I literally would do 2 laps. That's all I did for 5 years in that car, I think.
I mean, that just makes it such a like you said, without the simulators to be able to essentially get you prepared, get you ready, without all that we have such a luxury now to have. I mean, I remember preparing for Road Atlanta for the very first time, and I'm like turning on like Forza and just trying to like, is this remotely the same? I mean, don't get me wrong, it helped, it did help.
Yeah.
But again, like you're talking about showing up in, a Subaru, an Evo platform that's just completely different than what you experienced in your quote unquote sim at that time, even your video game. It's just such a difference of experience in comparison to now with what you can get out of these sims and how much detail and oriented detail that they have. So it's absolutely stunning
Well,
the amount of
The whole ex-
benefits.
the whole experience is like insanely better too. Like when I was back then, we would drive a little sim, and it'd be like an old school G27 or whatever steering wheel that didn't have like the stuff you have nowadays. Even the mid grade, $600-700 steering setups. Like you have so much feedback in the steering wheel that I didn't experience in the older stuff.
Oh,
It actually feels like a car. You can feel the back start rotating on. You can feel it in the steering wheel. The biggest negative for me is I don't have any sensation in the braking.
yeah.
And that's the battle, and that's audio or steering wheel shake, but it's not on your foot, and it's just weird. But otherwise, it's a massively better experience. You learn a lot more now than you did 10 years ago, 5 years ago, even.
Yeah, yeah, and like you said, the accessibility, the cost isn't. I'm not gonna have to go essentially finance a car to go get my sim rig set up. Like
Yeah.
you can readily available to get that set up and good. So that makes it so much more enjoyable to be able to spend the money on that and have it be something that you can use it for these experiences and increase your driving capabilities with that. So
Yeah, it's just preparation, just showing up somewhere, knowing where you are instead of showing up and looking like an idiot for the first entire day.
yeah, I mean, I guarantee, looking back, when, the hometown heroes no longer get the luxury that they used to have, where it's like, yeah, this is some, I say this coming from, I'm a Willow Springs guy, but it's like you get these podunk town type tracks type situations that, not many people go to on a regular basis. And if you show up to that track, you get a hometown hero that knows it like the back of their hand, and they can be the determining factor on who can win an event. But now even those tracks are on sims now.
Yeah, I mean, there's still so much for track familiarity, like especially on the high risk, high reward stuff. Like this track, you have one is a huge comfort zone corner. You get that thing right, if you're really comfortable here and you know this track, that's worth second. Second or two even, because if your min speed changes 15 miles an hour because you're comfortable on the track. It's insane what that turns into on the exit of that corner. So yeah, like between that and the bypass and was that turn 8 or 9, the fast one back there, those 3 spots for someone that lives here is massive. I think they have a huge advantage whether you've done this on a sim rig or not.
Absolutely. And then, okay, so just one quick thing. So Group 2 is now going out. So we got Ryan Passy cleared. Hopefully everything is all good with his car and he's able to get that thing back up and running. But we do have Group 2 going out for GTA. This is their 3rd session of the day. So we have one more after this to be able to push and see what we can get.
Section 7.
All right, Tony, any other closing thoughts, man? What other things you want to tell the Time Attack world? I mean, I know you have a ton of advice that you could probably give a lot of guys out there. So what's one of the things that you'd probably say to someone who's thinking about getting into Time Attack? Give them some advice.
I think the biggest one is everyone wants to think that they're going to show up and just be the champ right off the bat. It's kind of like this unrealistic expectation out of people that they're going to show up, and a lot of people don't show up because they don't think they're going to win. Like, honestly, if that's the only reason you're doing this, you're not doing it for the right reasons. You're not, like, I could care less if I win or not. The only reason I go home sad, even if my car breaks, I don't care. The only time I go home sad from an event is if I've been there before and I went slower than the last time. That's really the only thing that's going to make me go home sad. And honestly, I haven't had that very often. And actually, the last time it happens when I cut the car up from being blue. It took me 9 years to build it back because I went to Atlanta and I went a tenth slower than I went the previous time with a bunch of changes. That's the only time I go home sad. Actually, that time I went home mad, and it cost me 9 years of my life. So the biggest advice I have is put your ego in your back pocket and leave it there. Just come out here and drive, set your personal goals, and hit them. And then you keep doing that over and over again, and you're going to be at the top of the pile. It's just a thing about take your ego and your pride out of the mix and just drive and improve yourself. Focus on the driving. That's it.
I think that's some of the best advice that we've had on this show is just do you, enjoy your time out on track, and enjoy the time with your friends and the experiences that you're having.
I'd say this in a joking manner to everybody, but I mean it very seriously in that we're all out here lighting cash on fire to win a plastic trophy. If you're going to make that a miserable experience, do something else.
Yeah.
Do something else by all means. Like, this is supposed to be fun. And to me, it is. Even this weekend where I drove all the way out here, broke my first session. You know what? It's been amazing. I got to turn a couple of laps on this amazing track, and all I can think of is the next time I'm here because I have this goal that I want to hit, and it's pretty damn lofty, and I want to do it.
Heck yeah, man. Love it. Love it, love it. All right, Tony, well, thanks for joining us, and we're going to get on with Group 2 GTA Time Attack.
Right on. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We got Marcus Estrada and the Hyundai Elantra N leading this group out. Just behind him is Brino in his 370Z, currently leading enthusiast class with the overall enthusiast record as well as the rear-wheel drive record and enthusiast class. So we will see if he is going to be able to hang on to that. I imagine he will, but we got Stephen Ellis out there. Got Teddy Choka. We've got Tonge out there. All 4 competitors and enthusiasts are out there, so we'll see if anyone can go faster. They're all still quite close. Brino, the only one down there who is below the 2-minute mark. Though it looks like everyone's going slow, so we may have a yellow on course.
Yeah, we have full course yellow at the moment because they're still doing the hot toe. So we're getting that car off track, and then as soon as that car is off track, they will be going green, green, green.
All right, good stuff. We've also got we can now see them pulling the Hyper Miata on the tow rig there through the shot. So unfortunate to see Brett. Sorry, I don't know why I was going to say Brett. Ryan Passy, giving it everything he's got out there every session. It's great to see that effort as they get him off, and then they will. So there to the left side of the corner, that is turn 15 as you head on to the front straight. So unfortunate to see that, but we have no doubt that Ryan will be back. He'll get that thing sorted.
I
Be
will.
interesting to kind of see what happened or what the deal was.
I will say this: to get a car like that on a trailer, how low these time attack cars and everything, I give these rescue workers a big commendation because holy crap, that is a lot of work.
Yes, especially Ryan's car. I mean, that is a lot of custom body work that he has done. Not easy to replace. So I'm sure Ryan appreciates it very much.
But yeah, we're looking like we're about to go here in a short second, but we'll introduce. So we got Charles in from SDC. So Charles, how's it going, man?
Hey guys, how's it going? Hey guys, how's it going?
Man, so Charles, we are excited to have you on here. Kilroy, what do you got for him?
I want to know, you got a bunch of bodyguards around you. You SoCal guys came up here to the north, and you guys have just been slaying it. It has been a battle. It's great to see. Obviously, we know the SoCal Drivers Club always turns up in force. Great to see it. But, man, you've really done a lot of work to that M4. I would love to hear just a quick kind of update on all you've done with that car over the off season. You've obviously got the new livery, slight tweak, looks really good, but you got some more aero on that car. Tell us all about that.
Yeah, Kilgore, we don't mess around.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So yeah, but with my car, it's pretty simple. Like there's mods to it, but it's all bolt on. Because I wanted to prove you could take a platform that's not very expensive, do the basic mods to it, but have a good package together, and you can go fast. I'm still 3,600 pounds, 500 wheel horsepower, stock turbos, but we have Nitron suspension. The big thing was I added Zebulon Aero over the off season, and I'm just getting used to the extra downforce and the being able to carry more speeds everywhere on the track. And that really paid off here, being our first time at this track. It's a very high speed track, especially going into turn one. And just enjoying the process of, slowly building this car, but showing that you don't need to have a, $200,000 build or, more expensive build to have a fun, good, reliable time attack car.
So give us a little bit of information on that turn one with all that aero. How does that feel? What kind of speeds are you pushing? What does that feel like?
Yeah, it was pretty stressful yesterday and Friday, or our first 2 days here. Today it got a little bit more comfortable. I think with the next time I get out here, will be even a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, you're going in pretty fast. I think 143, 44, something like that. I'm going into turn one, and then just slightly on the brakes, turn in, and then power out, and just make sure you're on the right line. And as long as you do that, yeah, you'll be good. But yeah, it's a pretty stressful corner because that makes your lap. I feel like if you mess that up, that pretty much puts you in a bad position for the rest of your lap.
Just a quick heads up, we are back green. So we got guys coming down the front straightaway, starting their sessions. So we got Marcus Estrada in that Hyundai Elantra N. Then we got Brano. He's rocking that 370Z. He's going to be pushing through. And then we got Steven Ellis coming up behind him. They're all looking to improve those lap times as we get into Group 2, Session 3 of today. But yeah, so absolutely, we're looking at turn one. That's going to be something that either makes or breaks your lap by far. It also is really going to set your tone for that lap. So as we look through and we look at Marcus coming into the bypass here, kind of give us your experience from here on. Like what is Bruno Bruno and Marcus, what are they experiencing as they go through these corners?
Turn three, or four bypass, coming over bypass. Yeah, you're just trying to make sure your car is set up to come over. It's blind. You just need to have your car in the right position. I think try to stay a little bit tight so that you're on the right side of the track for that left-hander, because that left-hander sets up everything on the back half of the track.
So very, very important corner. And I love the fact the blind, leading into this to a corner blind, which has been a lot of the talk of the town and all the drivers coming into this weekend and talking to drivers throughout the weekend. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, we do have
a little bit of a wiggle there from Marcus coming in through turn 8.
A little wiggle's fun. That makes it that keeps you knowing that you're alive.
Oh, absolutely. So Charles, through turn 7, obviously that's a little bit of a kink. You come out of turn 6, you throttle up, and through turn 7 with the aero on that car, Is there a break? Is it just a lift? I'm sure you're not. Sure you're not full throttle. But hey, you may prove me wrong.
Nope. You got to be full throttle there. Yeah, you're
Okay.
full throttle through 7. And then I think even in a faster car, you can be full throttle there, especially if you have some big aero. And then you just full throttle and push all the way into turn 8. Started out with a really big lift for me, and then tap of the brakes into turn 8, and then each session out, less brake, less lift, and then just carry as much speed as you can through turn 8. Very fast corner. You have to trust the car, trust your aero, trust you have the car in the right position going into the corner, so that you can make that exit, get on the power fast. Because what I didn't realize on the sim is it's all uphill to turn 9. So the more speed you can carry through turn 8, it's going to carry all the way up to turn 9, and then that sets you up for the back half.
So right now, I'm just going to throw it out there. So Brano, he actually threw down an amazing lap of the 159.2.
That is
Not
fast
quite
right now.
his best lap time. He had a 158 previously, but that is showing, again, I keep saying this, there is still possibilities. Stephen Ellis, just a little bit off his best pace so far. He's still pushing, though. I feel like Stephen's kind of stuck in a little bit of a rut. Maybe he's got to find that little bit of something to kind of push him past, or it could just be the fact it's getting hot. And I know he's got a supercharger on that car, and I'm wondering if it's just not able to keep it cool enough.
Yeah, he's been right at that 2-minute mark. Steven's on Team SDC and enthusiast class. I know it's really tight with the top 3 guys there. A little bit of gap to Breno, but yeah, he was hoping he could make up that second. Even with the heat, he felt that he could drive better and make up that time.
It is tough, I will say. Like, as when you're down a second, and all you think is, we kind of touched on this with Bailey, where you just feel like you could just push that little bit of extra, that give it a little, break a little bit later. And as Bailey talked about, sometimes it's not even about the push, it's more about keeping the smoothness to allow the car to do the work for you and allow you to kind of push through that. So it's kind of an interesting concept. Instead of forcing the car to do your bidding, you're kind of working with the car to do your bidding.
Yeah, and I can talk a little bit on that. Last year was my first season of Time Attack, and I would have a really solid day 1, and I would need a little bit of a gap to make up in day 2, and I would push too hard. I would overdrive the car on day 2 and always go slower on day 2. So for today, I had a little bit of a gap to make up, same as last year, but I just came in much more calmer, more prepared, and knew that, hey, just stay smooth and be clean. And that's going to help me put down a faster lap, especially with this being my first time here. Just that familiarity was going to help me carry a little bit more speed everywhere, and that's what I was able to do this morning.
I will say this, it is 85 degrees out right
It's
now.
hot.
It is one of the hottest sessions for sure. I do see on the stream that Joe said that he did a coaching call with Steven, and he's saying he will improve. I love the optimism. I love the coaching, rooting him on. Obviously, we are playing a little bit of a realistic game based on these temperatures and what we're seeing. I will say, give huge credit to Steven in the sense that I'm betting realistically he is improving. It's just the track temperatures and the degradation on the tires and all of these things combined just net into essentially a negative loss. But you're probably realistically if you take those conditions out of the mesh, he's probably actually improving. So kind of a backwards way of saying he's doing a great job.
Yep.
But it's just one of those situations that is difficult in that sense.
It's tough to battle this heat here. And now these guys probably started on stickers this morning, but now they're 3 sessions in, and with the heat, it's tough.
Yeah, it's so.
Yeah.
Quick question for you: what tire are you on this today?
All right, so yeah, I'm on the Bridgestone RE71 RZ. So that's the tire that I was on today here at the event.
Do you wish you were on a different tire?
Yes, I really wish I had the AO52s. We're sponsored by Yokohama. They sponsor the team and the race team. We got a bunch of our drivers on AO52s, but they do not make a size for the M4 here. They do not make a 275, 35, 18 that I need to run.
Yeah, you are, and you're based off the concept that GTA limited that in this past year. We talked about that briefly before, where it's a situation where you used to be able to run a 295 or a 305 or something of that nature, a 295. And now they cut that back to 275 to try to rein in street class, because it was getting incredibly fast.
Yep.
But I will say, coming from a guy who drives a Mustang, and just a little bit ago I was running a 275, and like you insinuated when I talked to you, man, 275s on a heavy car like that.
Yep.
How many laps were you getting?
1 lap. I get 1 lap. So I got to make it all count.
Yeah, 1 lap is tough, especially so you could potentially do more laps, but the aspect of how good the laps were going to be after that was very compromised.
Correct. It gets a lot tougher the second lap to carry the same amount of speed everywhere. And maybe I start out good, the first half of the track, and then the tire will start, heating up and fading away on the back end of the track. And that's just the difficulty of a 275 on a heavy car.
Yeah. So Kilgore, what size were you running on your BMW?
A pretty small 305.
Yeah, that's the dream. That's the dream for me.
Yeah.
So
So I know that obviously we're going to expect Charles and some of the SDC guys to be at the Grid Life event. Now they will still be limited to a 285 with Grid Life, so you might at least be able to get a little more meat. But yeah, when we were running in Street GT, me and Charles running against each other last year, able to run up to a 315. I stuck with a 305, but so definitely that tire. I mean that much difference in a tire size is massive. Cannot be understated.
Yeah, well, I just must say, so what was you did a bunch of changes. I was going to ask you what was your boat Miller time with the 295 versus the 275. Did you ever do any testing to
I
negate
did.
that?
So I went about a half second quicker on 295. So at finals, I set a PB there, did a 150.9 on 275s. And then about a month later, I went back on 295, which I normally run, and I was able to do a 150.5. But I think there's even more in it with the 295s. And then now we added the Zebulon Aero. So now I'm really excited for the summer to get over. So it's not 105 degrees at Button Willow. And then we can go back there and get some cool weather and see what we can do.
Yeah, I will say, extra tire on a heavy car is hugely beneficial. Obviously, the Zebulon Aero for you being a huge component to that as a way to gain more grip and more confidence in the car. So I'll be really, really interested to see, kind of, check in with you to see what kind of lap times you're able to put down in that sense. Other than that, what's your plan? What's your, I don't want to say 5-year plan, but what's your plan going into this next this season as a whole?
Yeah, this season we committed to the full GTA schedule this year, so we're super excited. Number one, to come to Thunderhill. We've never been here. This facility is awesome. The track is awesome. I heard they're getting a repave this summer, so we already been talking about we need to come back after the repave. So we'll definitely be back. I think we'd like to host our own track day at Thunderhill. So plan for that. So we'll need a bunch of NorCal guys to come through, and we'll need to have a big caravan of SoCal guys coming up. So if you want to come to Thunderhill, we'll be planning that for next year. After Ridge, we have Grid Life Laguna. We had the best time at Grid Life last year, so we'll be doing that again. And then we're heading to finals, our home track to defend our track.
Oh, man. Well, one thing I'm really excited to talk about really quickly is SoCal Drivers Club. So it's not just a group of guys that head to the track together. You're actually an organization that hosts track events. And something that I think is more important, to be dead honest with you, is some of the events that you guys put on at your headquarters.
Yes.
Those are so astounding. I think that this is something that you guys all need to understand. Listen, so Charles, do tell. Tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, so last year we opened up our headquarters. We call it the Clubhouse. We host events there, cars and coffee, meetups, F1 watch parties, sim race nights. And then we do tech sessions also. So we get experts to come in, teach us all about prepping our car, getting our car ready, really a deep dive, nerd out session on everything from suspension, tires, brakes, and more. And we're just trying to get people together, educate everybody more, get people buying the right parts the first time, because we hear so much, they'll buy a part and it doesn't work, it doesn't fit, someone told them, and then they have to, go around and spend extra money, and this is already a, really expensive sport. So we just want to make sure people are educated the right way, and that's what we have that clubhouse for. We have a bunch of really awesome partners that we work with, that we trust, that we use, and we know, kind of what works and what doesn't work. So we're here to help everyone in our group and our team to make sure we're all doing the right thing the first time.
I love it. That's one thing that I absolutely love about SoCal Drivers Club, is it's much more than just a track day organization.
Yeah.
And it's providing such a good baseline for new drivers, for old drivers, for any kind of drivers, and just giving everybody the accessibility. And like you guys are doing, right? You're running with GTA, you're running with SCCA, you're running with Grid Life. You run with anybody and everybody, and you're welcoming to the even to the NorCal
Even
guys.
to the NorCal guys. I want to say the NorCal guys are really good. They're good guys. We love it up here. We're gonna try to spend some more time up here. So thank you NorCal for accepting us, welcoming us, and we appreciate it.
All right, Charles, we appreciate you coming on the show, giving us a talk, and man, good luck out there. Are you gonna run the last session?
I'm not. My car's already parked away. I think we did the best that we could do today. I think there's more in the car and more in me, but not today.
Gotcha. Understand completely. Well, glad to see you out here. Glad to see you at the show, and excited to see more of you this season.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Welcome back. It is the SCCA Time Attack Challenge on track here at Thunderhill East. These guys are going out for their third session of the day. It is getting hot out there. The track has been baked under the sun all day, but these drivers are going to go out. They're going to continue to push and see if they can improve their times. These are going to be some of the fastest cars in the SCCA Time Attack Challenge here today. We've got a couple Corvettes leading them out up front with a BMW E46 M3 following them. It's going to be exciting. We'll see if we can get any improvements. I hope we do. Jaeger, how's it looking there?
Well, like we said before, guys, it is rough right now. We're talking 85 degrees. We do have some wind. It has calmed down, but sometimes when the wind calms down and the heat turns up, it just makes it feel worse outside. But this is definitely going to be a situation where they're going to be testing their coolant systems, testing their tires, and testing their metal as they try to go out and run the fastest time physically possible. These guys obviously did not have the luxury of the GTA guys of running this track all day today and yesterday, so they're just getting the opportunity to run it today. As we know, we have segment 1 and segment 2 for SCCA, so they're trying to run their best lap possible between both segments to come up with the aggregate to see who the winner is as an overall. As of right now, Cody is definitely doing an amazing job, and he is looking great in M1, and we have all sorts of other people that we're going to talk about here very, very shortly as they go out, and we got people coming around turn 10, turn 11. It is going to be a heater, and these guys are going to be pushing every last limit to get these cars going as fast as they possibly can around the track.
Yep. So Cody Bulkley is currently sitting on a 152.7. So we'll see if he can improve that time. Just behind him, Nick Melnikoff in a 2007 Chevrolet Corvette. Those two drivers are battling each other in Max 1. Nick Melnikoff currently sitting on a 155.9. So we'll see if we'll see how they get along. And then just behind them, they have Pratt Bott in the E46 M3. His best time of a 159.3. So obviously, as the drivers go around and improve their times or set a time, we'll see how they improve. And man, look at these guys going down into turn 1 and through turn 2. This long left-hand sweeper. Just be patient, 180-degree hairpin, and then you get on power. Heading into turn 3, 4, 5 complex. It is fast and flowing around here.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, so very interestingly, between Nick and Cody, so when they went to segment 1, when they were at the other side of the racetrack, the times were very tight. We're talking a little bit less than 2 seconds. On this side of the track, we do see a deeper separation at over 3 seconds. So I'll be interested to see if Nick can kind of close that gap a little bit more and bring in that time between Cody and himself. Although, like we've been talking about, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's just getting hotter out there, so it's going to be harder and harder for them to pull these lap times down. M1 is very, very competitive, though. I will say that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is one of the more popular classes, just because Max, that class allows for the aftermarket aero, allows for a little bit more modification, so that definitely tends to draw some people who love time attack and who love to modify their cars. But that is something different that the SCCA does, and I really enjoy it because it really makes you do a different strategy. We always love strategy from a standpoint of time attack, trying to figure out what tires to be on, when to put them on, when do I need to push, when do I maybe need to save my equipment. But for an event like this, you've got to be on it on day 1. You've got to make sure that your car actually makes it to day 2, and then you've got to be on it on day 2. Even in those morning sessions, it may be required to really push hard and go hard in those first laps. But boy, Cody coming out with a 153.8. Look at that. He is on it. He is just a second off his best time.
I will say, I'll give Cody a lot of credit. He's been able to come out in every session and be extremely close in lap time. He is not messing around, and he continually puts down consistent lap times. That's something you love to see from a driver. It's not just a one-lap wonder. It's a guy that can come out and just lay down lap times on a consistent basis.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that just demonstrates that that's sort of one of those interesting things. We in some of the previous sessions we were kind of talking about going from autocross to time attack and even the other way. But that is one thing that when the autocrossers get into time attack, especially through SCCA, that is one thing that they are always very good at being able to do is get up to speed very quickly. And so that is a real benefit here in time attack is when you can go out there on your outlap, feel out, understand where the grip is, what the grip levels are, and then on that first flying lap, lay it down. And then maybe on that second, if you still have a little bit of tire temperature left, then you can go for even a second hot lap. But we can see here the Corvettes still, nose to tail with that E46 M3 from Pratt behind them. So they are still pushing, going pretty fast. Coming down here through the back straight, through turn 13 on the 13-14 back straight. Here they come. Big American V8 roars down the back straight.
So I just got a little bit of insider information that Cody might be a GM development driver, so that might give us some insights on how he's able to put down such amazing laps in this Corvette. By the way, one of the other piece of information is that probably about 70 to 80% of these drivers have never been to this track. So like we've talked about before, all of these guys learning this track firsthand today. This is the third time they've ever been on this track. So by them being able to put down the lap times they've done, it is absolutely astounding, especially when we talk about Cody and some of these other guys that are putting down heaters that are so close together. These are just incredibly intelligent and gifted drivers. I want to say gifted because that implies that this was given to them. They are talented drivers that have put in the work to ensure that they can do the job necessary to get the job done. People like Jared Ramirez. Wait, I think Jared Ramirez just did it. Oh, he's super close. He had a 201.829. He didn't just match his best lap time, did he?
Let's see. Jared Ramirez. His previous best was a 202.3, so he just set a new personal best.
Look
and
at
then
there.
I'll also point out, so did Rob Spring just behind him. So Rob was previously, I think, at a 204, and now he's gone to a 203. So both of those guys improving. Great for them. There is still time out there, even with this hot track. Just learning the track better, cleaning up the lap, pushing a little bit harder. There is still time to be gained out there.
Yeah, and I guarantee that stems from the concept of what we just talked about. If they've never been to this track, it's always going to be, I don't want to say easier, but there's always going to be more time to grab as you get more accustomed to this track. This track is definitely a track that's needed to be learned and grown. As we've talked to people, the simulators help at this track, but there's just the concept of the blind crests and the difficulties and the off cambers and the commitments that you have to make at this track of Thunderhill that really push the agenda that you need to be here. You need to learn the track. And guess what? These guys are here and they're learning the track. You know why? Because they show up, guys. You got to show up. You got to get here. You got to be on the roster. Get out to a time attack near you, whether it's SCCA, GTA, anything else under the sun. We just want to see you in a car driving and having a good time. So get out there and drive these cars. Buy cool cars. Don't be boring.
That's right. I think we got Jonathan Lugod going through the camera there through 1415, car number 94. And he is in Tuner 3 in a 2023 Subaru BRZ. So there he goes. Down into turn 1. It's such a unique aspect of this track where you see cars coming over into the pit lane exit to really widen the radius of that turn 1. You really got to be aware before you just fly over there. Make sure that there's nobody in the exit. Of course, that's also why we rely on our officials so heavily to make sure that they're not putting you out into a car coming down the front straight. Also got Nima Abraham and the 2023 C8 Chevrolet Corvette running in Max 1. Max 1, extremely popular class, and it usually tends to be a lot of Corvettes. We've also got Tim Bruck out there in the 2018 Porsche 911. Tom is currently, his best time is a 205.2. But so far he's only been able to run a 206.0 out there. And then Nima best time of a 206.6, and current best time is a 207.3. So again, little hard to find some time out there for some drivers. We saw some improvement, but yeah, great to see everyone out there running around, having a good time, and pushing. And just getting lap after lap. I mean, they are still. It's not like we're seeing huge fall offs, Jaeger. I mean, they're still within a second or so of their best times.
Yeah, and that's probably the biggest thing, right? We're not seeing these like 5 second deltas, and that's something. One thing I want to really clarify with viewers and so on and so forth is just saying it's we talk about drivers talking about, oh, temperatures are high, you're not going to see any gains. Da, da, da. I will tell you right now, when we're talking about that, it for most amateur level drivers, you're not talking like 3, 4, 5 seconds. Yes, it is incredibly difficult when you're seeking out your personal best to run that personal best when the temperatures are in this condition. But as amateur drivers and as we push and we're learning, you can spend this time on this track, learning the track, understanding the track, getting to know your car better, being able to handle these conditions better. I mean, all of those attributes still come into play, and that's why you should just go out and drive. I get it when you get to the pinnacle, when you're the fastest car out here and you're doing the biggest and baddest. I get it. You might take a session off because, hey, it's not the right conditions to do the job. But guess what? Most of us are in the boat that we need to go out there and we just need to drive. Driving is the thing that will get you faster. You got to get out there and drive and handle and understand how to handle your car. So yeah, we're watching a few guys out here right now taking a little bit of
Yeah, okay.
off-road action a little bit, but
We got Josh Cummings, the number 442. He is out there, and it is listed as a 2013 Chevrolet Camaro, but I will call it basically that thing's got to be a NASCAR something or some sort of TA2. I don't know exactly what it is. Kind of hard to tell, but that is definitely it is an unlimited one car. So definitely we've got all sorts of stuff out here. But yeah, Jaeger, kind of to your point, we've recently seen at the highest levels of time attack, even at the World Time Attack Challenge level, where builders and drivers are starting to prioritize reliability and not just having the car be able to run one lap and that's it, because they are finding real benefits in running maybe even 2 laps. Because, I mean, to your point, right, especially now in the days of data and data collection, data review, analysis, and being able to find time, if you can run 2 laps instead of just one, you've now doubled the amount of laps that you're driving. You've now doubled the amount of time. And that can be a huge benefit in, let's say, an extra 150 horsepower or, an extra 10 mile an hour just through better driving and proficiency from the driver. So that clearly is something that is very beneficial, exactly to your point.
yeah, I gotta say, even when you can get one more lap means such a difference to a driver in terms of car setup and the amount of impressions you get out of the car. One of the things that we always have to remember too as a driver is once you complete those laps and you come in, it's really easy to kind of like push that information to the back of your head or just do yourself a favor, write that information down. Do things like immediately check your tire pressures, immediately analyze your data, take that impression that you just got and put it to use. That's how you're going to get the most out of that data, the most out of the energy that you are putting into at the track. You have to use it immediately. I hate to say it, but most people don't have the mental capacity to go out, drive, do 20-minute session, come back in, hang out with their friends, drink a little bit of soda, have a lunch, and then remember, oh yeah, I did this. Oh yeah, the car felt a little twitchy or something like. They just don't have that. We want to make sure we capture that data immediately. We see this in all sorts of testing, not just in cars and racing. When you're talking about all sorts of testing across the world, they want to get those impressions as soon as physically possible because that's when it's going to be the most fresh. That's how you're going to get the most valuable data from it. So you got to get that data out. And the easiest way to do that, keep a pad of paper next to you in the pits as soon as you get out. Hey, turn 3 felt rough. I was understeering, got too much oversteer in this corner. Turn 1 entry wasn't good. tire pressures were X, Y, and Z, and then you can understand that data, what that means, and you can work with others. There's a ton of people in the pits too. That's one thing to understand. I want you guys to all understand. These pits are filled with useful and just amazing people. That's probably one of the biggest things. You don't just come to the track, even we talked about it earlier. You might be showing up and just hanging out, having a good time with your specific group that you came with. But if you just come with nobody, you could show up here with not a person that you know, and I will guarantee you could walk out of here with 2 best friends. There's always people at the track. I mean, let's just put it this way. Kilgore and I never had met each other ever. We went to the same event at COTA. We happened to be near each other in the garage. And now look, a year, 2 years later, we have a podcast. We're on now. We're announcing for GTA and SCCA. So anything can happen, guys. Just throwing that out there.
Yep. As we wrap up Group 2, or I'm sorry, that was Group 1. I kind of want to point out one battle that we had going on out there, which was Tuner 3. We had both Jonathan Lugod out there in his 2023 Subaru BRZ and Sean Valandia in a 2009 Porsche Cayman. Just wanted to highlight there that Sean had actually set his best lap of the weekend of the day with a 2:05.8. So it was really tight between Jonathan Lugod and Sean coming into today. Jonathan had a 125.1 on the West course yesterday. Sean with a 125.4, so just 0.3 between them. But Lugod has been able to pull out a little bit of an advantage, about 3 seconds over Sean. So Sean's losing some time here on the East course. So again, that could be down to potentially, where those cars are better or worse, depending on the course, the tighter course or the more flowing course. But yeah, Sean's losing a little bit of time there, but he did set his fastest lap today so far at a 2:05.8. So still some time out there to be had. We now have Group 2 going out, led out by a couple of Elises. We've been talking about these Lotuses as Lotai out there and having a good old time.
Yeah, these Lotuses are absolutely amazing to watch. I'm super excited always to see them again. I can't stress it enough. I know we've harped on this a little bit, maybe a little bit too much, but I just love seeing them out there. I love seeing them in the environment they were built for. And obviously we have them following up with a nice, I think that's an NC Miata. So it's always good, to see all the Miatas and the Lotai, and of course Peter Bolenbecker and his Subaru STI. Or it's not an STI, excuse me. I believe it is not an STI. It's just a WRX.
Just WRX. All right. Yeah. So the 2 lead cars, Tyler Packard and Joe Funk, those 2 are in T2, Tuner 2. Tyler currently leading that class. His fastest time today is a 2:04. Joe Funk at a 2:02.5. And then we should have James Avelina. No, actually believe he might have been in the previous session. So, yeah, he is not out there. So Tyler leading in first, Joe in second, and then Joe in third. And then sitting in fourth is Panos and the 2021 Honda Civic. So we will see. I do not see him on the timing board, but yeah, we will kind of see how all this shakes out. But we'll have to try and keep an eye on Tyler and Joe, see how that shakes out. And then we got Robert Luis in the Chevrolet Camaro, and he is in T2 as well, but he is sitting in fifth.
So we just got done with all the warm-up laps. Everybody's starting to get on their push laps, and here we go. We got turn 6 coming at you. We're going to have some people coming through here really quickly. These guys, again, I'm really excited to see what some of the Emira Lotuses can do as well. I think that's an interesting car to see out of the track. I'll be interested to see too. So Peter Mollbecker and that WRX, I'll be interested to see how that car copes with the heat. I know, again, he just purchased this car. It was built by someone else, and he kind of picked it up. I think he kind of cobbled it back together, and I think this is his first event since that car got into his possession. So I'll be interested. Again, he was an avid autocrosser. He autocrossed his STI. Him and his wife did that for a long period of time, and he just started kind of pushing into road racing a couple years ago, maybe. And so he's been kind of transitioning over and having a good time doing it. So I'll be really, really interested to see what he's going to able to do with this car on this road course.
Fantastic. Yeah. So we got Tyler coming in here down the back straight, turn it into turn 14, hit that apex, let the car wash out, and then do a late apex for turn 15 onto the front straight, power up that little Lotus, let it scream. As they come across the line, we are looking for a 2-minute 0.4. He's at a 201.9. He is not far off at all. And then just behind him should be Joe at a 205.4. He's a little ways off, nearly 3 seconds. So, may take a little bit of the time for these guys to get going. We got Eric Stoltz at a 205.1. Eric is in the Mazda Miata MX-5, as Jaeger pointed out. Robert Luis at a 208.1. He's a little off his time as well. So, yeah, so these guys are getting up to speed. Still a little ways to go, but regardless, out there turning some laps and having a good time. Peter Bolenbecker and that Subaru runs a 209.4, and he is running in, let's see if we can find that. He is running in Max 2 M2, and so his best time is a 210.7. So there you go. It seems to be doing just fine with all that cooling. Jaeger, a 209.4. He runs it down over a second improvement from Peter. Good for him.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if Peter had ever been to this racetrack before. He's probably one of the few or one of the many, I should say, that has never been to this track before. So, again, it probably has a lot to do with just learning the track, learning the lines, getting everything situated, getting it all prepped. So, definitely a situation where Bolenbecker is picking up pace, learning the session, and having a good time doing it.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. We've also got Aaron Luker out there in a 2023 Chevrolet Corvette. He's running also in Max 1. If it's a Corvette, you can probably find it in Max 1. His best time is a 216.6. Today he's at a 222. So again, finding some time. But man, those CA Corvettes are just absolute animals. It is insane how fast some of those cars can be, even with just some minor modifications. Some of these modern cars are just insane these days.
Yeah, the interesting thing too, so just for everyone's essay, Peter Bolenbecker is leading the M2 class with his 209 now, and so he's looking to take the win in M2.
Yeah. Joe Funk improves to a 202.8 on this session, but he is still just about 3/10 off of his fastest time of a 202.5. So he is knocking on the door. Let's see. He needs about a second improvement to move up in class to position number 2 over James Avellina. So still got a little bit of work to do, but he's getting close on his PB, at least for today.
Yeah, he is.
Peter Bolenbecker to a 206. Jaeger.
What just happened?
Goodness.
What just happened? How did he do that? What is going on?
He is finding some time out there, no doubt about it. I mean, you said, he's getting more and more comfortable with this car, and he is really starting to push and find some time out there. So good for him.
What'd he do? Just figure out where the gas pedal is? We're gonna have to go send him a map. Because holy crap, yeah, you dropped 3 seconds, something like that. That is amazing. That's a good job on him.
Absolutely. From a 210.7 to a 206.9. He must have figured out he was resting his foot on the brake pedal.
Oh, man, that's awesome. That's some big pickup there. I love it.
We also got Eric Stoltz out there again. Eric Stoltz in the Mazda MX-5, still sitting at a 205.1 in Max 5. He is sitting in 3rd place. So, again, that is an improvement for him from a 206.5 down to the 205.1. So, an improvement for him. He still, has quite a ways to try and catch 2nd place, but Eric still on the podium in 3rd place. So that Mazda MX-5, again, it's, as we've talked about, it's so much fun, especially when you start getting into the max classes. Max 5, we've got Mark Shrivastava and the Lotus Elise. That was the yellow one with the big wing on it. We have Jared Ramirez, who is in a 2022 Toyota 86. We've got Eric Stoltz in the 2006 Mazda Miata, and then Robert Finkbeiner in the 1998 Honda Civic. So that is just a eclectic group of cars all competing together, and that is one of the great things about the way that the SCCA puts their classes together. You get a good mix of cars, which always makes it fun.
Yeah, one thing I want to quickly talk about with we were talking about Jonathan Lugod earlier. So one thing to kind of note, so 2023 Subaru BRZ, as you talked about, his best lap time of 202.794. Big interesting concept is he's in T3, and so the guys that he's now currently leading in T3 are Sean and Wilson, and they are both in 2009 Porsche Caymans, right? So he is leading them by a pretty stout margin, and it kind of just shows, you know, Lugod is a very, very talented driver. And so it's one of those situations where most people, you'd probably look at it and go, a BRZ versus a couple Caymans, oh, that's not even a matchup. The Caymans are going to take it. But it does show, you know, the BRZ is a very, very capable car in the hands of a very capable driver.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They are becoming more and more popular for track days as well as for competition. Just a light chassis for all things considered in today's age of where the cars are at, but also just a well balanced chassis, a good proper suspension on it. So you know, the only thing people really complain about there, especially for a track day, it's perfectly fine in terms of power levels, but in terms of actual competition, people kind of say, yeah, it's a little down on power. You might need to do some things here and there, such as maybe a supercharger. But that comes with its own problems. But yeah, becoming a very popular chassis for the track day.
Absolutely is. Every time I see him out there, I keep saying to people, I think this might be that I don't say Miata killer because that's probably not the right terminology, but it is
Contender.
It is a contender. There we go. That's a good word for it because it's just such a great platform. It's cost effective. It makes sense. And guys are finding great ways to make this car just faster and faster around the track every time you turn around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's also give a shout out to James Moss. He is there, the number 171. He is in that blue Lotus Emira. I might have to say that might be the best looking car out there, even in its just completely stock form. But he is currently sitting in second in Sport 1. So Sport 1, also one of the larger classes, currently with 6 competitors in it. Again, everything from a Corvette to a couple of Emiras to a Cayman to a 2016 BMW M2. So again, a lot of different cars, and there we go. Little awkward there between James and I think that might have been Eric as they go into turn 1. So it can always be a little difficult to kind of figure that out. But as we've talked about before, spacing is always really important when you're trying to run your fastest time. You always need to be able to find some space. It looks like we have plenty of space out there, so we got 3 cars running nose to tail, so they might need to find a little more space, just back off. That means that you're going to lose that lap, but the next one may be that much better.
Yeah, and it looks like Peter Bollenbecker brought it back down again to a 205.0.
My goodness. Does he just have a knob in there to turn up the power?
That's what it feels like, right? It feels like we're just talking about pulling the power up and up and up as we go. So it's super, super interesting as he just keeps pedaling down and getting the times ranking down, down, down when it should be going up, up, up with this temperature going up with it.
Yeah, he's clearly found something, but now it looks like both James and Peter are on cool down laps, just slowing down, and I think maybe even the same for Eric there.
Yeah, we do have a
yeah,
checker flag.
Like.
Checker flag.
Okay, checker flag. Yeah, all right. So, no offense to the Miatas, but it can always be a little hard to tell if they're actually full throttle or just cooling down.
I mean, it's always the conundrum, right? They're on the front straightaway, and the Corvettes don't know if they're on a cool down lap or a hot lap until they get to the corner. When they zoom by around the outside on the corner, that's when they know the Miata's on the hot lap.
That is right. Yep. So that is the end for Group 2. And then we will have one more group coming out here, Group 3. We'll have some Honda Fits. We'll have some other cars. We'll have a couple Caymans as well. So we will see how they do as everyone cools down for Group 2. And then these guys still have one more session day, I believe. So they should, still At this point, I'm expecting Peter to be in the 159 range if he just keeps finding that much time.
Yeah, if he just keeps going out there and dropping 3, 4, 5 seconds every session, I mean, he could be in the sub 2 category here real quick.
Absolutely. All right, we will take a quick break and come back as soon as we have the Group 3 cars on track.
They're coming out right now.
All right. All right, Group 3 is rolling out on track for their warm-up lap, and there is the big girl, the 1969 Barracuda on track. Love to see that thing. A little bit of smoke, but that is just the way we like it. That is Jeremy Williams, and then the number 25 Plymouth Barracuda. So love to see that car out here. Again, we were just talking about diversity, man. That is one diverse car that you do not see much out at Time Attack, but great to see Jeremy out here running that thing around, and he's having a good old time in it.
Yeah, how much can we love this, right? We got Lotuses, we got Plymouths, we got Hondas, we got Miatas, we got Fits, we got everything under the sun. Porsche's involved, everything as we go. It's a great time overall.
Yep. We'll definitely be watching the Tuner 5 class with Taylor Wargo leading that. No, actually, Nazar Santillan is leading that class currently. So it is very tight, just 6/10 between Nazar and Taylor sitting in second, and then Thomas in third. So the top three are actually, there's just three in the class, but those three covered by 1.5 seconds. So they, it'll definitely be interesting to see how they do this session. Any improvements can definitely shuffle the order of that podium. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on the number 262 of Nazar, the number 1 of Taylor Wargo, and the number 7 of Thomas Niski. I think I got that right.
I think we'll go with it. And when you said 1 second, I'm seeing on my thing that we're talking about a tenth of a second, right? We're talking.
Yeah. I was talking about. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Larry. I was talking about the overall standings because
yes.
we're looking at both segment 1 and segment 2. But yes, you are right. The actual times today are just tenths apart, so they are so close. Again, yeah, any improvement is going to be big in that class.
Yeah, it's a battle. That is an absolute thriller to see who's going to be able to take it. And I believe I'm looking at this correctly. Nazar was able to take it on the other side of the course with a 131.3. And, man, it is much, much tighter today than it was yesterday. So that's kind of interesting to me that there's a little bit more disparity there. I heard from Nazar, I heard a little bit that he said he believes his car's a little bit slower than the other guys. So he's attributing his overall win there to driver skill is what I hear.
All right. Sounds like some bragging rights to me. Nazar sitting on a 215.2 today. Taylor 215.3. Thomas 215.4. So you're looking anything in that low 215. If someone can hit a 214, I think that is definitely worth some bragging rights to me.
Oh, that would be huge bragging rights, not little bragging rights. That would just be absolutely huge. I'm really excited to see what this Cayman can do out front. Be interested to see. I'll be curious to know how that deals in the heat and so on and so forth. I imagine the fits are actually pretty good. They just kind of deal with it. There's probably a little bit of power down, but they're just hanging on, man. They're just full throttle. Let's see where she goes. Hope the tires grip, and let's go.
Absolutely. I think that those, I'm not sure exactly what the rules are, but those are usually probably somewhere with like a 195, 205, maybe, a little 15-inch tire. Basically go-kart tires as far as I'm concerned. Those Caymans do look good. I mean, they are just such a balanced chassis. Of course, we've got the SCCA now doing the Cayman Club Spec class. So that is definitely something. If you're interested or if you have a Cayman, you can start participating just through the Club Spec class, which basically means that there's a very limited amount of modifications you can do, but everything is spec'd. Basically, they've got a set of springs, sway bars, certain size tire that you can run. And so a lot of the cars, actually all the cars are the same in terms of the ultimate amount of modification that you can run. And so it comes down very much to the driver. So if you've got a Cayman, very good track cars, but absolutely, woo, whoever that, I'm not sure who that was going through, but man, they got a big slide through 14 and 15. They gathered it up. But man, that was a big slide.
That's what it is. That's where it's fun and you're having an exciting time. No matter what your car is and what lap times you're doing, you're having a good time doing it.
I think that might have been Robert Finkbender and the Honda Civic, but couldn't quite tell as they went through, going through so fast.
I think you are correct on the Fink Bender. He's the guy I talked to earlier where he was saying that car, I don't want to say, no, actually, no. Yeah, I think it was. I think I was talking to, no, I wasn't talking to Fink Bender. I was going to say something, but I don't think I was talking to him. I think I was talking to Jason Estrada. The Estrada, we got Estrada coming in a little hot. He's a little out of shape in that red Honda Civic. Yeah, definitely it was in Jason Estrada. I think Estrada was the one going a little wild there because I'm seeing it as he goes over bypass and stuff like that. His car seems a little out of shape. Maybe those tires have had it, or maybe he's just pushing extremely hard. But he's definitely getting that car way out of shape as he goes out through that lap.
Yeah. So Wilson Valandia has currently run their best time in the Cayman out front with a 2:08.2. So picking up time. Great to see that. And then we have Robert Finkbender at the 2:12.3 and still about a second off of his best time. Jason Estrada at the 2:16.7, so also quite a bit ways off of his time. And then we've got Nazar at a 2:17, so they're still a couple of seconds away from the 2:15s they were running earlier. Let's check in. Let's not leave the Barracuda off the list. Jeremy Williams setting his fastest time at a 2:37.2. So that Barracuda, it is swimming fast around this track.
He's continued to push throughout the entirety. We've been watching, his car has a little bit of smoke action as he goes through some corners and stuff like that. But again, he's out here having a great time. He's pushing that car to its limits, and he's exploring the limits of this track. He is pushing, tracking out, doing everything right, and just having a good time doing it. So that's exactly what this is for, man. You got to get out here. You got to be here. As someone was just talking in the chat, LS3 Time Attack Miata, guess what? He said, looks like the track looks awesome, and he wishes he was here. And guess what? He missed out on a sweet event. He is absolutely correct. He is missing out. This event has been absolutely amazing. These drivers have been crushing it, and this track is absolutely beautiful. You guys, if you're not at this event, you are absolutely missing out. You better put it on your calendar for the next year because it will be here, and you need to schedule yourself in, whether it is with SCCA, whether it is with Global Time Attack, whether you're just doing the HPDE. We have something for everybody. If you don't feel like your car is competitive, I don't want to hear that. All I want to hear is I'll be at the event, no matter if it's HPDE, SCCA, or GTA. Just be here, having a good time, even if you come out just to hang out and meet up with us.
Where does my Maverick hybrid pickup truck class in?
Anywhere you want it to, baby. Anywhere you want it to. At the end of the day, this is where you need to be.
That is a John Hunter question. We'll direct you to him. But man, Jeremy Williams, he is here. He is here on the screen. I can't even imagine what that car feels like to drive around this track. I mean, that is got to be something special. I can only imagine that I would be scaring myself driving that thing around and really pushing it to its limits. But man, it sounds like a hoot.
I tell you what, some of the most fun cars I've ever driven have been cars that aren't necessarily like built for the track. They just been guys that like show up with a random, and I'll say it this way, Dodge, because Dodges are notoriously big, heavy, and a little bit cumbersome. But guess what, man? If it's got some power, it's got some fun to it. Hey, that's what it's all about. And again, he's out here, he's driving on track. So some of you guys might look at his lap times and go, "Oh, why is he even out there?" Well, guess what? He's out here, he's having a good time, and he's running the hell out of this car. And guess what? That's more than most of you out there are doing. So get out here, be out here running the track, having a good time.
Yep. So Robert Finkbender just going through and setting a new time at a 2:11.42 tenths off of his best time. Followed up quickly by Wilson. Wilson did not improve on that lap, but Robert finding some time, man, just a couple of tenths off. And let's see, he is running in again in max 5. See, he is sitting. He's currently sitting in 4th. He's chasing Eric Stoltz in the 2006 Mazda MX-5, who's in one of the earlier classes. So still got a ways to go, trying to catch up 206. But still finding some time out there and pushing hard.
I am very impressed with a lot of these guys. They must really prepare these cars. And I say that just in the concept that they're able to run this entire session lap after lap after lap. We've talked about it a little bit here and there, just a little bit. The weather is not exactly perfect at this moment with the high 80s. And so it's a situation where these guys have had to prep these cars, make sure that all the coolant systems are correctly placed, and all the guides are guiding into the right places so that we can keep these cars cool as they do their laps. So, man, these guys are doing a great job of preparing these cars to go out here and do battle.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll give a shout out to Allison Abraham. Just set her fastest time at a 2:17.2 for this session and for today. So picking up some time again. I think as we've talked about, just a lot of people here are learning the track, continuing to find time, even with subprime conditions. The driver can always improve, and a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, and a lot of the corners, and bam, there's a second and a half. It's pretty, can be easily done. So Allison improving at a 2:17.2. We're still not seeing much movement from the T5 guys, still not even in the 2:15s. So, those guys are pushing, but yeah, that is also kind of indicative that once you start to really find the limits of the car and you've extracted everything, it can be difficult to continue to do that in these sort of conditions. So,
And we have
looked like we had
checker
looked like
flag.
Nazar, okay, yeah, I was about to say Nazar was on a cooldown lap, so checker flag is out.
Checker flag is out, and that is a wrap for SCCA for the third session of for the group 3 for the third session of the day.
Yep.
They're fully
So we
done.
should
This
be
is their last session of the day.
All right, so that was it. Okay.
That is the finals. Excuse us. That is the final session of the day for SCCA Time Attack Challenge.
And we're back here at Thunderhill Raceway for our final race of the day for Spec Racer Ford. And this is going to be a good one. Let's go through our starting lineup. Starting in the back row, we've got Jake Woolley and Ken Woolley. And actually, Ken Woolley's in the last row. Second to last row is Robert Breton and Jake Woolley. Then into row number 7, we've got Paul Luca and Phil Hodgson. In row number 6, Jerry Applis and Paul Tredelius. Moving on to row number 5, we have got Bill Booth and Brandon Lewis. And row number 4, Eric Hand and Michael Woolley. Row number 3 is Joe Koo and Joshua Jacobs. Row number 2 is going to be Garrett Dixon and Xavier Koo. And our front row, Sean O'Boyle and Eric Fulkerson. That's how they're going to line up here for our final race of the day for Spec Racer Ford. Of course, we are simulcasting today on both the Global Time Attack and the SCCA official websites, YouTube channels, I should say. And a great collaboration weekend here at Thunderhill with the two organizations, SCCA and San Francisco region of the SCCA, as well as Global Time Attack. It's great to have us all together at the same racetrack, all sharing time and having each of our fans and drivers kind of co-mingle, cohabitate for the weekend. A chance for everybody to kind of experience what the other guy does and having a good time at it as well. Great race in the first race of the day, and that was pretty awesome today. Going to make one quick change in our timing system. Stand by for a second. Okay. We don't want to see them ordered by time. We want to see them ordered by position because unlike Time Attack, this is a race and the times don't mean quite so much during the race. So, all right, Sean O'Boyle, Eric Fulkerson will bring them down to the line. Lights are out on the pace car. I'm just hearing from race control. This backstretch here, the second longest straightaway on this racetrack. Drivers just love this racetrack here as well. Combination of speed and technical, very flowy in sections as well. It's kind of a little bit of everything racetrack here at Thunderhill. Add into that elevation change and absolutely gorgeous vistas. If you're familiar with racing in SoCal, there's green stuff out here. They call it grass. They've had some rain and it looks absolutely fantastic. So we'll see if we're going to get ourselves a green flag here, and it looks like we do. We are racing here at Thunderhill. Here comes our drivers into turn 1 for the first time. You'll see them come into our view side by side, 3 wide, even 4 wide there in the middle of the pack as they go into turn 1. Now into turn 2, you can see right up front you've got O'Boyle and Fulkerson up there. The goal now for these cars behind them is to not let them drive away, and that is what happened in the first race. They need to work together in positions 3 through 10 to be able to use the draft as good as possible to keep these cars in view. If those leaders start to drive away, it'll be much the same as the first 2 races of the weekend. As for the 2 drivers up front, O'Boyle and Fulkerson, it was Fulkerson and O'Boyle winning race 1 yesterday. Then it was O'Boyle and Fulkerson. They flip-flopped for race 2 today. So this is the rubber match in the weekend series. There they are coming through turn 8. Now everyone's pretty much single file except for that one little crazy car in the back there trying to make a move. The goal in this 30-minute race is to not let the gap grow between second place and third place. It looks like 5th through 10th, 5th through 12th are all pretty evenly matched, but O'Boyle and Fulkerson have been the class of the field this weekend. that back straight. It's a little uphill, and they get to the bridge, and then it's a slightly downhill towards turn 14 and 15. You carry a tremendous amount of speed into 14 and 15. And unlike turn 2, it's a much, much tighter 180, and you really have to pull it together and make that corner to get a nice, good run onto the big, long front stretch. And here everybody goes side by side. There was one move going in to turn 2, or into turn 1. That looked like it might have been Brandon Lewis trying to make a move on Bill Booth there. Still side by side through 2. Once they get through 2, you'll see them go into a very, very long stretch here, and then it'll be into turn 3. There is your lead. Look at Fulkerson. This is a little bit of a lead on Sean O'Boyle. Very similar to what happened this morning's race. The difference is that O'Boyle this morning had Garrett Dixon to work with as a drafting partner to catch back up to Fulkerson. He does not have the luxury of that partner right now, which is really good news for Eric Fulkerson, who's got more than a 1-second lead. If second place doesn't have a drafting partner and Fulkerson can pull a tenth of a second ahead each lap, 3 or 4 laps down the road, you might even be out of drafting distance here. The draft's such a key component to Spec Racer Ford. Not the most high-powered of machines, but they are rather slippery, and they do work really well together in the draft. The biggest concern on a day like today, honestly, with an 87-degree ambient temperature is there's just this little, like, 2.5, 3-inch slit across the front of that. That is the entire air inlet on these cars. If you are so close to the rear bumper of the car in front of you, you don't get the air into into that radiator, and then that car starts to overheat. The other problem is, if you go off the racetrack, you get some grass or some dirt up in that area, it can also block off the radiator. So it's really important on a day like today to stay on the racetrack. Fulkerson now still getting a larger lead here over Sean O'Boyle. O'Boyle just trying to hold on. Also kind of hoping Garrett Dixon can catch up and maybe help push him to the front, because O'Boyle is almost out of drafting range. Dixon definitely out of drafting range on O'Boyle. So then you've got that gaggle of cars in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. That is Joshua Jacobs, fresh off his race at the Nürburgring 24-hour, here back in the States to run Spec Racer Ford this weekend. And then you've got Michael Woolley in 5th. Xavier Koo and Joe Koo in 6th and 7th. Eric Hand and Bill Booth 8th and 9th. And Brandon Lewis is in 10th. There is that group of cars, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, right there. Jacobs, Woolley, Koo, and Koo. Sounds like a law firm. The law firm of Jacobs, Woolley, Koo, and Koo. They are in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. There they are on your screen, heading up towards turn 9. There is your 3rd place car right there of Garrett Dixon. And then those 4 cars I've been talking about there. And your leaders right up there. The whitish car is Eric Fulkerson. The red car behind it is Sean O'Boyle. Just slid through the camera there before we get to that 4, and there they are coming through and past the start-finish line. Fulkerson, even a larger gap now. He has extended his lead to 1.078 seconds. The lead between 2nd and 3rd, 4.187 seconds. Even though we are early into this race, only about 7 minutes in, if Fulkerson can extend this lead another half a second, it could be absolutely lights out on the field. O'Boyle trying like the Dickens to keep caught up, but he is essentially a tenth of a second slow on every lap. And it is pretty amazing in these cars when you feel that you've lost the draft. It's just, it almost feels like your car becomes in slow motion compared to the car in front of you. Don't ask me how I know. Your top 10 right now: Fulkerson, O'Boyle, Dixon, Jacobs, Woolley, Xavier Koo, Joe Koo, Hand, Booth, and Lewis. We are here at Thunderhill Raceway Park this weekend. A joint event with the SCCA National Time Attack Challenge and Global Time Attack. This is the featured SCCA road race of the weekend. The Spec Racer Ford's 1.8 liter Ford motors. That's the powertrain. The transmission is a SADIV sequential transmission on most of the cars. I understand there might be a few old H-pattern cars in this race. That could explain some of the real much slower cars in this race group. This time by Fulkerson's lead. Let's take a look at it when it pops up on my screen here. It was just over 1 second last time. Now 1.2 seconds, so 0.2 of a second more is what Fulkerson has pulled away. That gap between second and third, 4.8 seconds. Also growing. Then you've got that group of four: Jacobs, Koo, and now Michael Woolley has taken over 6th place. Joe Koo moved into 5th, so Xavier Koo has dropped from 4th till 7th. Eric Hand in 8th. A lot of jockeying going around in that position, in that race for kind of best of the rest. There are those 4 cars. The one up front is Jacobs, followed by Joe Koo, Michael Woolley, and Xavier Koo. We've got 2 Woolies and 2 Koos in this race. And I will try very hard not to make the cuckoo kachoo joke, but there, I did it. There's your 3rd place car of Dixon. Dixon's kind of in no man's land there. He's not really close enough to think he's got a shot at grabbing 2nd place, but he's far enough ahead to not really have to worry about Joshua Jacobs right now. Jacobs among a nice group of SCCA racers who went over and competed in the Nürburgring 24-hour. Yes, the same Nürburgring 24-hour that Max Verstappen raced in. Go to 6. Coming into our view right now should be our leaders, Fulkerson and O'Boyle. There is Fulkerson, there is O'Boyle. That gap another 1/10.5 larger. So O'Boyle not catching Fulkerson at this point. It looks like probably going to need some sort of a mistake from the leader if that's going to become a race up front. If Fulkerson can keep putting his laps down, he should have an easy trip now. O'Boyle, though, not slow at all. He is gapping a little more on Garrett Dixon, who is in 3rd. So, you know, at this late in the weekend, this just could come down to tire management, having a little better setup. It's the hottest we've had on the track this weekend. So track temperature is hotter than we've had yet this weekend, as well as ambient temperature. So depending on tire management, that could be a big part of what's going on right now. It is the same group of 8, 9 cars up front that we have had in the earlier race today. A really good 17-car field here this weekend for this race. It does, though, look like Robert Breton did not make the call for the start of this race, so 16 cars made it today for the final race of the weekend. 12:20 in. That means we've got about 18 minutes left in this race. Everyone is kind of settled into their pace at this point in time. O'Boyle's taken a second out of Fulkerson, so he has gained just a tiny bit. He's also gotten a little further ahead of Garrett Dixon. Then you've got fourth through ninth. They're all still pretty close together on the racetrack, with fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh really in a tight battle. This is that middle third of the race here in Spec Racer Ford, where everyone just kind of tries to measure the car in front of them, maybe one eye in the rearview mirror of the car behind them, because they know when they get to maybe 6 minutes to go, it will be kind of go time. That's when the drivers start throwing the haymakers and making their final strategy moves. This series tends to be whoever makes the last pass on the last lap tends to get the position and keep it. And everybody knows that. I think that O'Boyle actually made that move, made a move to fall back, or Fulkerson, I'd say, in the last race, fell back just a little bit in the final laps, thinking he could catch O'Boyle in that last lap and making that last lap pass, but never was able to get the job done. So this time, Fulkerson said, no, I'm not going to do that this time. I'm just going to drive away and make O'Boyle catch me. And that's just what he's been doing up to this point. But O'Boyle, he has taken another 2/10 out of Fulkerson. So maybe Eric Fulkerson burned his tires off in the first 10 minutes of this race, and now they're getting a little bit slippery. Maybe Sean O'Boyle has been reserving his tires just a little bit for the last bit of the race. But it was 1.35 seconds between the two about 3 laps ago. Now O'Boyle has dropped that lead. He's been able to cut the lead down to 1.076 seconds. So pretty much 0.3 of a second over the last couple of laps. And coming up on the halfway point here, that is a lot of time to go in this race. If Fulkerson's tires are going off, this could be the answer to Sean O'Boyle's racing dreams this afternoon. We are at the halfway mark. Let's do our full field rundown here. Your leader at the halfway mark, Eric Fulkerson. In second place, Sean O'Boyle. Right now, the podium's finished off by Garrett Dixon. Then a huge gap back to fourth place. I think it's like 14 seconds to fourth place, which is Joshua Jacobs, Michael Woolley, Joe Koo, and Eric Hand. Those 4 drivers are pretty close together on the racetrack, but way back from third place. Then in 8th place, we have a name who's disappeared from my board, Bill Booth. Brandon, at least one big wheel off. Saw the puff of dust there. Bill Booth in 8th. Brandon Lewis is in 9th. Paul Luca is in 10th. Xavier Koo has dropped all the way to 11th. Not sure what has happened with him, whether he has had an off track or whether maybe he's having a little bit of car problems. But he has dropped way back in the field, 2 seconds off the pace on the last lap. And so he is now down to 11th. Then you've got Jerry Apples, followed by Jake Woolley. In 14th place, we have, waiting for the name to pop back up on my screen, 14th place is, I'll tell you who 14th is in a second. Paul Hodgson's in 15th. Ken Woolley is in 14th. Paul Hodgson in 15th. And then Paul Tredelius is in 16th. That is your full field rundown at the halfway mark. About 13 minutes left in this race. Don't go away, folks. We've got another big session of Global Time Attack up after this one. And just like that, Sean O'Boyle has cut another 1/10 of a second out of the lead of Eric Fulkerson. I'm trying to do the math in my head, which is not my strong suit, but I'm going to guess with 13 minutes left, that should be maybe 6 laps, maybe 5 laps. A tenth of a second will not get Boyle to the back of Fulkerson, so he needs to start taking maybe 2/10 a lap out of the leader to really have a chance to catch him by the end of this race. We'll look at the gap when they come across the line the next time to see if he's made a bigger gain here. They're also probably working their way now through some slower traffic as well. There are your leaders now going into turn 1. And you can see now O'Boyle has that carrot right in front of him that he's going after, but O'Boyle has lost almost 4/10 of a second on that lap alone. So that is going to make it really difficult now for Sean O'Boyle to do anything about that. But if you watch him now, it's a kind of a little bit of a seesaw kind of accordion effect type of situation. Come up on 11 and a half minutes to go in this race. It's also possible that Fulkerson was letting his tires cool for a lap or two, and that was like, I've got a little bit of gap. Let me take a couple of easy laps here to make sure I can manage these tires and get to the end of the race. So hard to tell what a driver's thinking throughout the race, and it's seemingly easy to manage a lead, but all you think about is, what am I doing right? What am I doing wrong here? What can I do just a little bit better? How is the guy behind me doing? Hopefully he's got someone in his ear on pit lane giving him gaps. That is the easiest way to manage that situation. I don't know. That looks a lot closer than 1.3 seconds to me by my semi-trained eye here. Yeah, well, maybe not. It does, though, look like O'Boyle is a little bit closer into the potentially catching that draft back up as well. They'll be coming now down towards start finish. We'll get a new gap here. We don't have sector loops here for timing and scoring. So O'Boyle has dropped another 2/10 of a second. So my semi-trained eye was correct. Now the question is, can he string a couple of those together here? With about 4 laps to go in this race. Lap times here just a little under 2 minutes to go, maybe 5 laps to go in this race. No real battles further back. Joshua Jacobs, Michael Woolley, Eric Can, Bill Booth still fighting for 4th place. From 2nd to 3rd is a very large gap of like 7 or 8 seconds now. There is 1st and 2nd off in the distance, and there is 3rd place now just getting to turn 6, 8.6 seconds back. So it looks like Fulkerson and O'Boyle have the top 2 steps on the podium pretty much locked up. Also looks like Dixon has 3rd place locked up. Now, of course, there's always the announcer curse. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. This late in the day with these temperatures, the track starts to get a little greasy, a little slippery. Dust can get on the racetrack as well. I don't believe they were able, they went out during lunch to sweep. Or they might have snuck that in when I wasn't looking. Looks like now Fulkerson has gained a little bit on this lap as well. Here come your leaders to the line again. And the gap one more time is right. It hasn't changed at all. O'Boyle still at 1.8 seconds. They're lap time this past lap was, what was that? About 1/10 of a second. Oh, that's their best lap time. Let's see what their last lap time was. I might not be showing that on the screen for this race. Coming into our view now, Fulkerson in front. He's got that grayish white car right behind him. The red car is Sean O'Boyle. There they are in turn 6. It's beginning to feel like Fulkerson is just managing the lead. He knows what he's got in the car. He's pretty much measured O'Boyle to determine what he's got in that car. And he's trying to make sure he's got at least a little bit of rubber left, useful rubber. It's not like the cars, the tires will come back bald at the end of this race, but basically the grip just goes away little by little as the race goes on because they're heating up lap after lap. So managing that heat is really important when you've got the track temperatures the way we have them now. There are your leaders. Once we get to turn 1 this time by, we're going to sit here for just a little bit, and we're going to catch that battle for 4th place for a lap or so before we get to the end here. There is your leader right there, Eric Fulkerson, followed by Sean O'Boyle. Next car through our screen is going to be Garrett Dixon. 9 seconds back. You'll see they will almost be through turn 2. There you go. There is Dixon. Now we're going to get a group of 4 cars. It's going to be Joshua Jacobs, Michael Woolley, Eric Hand, and Bill Booth. They're going to come by right about now. Any moment. Here they are. Oh, and look at it. It looks like Jacobs has actually gotten a bigger lead here. So those are the 3 cars I was talking about, and it looks like that pack battle for 4th place is definitely widened out. Joshua Jacobs, there's a 3-second lead there, so he has found something there, while Michael Woolley, Eric Hand, Bill Booth, and Joe Koo have just dropped back a little bit more. So what was a really strong 4 or 5 car battle for most of the race is now widened out. So let's go back and pick up our leaders for the last 5 minutes of this race. They should be probably coming into the backstretch about now. And if not, we can just wait for them to come to us here. If you're interested in finding out more about the San Francisco region of the SCCA, go to sfrscca.org online. That is not our leaders. They'll be the next duo through, I think. Those are some slower cars coming through. SCCA.com. is where you find information about SCCA racing all around the country. So if you're not here in Northern California, I guarantee you there is something going on in your area that the SCCA is doing this weekend. All you have to do is find your local region and get involved. Go to scca.com. There's actually a really a useful region locator. I think you just put in your zip code, and it will tell you which region is closest to you and get you in contact with those folks. And that is the easiest way to find a way to get involved. You can be a volunteer worker. You can bring your car out to a bunch of different events. We'd love to have you out there. Sean O'Boyle now has dropped the lead down to 0.9 seconds. So back under a second here with 4 minutes to go in this race. 4 minutes to go. Should be 2, maybe 3 laps. So they might get the 1 lap to go next time by, but I think it's going to work out where they're going to get 2 more laps after this one. We'll keep with them right here. We'll come back into our view in just a second here. Yep, there are our leaders there in turn 6. They'll be coming into our view here in turn 7 in just a second. There are our leaders coming into turn 7 and 8. Can't tell it from this camera, but this is a pretty significant uphill to turn 9, which is a blind right-hander. And our leaders come through turn 10 and 11. Sounds like next time by, I'm hearing from race control, the white flag will fly for your race leader, Eric Wilkerson. I don't think these two slower cars will come into the discussion here on this final lap, but we'll keep an eye on that as well. There's the white car of Wilkerson. The red car of O'Boyle is right behind him. White flag is in the air. Wilkerson car is more of a robin's egg blue color, I'm going to call it. Can't really tell that from our camera, but when I look out the window, I'm like, it was too dark to be white. Less than 3 miles to go for Eric Wilkerson to take, or Eric Fulkerson to take his second win of the weekend. If he can hold on, Sean O'Boyle would like to ruin that and get his second win of the weekend. But unless there is a mistake, he is not close enough right now on this final lap. Fulkerson's going to have a problem if O'Boyle has a chance. I just don't see it right now. The gap is definitely big enough for Fulkerson here. You'll see them coming into our view in just a second. The first two cars you're going to see are back markers. Then you're going to see two more cars. That is first and second place. Right there is first place. Then the next car is second place. Fulkerson and O'Boyle. O'Boyle has not made it too hard on Fulkerson, but also hasn't made it terribly easy either. He's been there lurking the entire race. These slower cars might get into this discussion. They'll probably do a good job of getting out of the way. It's always easier for the leader to get past a slower car because the blue flags fly. Wow, look at that. Had to slow down just a little bit to make it through. Can O'Boyle take advantage of that situation? Now, O'Boyle might get blocked up too. No, O'Boyle gets around just fine. The question in now is, will he be able to get and catch up? So definitely a little closer gap. One more slower car here as they come through the backstretch here for the final time. It looks like Fulkerson's holding on right now. Will that next slower car become part of this situation as well as they hit this last final corner? Managing this lap track, very, very important. O'Boyle's going to be a little bit closer here, but still, I don't think close enough to make a difference here. Where are they going to be at the line? The drag race down, your race winner, it's going to be Eric Fulkerson with the win. Sean O'Boyle will come in second. Garrett Dixon should hold on for third. But that lap traffic is on that final lap was able to allow Sean O'Boyle to catch up to only 0.3 seconds at the end. So big, big props for everybody racing clean there. And it's really hard sometimes. You catch lap traffic just at the wrong spot, and there's nothing you can do but take a beat. You don't want to get into messing up their race either or do something catastrophic to your own. And while that happens, second place can creep in a little bit each time, and that's exactly what happened there. Going through the rest of the field here, fourth place was Joshua Jacobs. Fifth place, Eric Hand. Michael Woolley finished in sixth. Bill Booth in seventh. Joe Koo, eighth. Xavier Cook was able to get back up to ninth, followed by Paul Luca, Jerry Applis in 11th, Jake Woolley and Ken Woolley in 12th and 13th, Phil Hodgson in 14th, and Paul Tredelius in 15th. Brandon Lewis will finish 6 laps down in 16th. And our final competitor of the weekend, Robert Breton, did not come out for today's race. That's how they stack up here for Spec Racer Ford. Congratulations to the Spec Racer Ford drivers for putting on a great show all weekend long, being part of this big festival of speed here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. I'm Brian Belansky. I'm signing off for the day. We got a couple of more Global Time Attack sessions here ahead, so don't go away. Still some more action ahead here from Thunderhill Raceway Park.
the final day, final session of Global Time Attack Round 1 at Thunderhill Raceway. If there is anything left in the tank, anything left in the tires, this is it. This is when it has to be laid down. We've still got some drivers who are going out looking to lower their times. We've got Isaac Torres, the leader in street class. He wants that sub 150 bad. We got Mike Reyes, who is hunting down third place spot. Jared Floyd out there trying to maintain the third place spot in street class. We've also got Spencer Kimball, Jason Lewis out there. Jason trying to seek the front wheel drive record in street. So we've got plenty to play for here in the last session. Let's see how it turns out. Jaeger, what do you got for us?
Well, sadly, I didn't really get a chance to go talk to anybody, so I don't have any cool news in this moment right now. Something about having to eat in my life. I don't know. It was kind of strange. But I can say this right now. I've looked into the eyes of Isaac Torres. That man wants to go sub 50 at this racetrack. This is going to be an incredible feat if he does this in this temperature, in this condition. But I'm going to say he's got the eye of the tiger, and he really wants to do this. So this first lap, we're going to follow Isaac Torres as he goes out and does his first flying flap. We're going to follow him around, and we're going to see what he can do as he comes around the final corner right now onto the front straightaway. We're going to be looking at that front straightaway, and we're going to be watching him come into turn 1 now.
We've got a fleet of Supras out there. We've got the red Supra of Isaac Torres. We've got a couple of white Supras of Jared Floyd and Mike Reyes. So we will see Isaac through turn 1.
Giving the
turns
whoosh.
It in. Yes, tips it in through all the way through turn 1. Now heading into turn 2, long left-hander, 180-degree hairpin, pushing, trying to be patient until he gets to turns 3, 4.
He went pretty wide out of 2. He's pushing a little too hard. He needs to harness that a little bit, get a little bit of that Bailey energy. You can't use every bit of power on every bit of thing. So I'm going to see if he can hold on to this.
Yes, he only needs 2/10. He's currently sitting at a 150.199. 2/10 would net him at sub 150, that 149. It looks like he's a little slow. Can't quite tell. We will see.
I will say this. I just watched Spencer Kimball go through that same turn 2 sector, and it did look a little wide on his, too. I think maybe it's a little bit of push as an overall, or maybe the track's just going away from him.
Yeah. It did actually look like Isaac was still moving through into turn 8. Still looks like he's pushing through turn 9. So we'll see. Maybe he's still on it. Always a little hard to tell with the attitude of the cars. But through turn 9, coming through through turn 10 up to turn 11, going into the 11-12 complex, then through 13 onto the back straight. We'll see him appear any minute. There he is now.
This is about the time when he wishes he could release the DRS and just eliminate all his drag and just go as fast as humanly possible.
Oh, he is flying down the back straight into 13, 14, 15.
Hard on the brakes. Oh, man.
Tips it in onto the front straight. Loud pedal. Let that B58 sing. Let's see what he does as he comes across the line of 153.2. That's not quite enough. That's not what he's looking for.
I think he lost it a little bit in turn 2, so maybe we can get a cool down. Maybe we can get another shot at it. I will say it is 87 degrees outside. It is quite literally the hottest session of the day. So again, as we go through this, it would be pretty impressive if he was able to do that 150 in this session. But we always have to keep our hopes high, and young Isaac Torres is always a gift giver when it comes to these type of things.
Yeah, absolutely. We know he's going to go out there every session and at least push it to see what happens. Jared Floyd comes across the line at a 157.2. Let's see if we could find his previous best, a 153. So he is well off. Jared Floyd sitting still in third place. And then we have Mike Reyes at a 159. He is also well off the pace. So it seems like maybe those guys either had a bobble to slow themselves down, or just more of a quick early first lap. We will see Spencer Kimball doing a 2-minute flat, but his best time also a 152. He's in the limited limited class E36 M3. So really Not no one is tickling the times of their PBs just yet, but we will continue to watch and see what happens.
And Jason Lewis, he actually came into the hot pit directly after that lap, and he is going back out onto the track as we speak now. So maybe there was something out there. Maybe there was something that needed to be addressed, and maybe that's why Jason pulled in. Who knows? We're gonna find out.
Yeah, absolutely. Might have just been going out. They might have been making some adjustments, trying to get the car in the perfect window. So we got Isaac Torres here going through turn 11. Behind him, we have Spencer Kimball in the E36 M3, and then Jared Floyd in the white Toyota Supra.
I will say we haven't really spoke a lot about Spencer Kimball, but man, I've been kind of watching him silently throughout the entire weekend, and he's been doing a lot of good. Him and Max have kind of been going back and forth, talking about setups and like how they can improve their car and how can they improve their driving. They've been kind of feeding off each other to get the most extracted out of the car. That E36 is a really cool build. It's a really cool car, so I was really happy to see him come out here and bring that thing down. And there we go.
Yeah,
There's a more
Spencer
representative time, 155.
Yeah, absolutely. We will note there Isaac Torres pulling into the pits. So not sure if he is calling it quits or maybe he's going to try and adjust the tire pressures or not. We shall see.
He is pulling
But,
behind the pit wall, so I'm thinking he's calling it a day. So is Mike Reyes. He's pulling into the pits. We're going to see if he pulls in and gets tire pressures. He's pulling, looks like he's checking with his team, so we might see some changes on the tire pressures before he goes back out.
All right. So, yeah, Spencer Kimball at a 155.9 still out there pushing. I'm pretty sure that E36, even in these hot temperatures, will just continue to lap, which, you know what? You paid for the track time. You might as well use it, Jaeger.
Oh, absolutely. And that's one of those things where, you know, the E36s do such a good job at that, especially if you build them correctly. They can just do lap after lap after lap. Looks like Mike Reyes is going to be coming back on track, so he's going to go out and do some more laps. I think this might be one of those things. I don't think Mike was able to get the laps that he really had a desire to get out of this track day or this track event, but he's probably doing the smart thing here. He's probably going out and gathering data so that the next time he comes here, he can be that much better.
Yeah, absolutely. We are used to seeing Mike towards the front on the podium, if not winning. He is a two-time Global Time Attack Finals winner, back-to-back winner. So, you know, he's made some changes, and, you know, sometimes you just have those events where things don't quite go your way. You may be fighting the car a little bit, fighting the setup. Maybe you're even just fighting yourself, but I have a feeling he's going to be a little disappointed. Not that he should be. I mean, still, running a 153 is an incredible time, just not quite what he wanted. But that happens when you're in street class. I mean, it is a competitive field.
Yes, it is. Very, very competitive. Very tough class to be in. Very tough class to compete in. So, yeah, always a good time, though. Jason Lewis, he actually got his first representative lap time with a 2:13, which is obviously well off pace. So still, that seems like more of a warm up. Maybe he's doing like a gradual warm up into this final session. So we'll see here in another 2 minutes. I'm assuming we'll see if he has a good lap time that he can throw down. Spencer looks like he's on a cool down. Floyd, he's catching him. He looks like he's still on a semi-hot lap. He's on a cool down as well.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, it's at this point in the weekend, you're just about out of tires. You're just about out of energy, out of focus. Things are starting to run on empty. So it is always a tall order to try and find, you know, that last little bit. But, you know, there have been weekends even, you know, where I've been in that situation and I say, you know what, especially in an Isaac Torres situation where you are so close to that sub 150 and you know you say, you know what, like I don't want to go out, or I don't want to not go out and always wonder if I could have done it. So you know what, I'm going to go out, I'm going to see how the track feels, I'm going to put in at least a lap or two because I don't want to have those what ifs. You know what I'm saying, Jaeger? You don't want to leave with that sort of despondent feeling like you didn't give it everything you've got.
Well, I hate to say it like this, but I think announcer cursed Spencer, because as soon as I said that, he pulled off into the bypass, into the crow's nest area and parked it up there for a second, but he did get it back underway, and he is looking like he's getting off track. So hopefully we didn't announcer curse him too bad.
Yeah, hopefully not. Maybe just needed to cycle the power or something just to reset. Maybe had a code that got thrown. So we still see, I believe that was Mike Reyes there going through turn 6.
Yep.
That he may be on his warm up out lap. Doesn't look like he's moving too quickly, so he's either on a cooldown or an out lap. We
Yeah,
shall
imagine
see.
because of the yellow flag that was flying after turn 2, that kind of slowed
Yep.
everybody down for that period of time. So,
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
we
that
do
is
have
part
checkered
of.
flag.
All right, that was quick. Jason really not Jason Lewis in the number 2 Civic Type R never able to really get up to speed, and yeah, these guys really struggling out there with the temperatures as we expected, but I applaud them for going out and giving it every last chance. That is what it's all about, and you can't say that you didn't give it everything you got.
Look at this closing speed coming in hot for Jared Floyd.
Great job there of getting out of the way by
That'd be
Spencer
Spencer, yeah.
by Spencer Kimball, staying far to the track right.
Yeah, we definitely cursed him a little bit. Sorry, Spencer. Apologies.
Mike Reyes comes across the line one more time to set his fastest time of a 157.3 of the session, but still not not anywhere close to his PB. And again, yeah, not quite what he wanted this weekend, but still a great time. And those SDC guys, they will get it figured out for the Ridge coming up as round number 2.
One thing I will say, I'll be really excited to see Mike Reyes' video from this. His YouTube channel chronicles his track experiences. And one thing I love about his channel is the pure honesty that he gives in that channel. One of the things that, he talks about is driver focus and being able to really articulate how he feels and what's going on during the events. And he doesn't hold back. It's a really good way to get a scope into how a driver has to work through the weekend and work through the good, the bad, and the ugly. So if you guys haven't, I'm going to say go check out Boss Racing and his YouTube channel, because he does a tremendous job of articulating all the different the feelings, all the different feelings and vibes that go into a weekend like this. Pros, cons, and all in between.
Absolutely. Lots of ups and downs. We like the ups, but the downs make the ups even that much better. So waiting on these guys to finish their cooldown laps, get off track, and then we will have Group 2 going out for the last session of the weekend, closing it out for us. I don't know, Jaeger, can you see who is in the pit lane?
Yeah, what we got so far? Let me see. We got a Ken Yip leading the charge. Then we got Teddy Sakata. What else we got? I think we got Brett Pune. And we got Carly DeVere.
All right.
Devery. I got to say that right. Ish.
All right.
And we might
still
have a Land
yeah.
Tran. I think we have a Land Tran as well.
Okay, great.
Land Trong, sorry, Trong.
It's unfortunate we have not really been able to see much of that Audi TTRS up close. It is a cool build. Not sure that it has been running at full tilt this weekend. Not been setting the best times. I think you may be struggling a little bit with that car, but it is a cool, unique build. Love to see it.
Yeah, Land's he has his ups and downs with that car. It seems like he continues to kind of struggle with the tire choice and being able to get the car to really rotate in the places where he wants to. The times where we've seen him, if he dips a wheel off track or something of that nature, it just seems to be something that he's pushing really, really hard, but the car just isn't reacting in the manner that he really wants it to. It's just not doing the things that he really needs it to. So I think he's just working through that. It's a beautiful car, and I love the difference. I mean, there's not exactly those things popping up everywhere you go. So I love seeing it out there, but definitely one of those things where he's kind of struggling with that build. We do have, I do see at the end of the pit lane, I see Fire Rescue with their lights on. I think they were checking out something. Hold on one second.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
we've got some cleanup going on. We've got some fluid on track we want to investigate. So yeah, we definitely want to do that. So, but as you will see, we do. Let's talk a little bit about what we have going on for GTA the rest of the season, Jaeger. We got the Ridge coming up next is round 2. And that will be August 22nd and 23rd at the Ridge Motorsports Park in Shelton, Washington. And then after that, we've got the venerable GTA Finals, November 14th and 15th, a mainstay Time Attack OG event. So that'll definitely be interesting. We know we're going to see some big cars. Everybody comes out for that event. So exciting to see how this goes.
Yeah, and another thing to think about too is within those 2 events, we also have SCCA running those events combined with them as well. So I'm just going to say it right now. I don't want to hear anybody say that there's not a class for them or not something for them. There is literally a class for everybody and a place for everybody to be there. So if you don't show up, this is just you making excuses to not be there and showing up. I do understand the Ridge can be at a bit of a drive, but let me tell you guys, after being there last year, that track is, again, absolutely gorgeous. The ups and downs of the track, the elevation changes. I call it the mini corkscrew there at the end of the track. It is such a beautiful track to go to and check out. I think it's a track that everybody needs to go and run at least once in their life. It's a little bit smaller in terms of like the actual facility size per se, but it is absolutely epic. They have a great set of garages you can be in. So definitely take your time, go out there, check it out, have a good time when you're out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you talk about Thunderhill, the Ridge, and then Button Willow, I mean, just some fantastic tracks here on the West Coast. So Global Time Attack has done a great job selecting some great tracks for this year.
And just a heads up, we got Nazar here from the good old SCCA. He's going to kind of give us some insight into his T5 battle that went down in the SCCA T5 class. Nazar, how's it going, man?
It's going pretty great.
Hey, man. So, dude, that was a ripping competition. You guys were really doing a great job, all within a tenth of each other. That was freaking fantastic. So give us a little insight into this battle that you guys had.
Oh, man. It's my first time on the track over here. So the first session was I had to push. I had to really learn this track as fast as possible. And then once I watched some the videos and stuff like that, then I was like, okay, I know where my mistakes is. So in the second session, we ran, and then you saw what we did. And then, I was going for broke,
I mean, you were actually, I think, so you were down in like 3rd place at one point. They were really whooping your butt, and you had to come in and really dig deep to get that win back. And I really applaud. I mean, that was a hard-earned battle on your part.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I had to put some tape on the bumper pieces that were falling off, and I figured this is causing me drag. And then one of my fog lights, which is not really properly, it was blocking the air, so I made sure air was going through one of the brakes, and then it worked out.
How did the heat really affect you guys in the fits?
Nothing really, other than the rear tires.
Okay. So
When it's warm, you can probably see me snap oversteer, kind of like the 350Z days.
It makes it more fun, right?
Oh, I love it. I can't complain.
Oh man, well I'm really glad that you guys were able to go out and have a good run. How was because obviously you guys ran one track one day, the other track the other. You'd never been to either tracks?
Correct. Never been to the west or the east.
So you had to learn 2 tracks in 2 days. How did that really pan out for you guys, and what was the kind of the struggle there?
Okay. The struggle is we have to watch the video. We don't have any feedback of how it feels with the G-forces and the changes of elevation. And we watched an hour's worth of video on the west, and then we watched an hour's worth of video on the east. And then it really just came down to, I've been doing autocross. You know how much we talk crap about autocross, but that really came in handy this time because we have to learn the course fast. And then we just had to risk it. I seen people breaking spots that I know I should not be breaking, so I tried out, and then it worked. So I just kept doing the same thing over and over and over.
Well, I mean, I think that I give a lot of crap to autocross, so yeah,
yes.
I give a lot of crap. But I will say, in this event, autocross is going to be the thing that allows you to do this so much better than someone who's a road racer who says, I learned this track over the course of X, da-da-da-da. Autocross, you have to be essentially seen the track, you do the track, you learn the track, and do the track all in the same time period. You don't do the same autocross track every time you go to do
No.
autocross.
And you only get like 2 or 3 runs after the first one. You're trying to learn it, and then that's it.
Yeah, so autocross coming in clutch. So trying to learn a new track, doing the thing. We got Ken Yip. He is coming off already. I'm gonna see if he's gonna come back out. Maybe he's gonna get some tire pressure changes and go back out. But it looks like he's gonna come in and just go back out. So we're gonna see what he can do. We got some laps from Teddy at a 2:03. And still got people coming through. Okay. So Nazar, anything else, man? What else happened out there that you thought was pretty interesting and fun? How was the event for you? I mean,
I love it.
switching between both tracks.
I love it. Man, it's so much information I'm trying to unload. The West is super technical, and it's a certain type of driving style. And then here, it just takes more guts to do it. So you have to be like, okay, less technical, but you got to floor it more. Like, I was catching air on that little bypass over there, and it's scary, but I was like, the only way to win it, I need to catch air.
Man,
Risking it.
risking it for the biscuit. And he did. He ends up with a new lap record and a time attack #1 spot on T5. So that's a huge win for you.
Yes.
I'm really pumped for you. And, man, showing your mettle. All the years in the 350Z, all the years running through. And guess what? This is a experience meets destiny, and you won out.
Yes. I'm so happy about it.
And then, obviously, you're coming all the way from Nevada, right?
Yeah, Las Vegas. Mhm.
So how long was that trip for you?
We had a flat tire on the way over here. So, yeah, it took us a while. We had to change the trailer tire and the pickup truck tire.
Taking out 2 tires. Oh, brutal.
It was a good time.
Yeah, that's
Stressing. I didn't think I was going to make it.
the air quotes on the good time, let me tell you.
Yep.
But, oh, man. Well, glad to hear that you had that, and glad to see that you made it. And we really do wish you safe travels back. Glad to have you at SCCA and the GTA track event. Time Attack is alive and well, and you are proving it once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Anytime, man.
Awesome.
All right, Teddy Choka coming through turns 14 and 15, continuing to lap. He's at a 2:03.3, a couple seconds off of his fastest time. He improves to a 2:02.2 in this session, but his fastest time of the weekend is a 2:03. So knocking on the door of that 1:59, that sub 2 minute, but looks like he's going to keep driving, keep digging, see if he can do it, but still a couple of seconds off his fastest time. Tonge also at a 2:03.2 in the GR86. He is also, about a second and a half off his fastest time. So, these guys and gals still out here driving around, getting their time's worth, getting their money's worth, getting their tires worth. We have Carly in the 197 Subaru running at, she did a 2:10 just on her one lap. So I don't believe she's done a second one. So she might have gone out there, looked to see if she can improve, and then maybe just kind of called it quits. Her fastest time. And the all-wheel drive street record for Carly. Let's not forget that. All-wheel drive street record for Carly in her Subaru WRX STI. Her fastest time, a 2:04.4. So definitely, some time still out there for these drivers to find. And actually, there she is right there.
Yep.
Carly in the Subaru, the Bug-Eye Subaru. So still out there going around, and we've also got we also saw Ken just in front of her, and then we got that might have actually been Land behind.
That is Land behind
Carly.
her. Yep.
So Land back there in the Audi TT RS. So still got some cars out there driving around. Love to see it.
Yeah, one thing I will say about Carly, so off camera earlier today, I think it was the second session, she did have a pretty gnarly off right after turn 2 going into turn 3. So that might have a little bit of inclination on why she's a little bit off pace. Maybe she damaged the car a little bit. Maybe she took something out. Also, it could have just bruised the ego a little bit. And kind of has her slowing down in places just to kind of, get her head back in the game. That does play a part in this type of stuff. You have to have the right mental image when you go out on track so that you can go do a fast lap.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Land in the Audi TT RS cutting through turn 8. There he is, through turn 9.
Land's got no quit in him, man. He's got no quit.
He's not. Absolutely not. run that Audi TT RS as much as you can through turn 10, a little bit of gas and hard on the brakes through the tight turn 11, 12 complex. We have not really seen it. We haven't really talked much about it, but the 11-12 complex, so most people at turn 12 completely bypass turn 12 and just actually go straight through the runoff. Sometimes Thunderhill will actually put a tire barrier there to keep people on track, but if it is not there, basically people run off track through the cutoff, basically on the back side of the curbing. It's pretty wild if you watch some of the onboard videos. If you go look at Mike Reyes or Bailey Woods, they have their onboards. You can find them on YouTube. But yeah, pretty interesting there, where you cut the track that much. Total disregard for track limits. You might as well just call us NASCAR.
I will say that it's kind of one of the most funny, interesting things. When I was preparing for Road Atlanta back in the day, I played it on Forza or something like that, and so I learned how to drive the track where it told you to stay within track limits, and that came back to bite me a bit when I was actually on
Yep.
track, when they didn't care so much about track limits.
Yep. Turn 3, turn 5 there at Road Atlanta. You're putting 4 wheels onto the curbs over the yellow line or white line, whatever it is there. Yeah, you'll be getting some DQ'd laps in the games, but that is the line that you have to take to be fast in competition.
All right, we got Carly going on another hot lap here. She is going to be pushing through. I can hear it. Yep, she's definitely on it.
Yep, Ken Yep just set his fastest time at a 2:01.8 for this session. Trying to see his fastest time is still a 1:58.8, so 3 seconds off, but still finding some time in that red Toyota Supra. So
yeah, I know. I know one big thing. I mean, with Carly going out there in the Subaru, it's definitely going to be hating this heat to the max. So she's definitely going to be fighting the heck out of that. I know Ren Racing Development has done a lot of work on that car and probably has that car pretty tuned up to make it so that she can do this without any flaws. I know she usually goes out and does the entire session as a whole. So obviously that car is running really, really well. But, it's just one of the things. It's just really hard to get a really good representative lap when you are running the entire session. I mean, but that's part of the learning curve, right?
Sure.
You have to go through and you have to get the laps in, and that's what Carly's doing.
Yeah.
She's improving steadily. Every time she goes out on track, she's improving.
Speaking of Renner Racing, we did not see much of Damian Tuchaneski here today. How was his? Were you able to catch up with him? And how what was going on with his car?
Basically, Damien just let me down all weekend. He did not go out on track all that much, so I'm calling Damien out. He owes me a lot of track time, and I'm really, I'm going to push him even further. I want to see him not in the practice car. I want to start seeing the real deal. I know a lot of you new viewers don't know what the real deal Renner Racing Development car is, but we need to see this real deal Renner Racing Development car, because this thing is a freaking monster, and the viewers need to see it. This is something that we need to see. All right, we got checkered flag.
Yeah, we want it. We absolutely want it. Ken Yip coming through. On his last lap of the weekend, sets a 2-minute 0.3 second time for this session. That is the fastest of his session. But again, as we've been saying, not his total best for today. So still great to see him out there pushing, improving throughout the session. So that is going to wrap it up for Global Time Attack. So why don't we take just a quick minute? We'll run through the results here for Unlimited class. We got the all-wheel drive record and the overall record for Unlimited by Tony Zerka and the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo UMS tuning at a 154.2. In second place, Brett Pune with a E92 BMW M3, part of the Turn 8 team. He ran a 2-minute flat 0.6 with the rear-wheel drive record. Unfortunately, and we had not mentioned this, but we need to send our condolences out to Alex Bernstein, also in an E92 M3. Unfortunately, he had a major incident on Friday when he was out testing, had a fuel line come loose, ended up having some pretty significant fire damage to the engine bay that cost him the weekend. But from what I've heard, it sounds like that the damage, even though it looked dramatic, the damage was not terrible. And so hopefully we are able to see that car out, maybe at least back at finals.
Absolutely. All right, so limited class. Man, this was a stacked class. We had Bailey Woods setting the rear-wheel drive record with a 144.011. I'm a little disappointed Bailey didn't go out there and get that 143 for us, but I know he'll be back for some more action at a later point in time. Ryan Passey, he pushed him the entire weekend with a 146.95. Coming in second place, we also have Jay Pam with a 147.931 in his Porsche 911. We also have George Zhao setting the all-wheel drive record with a 148.856, coming in fourth place overall.
Absolutely. Moving on down to street class, real wheel drive record, overall record, Isaac Torres and his Toyota Supra, a 150.199, so close to that sub 150 barrier. But, man, I mean, that is just an incredible time for these street class cars. And as we talked about with Charles Kunal, who was in second, I mean, these guys are on 275 tires. They're pretty limited in terms of tire width as compared to the limited class cars. So, running those, low 150 or even 150 lap times is just incredible. So, an absolute screamer of a lap by Isaac. Part of the SDC racing team with the proprietor Charles Kunal and his BMW M4 coming in second at a 152.8. Third place, Jared Floyd and his Toyota Supra from Sector 1 Design, a 153.1, and it was an absolute battle for the last spot on the podium. Fourth place, Max Lazowski in a BMW M4 at a 153.4, so less than 0.3 back from Jared Floyd. Mike Reyes in a Toyota Supra, part of SDC racing team as well, at a 153.7, so he was just over 0.6 back. And then finally, Sky Chan at a 153.8 in his Toyota Supra. So again, it was so close for that third place position. All the competitors pushing hard. And we also want to point out we had a incredible fight for the front wheel drive record. Joel Renteria and Mark Tejada end up taking the front wheel drive record in street class with their Honda Civic Type R by Prodigy Motorsports at a 154.8. Jason Lewis just 0.3 back, also in a Honda Civic Type R at a 155.1. And then Johnny Hernandez, who led the way on day one with a 155.184, so 300ths behind Jason Lewis, also in a Honda Civic Type R. So that was just an incredible battle to watch all weekend. Congratulations to Joel and Tria taking home the front wheel drive record in street class.
And now we got enthusiast class where Bruno was able to bring home the rear wheel drive record with a 370Z and at a 158.621. Absolutely stunner of a lap. And then we have Stephen Ellis, who eked his way into second place with a 2-minute.071 from Stephen Ellis and that Ellis Racing GR86. And then we have the front wheel drive record from Tenny Kyoka at with a Honda Civic Type R with a 2-minute.314. That is our classes for the Thunderhill Raceway event with Global Time Attack.
Jaeger, it was an absolute pleasure. Before we sign off, let's give a shout out to our partners here at Global Time Attack. We've got Ray's Wheels, we've got MMR Modular Motorsports Racing, everything you need for Ford engines, Ford Coyote engine swaps. They are your group to hit up. We've also got Standing Start, and then finally we also have I'm forgetting one. Garrett Turbos. And in fact, Garrett Turbo powering the fastest car here this weekend with Bailey Woods, who is running a Garrett Turbo. So thank you to all of our sponsors. They make all of this possible. We hope that you enjoyed this live stream of GTA Global Time Attack Round 1 for 2026 at Thunderhill. We've got Ridge Motorsports Park coming up in August. Jaeger, it's always fun. It's always a pleasure. I hope to see you at Ridge. Anything left as we sign off?
Well, all I got to say is all of these drivers sought after the perfect lap. They went for it. They got it when they got it. And let me tell you, they went fast and took chances. And let's just say these guys were pushing to the limit. Man, that seek after the perfect lap is so awesome to watch.